Testing 1 2 1 2.
Test 1 2 1 2. We can both count to 2.
That's all we got, Todd.
Well, good morning out there in internet land and wherever you are. And it's a pleasure for us to be back here and to have you joining us. We're at our 9th exchange, believe it or not. 9 times we've gathered and come together to bring an offering of the 4 different species as we do today. It's been a very humbling experience, to say the least, over the years to see all of the people that has collaborated, that's been a part, that's took advantage of being a part of this event. And man, I tell you what, this year probably the excitement just continues to build. And I say that, and I know that you could probably go back and watch the videos from the past, and a lot of times you'll hear the same sentiment, but what has really made it unique and really cool is the fact of how many people already plan from one year to the next to be a part of this and to offer up lots in the exchange that we, quite frankly, we don't see anywhere else. And as we go through the catalog here today, and we're gonna just share some comments with you about each of the lots. Obviously, this is for us to spend some time with you to let you know exactly what the offering is, and if there's any questions or anything, then you can feel free to reach out to myself or to Blake, and we will discuss those with you and try to get any kind of questions answered between now and then. Obviously, tomorrow night when we get into the actual lots, and as well as tonight, Mark Hogue will be the one that will actually talk the individual lots there at the sale time. What we're going to do is this morning, myself and Willie and then Blake will be joining us here in a little bit. We're going to go through the individual lots. I'll tell you what the offering is, what the animal is, and then we'll give a few highlights in terms of the breeder, maybe some things that they've done, and then we'll just make this very, very conversational. So hopefully we have a lot of fun with it, and certainly try to, but more importantly, get any kind of questions asked for you that you may have. I guess first order of business in telling you is tonight at 6 p.m. Central Time will be when we actually sell the semen lots that we'll go through. I think we've got 40-something lots here or so that we're going to go through here tonight. And then, obviously, we will kick off the remainder of things tomorrow. Tonight's offering is very, very unique all the way through in terms of the boars that we have to offer, what they represent, what they do. And then, obviously, we've got a headliner or two that we're going to offer that I think is extremely unique. So with that, just like always, my good buddy Willie K is joining us this morning to talk through, and we're just gonna go through here, tell you and share little thoughts, and I'm sure there'll be some humor that comes along the way, and we'll have a lot of fun with this, and excited, most importantly, excited to go through the Exchange 2026 edition, this year's lot offering. Let's start off with Lot 1. Lot 1 is the boar here, the Duroc boar. Our first set of boars is all red ones, and we start off with WTX 312, and I guess obviously a boar that doesn't need an introduction in any facet. That was the popular Wintex boar that stood there at Premium Blend. I think he probably worked in about every red herd there was across the country during his time, and man, he was phenomenal there in his day, but more importantly, you still see him show up in the pedigrees even yet today.
Yeah, Todd, I was actually at Wheels there at the Bred South sale here a couple weeks ago, and we were actually talking about 312, and he was getting to the end run on some of those ones when 312 started there, and he said, man, that thing is so relevant still. And the boar, I think that was just a little bit ahead of his time, Todd, in terms of his look up front and the added extra bone that thing put in them, and made them Duroc short-backed and real show bear looking, and Will and them still believe, that 312 still got a place out there today.
Yeah, we'll be offering up to 4 straws of semen on 312 tonight. So when we say that, when we're talking about the offering of all of them, you'll see in the catalog it says 2 up to 4. So everything will sell in two dose or 2 straw minimums anytime that we see the numbers. So you can pick them in even number lots. There's 4. I will tell you that boar is starting to get pretty limited, if you will, in terms of any availability around the country. That's Lot 1, Wintex 312. Lot 2 is a very special entry here, and obviously have reached the time, and that is Break the Bank, and I don't think anybody in the industry needs to be told what this one was, but he's the $330,000 record-selling Duroc boar that sold there in the draft. Congratulations to our buddies there at Trace for putting this thing together, and then he's now stands at Upper Hand. This boar caused quite a stir there just 10 days ago, and then followed up there with a big semen offering, of fresh semen here this past week. And what we was able to do is we talked to Travis early on, and in the game here, and we knew that he was going to be offering the semen there in fresh doses. Therefore, what we was going to be able to do here at the exchange is we're going to offer 2 up to the 10 frozen straws. So, obviously all the semen that's sold so far has been fresh. We're going to be able to sell you the only frozen semen that will be sold on this boar in 2026. I talked to Travis this morning, made sure we had all of our details right. The semen on this boar, the frozen semen, will be available to you here by the latter part of June. So you'll have it in time. Go ahead and have it in your tank and be able to utilize it as you need as we go on through the summer. So if you did or if you didn't get semen purchased the other night, you're going to have an opportunity right here.
Yeah, Todd, I think, I talked to a lot of guys they had watched the video, and then actually some guys that had been up there and seen the boar after he sold, and man, all I got was this one's the real deal. And Todd, that only frozen semen there in 2026, that may be your only chance to tap into this boar was what Travis has done already. So if you guys want to use this thing, I'd say that you better look in here, because maybe next season before you get a chance.
Yes, sir. We move into to lot number 3, and that brings us to limited access, and that was a boar there that we had there for a short period there at Savage, and he's the boar that would come from Bedeker, and man, I tell you what, that boar did an extremely good job for us, and for so many others. He just come off siring the champion Duroc bear there at OIE this year. That our good buddy Ryan Seitz, and more important, Wendy Seitz, and then her pit crew raised. But we're going to offer 4 straws of semen, up to 4 straws of semen there on limited access. The Bedeker boar, he's a limited edition crybaby. He would be lot 3.
Yeah, Todd, and anybody that's seen that bear there at the city would know this thing's made a huge impact, and it didn't take him very long to do it there. So man, I can't tell you much more than what Todd said about the boar, but I can tell you one thing is the boar's working, and you guys crawl in here because you won't be disappointed when you buy this lot here because, man, those pigs have been good, and like Todd said, that boar's worked pretty well every place that he's seen him injected into. So I like that. I like this offering quite a bit here, Todd.
Yeah, Lot 4 is the next boar there. That'd be only edition, and only edition, again, is a limited access work of art, and the mother of that one there would actually be the canal sow that sold for $21,000 there at Perfect Timing a few years back. The Macon Stork bought. We actually bought this pig as at Perfect Timing as a young one. Grew him up there, and he was utilized around some great breeders. Used him there in his first and what would be now known as his only season. He made a division champion lightweight there at San Antonio. There was, I don't know how many bears made the different premium sales there at the Texas Majors that come out of this guy. He sired the champion there at the Spring, Kansas City. He made the champion Duroc bear there at the Revival. He was the sire of the $40,000 pig that we sold, the one of one that we sold to Upper Hand, and then he was the sire of our champion, or our top selling boar rather, there at Belton this year that went to Canes. And he worked for a lot of different people. There was very few litters out of this boar. You can always talk about them dying early. This one died way too soon for what he was capable of doing. We do have a very limited amount. So what I will tell you is Lot A and B. Lot A is up to 6 straws, and then B is up to 6 straws. We will only offer this because there is only a total of 12 total straws. So, I mean, of 18 total straws. So, we will keep some for ourselves, but it's very limited. Man, I think this boar had tons and tons of value. Here's your chance to tap into him tonight.
Yeah, as Todd said there, if you don't know about Only Edition, there's a boar, and Todd just named off of what the boar had done, and man, did he rack off a bunch of winners and with limited use there because the boar was young whenever you guys started, and like Todd said, to have that many winners and that many guys that used him there. Limited semen there, and like Todd said, there's just 18 straws of him left out there. So here's your chance to get in, and your only chance to ever use this boar because they're going to utilize the rest of it. So this is the only chance to get in and tap into that source.
We'll move to Lot 5, and Lot 5 brings us to Old Fashioned, and again a boar that done a really good job there in his first pig crop. That's a boar bred by Brandon Yanis. This boar actually shares the same mother as Way Good. That would be the $47,000 pig that's a premium blend. You talk to Brandon, he'll tell you, I mean, that sow is absolutely phenomenal. Old Fashioned was sired by 305. This boar, man, I tell you what, the set of females that he has made and left, not only for us but for others, seems to be very remarkable just in terms of his skeletal build, the shape, and the toughness, I guess is what I would tell you that this boar has done. We're offering 2 up to 8 straws there of Old Fashioned. Old Fashioned himself, I'll add real quick, Willie, he put bears both in the sale there at Houston. He had 2 bears to make the sale at the Oklahoma Youth Expo this time.
Yeah, and you talk about the sow power there at Yanis's and what that guy's done in the Duroc breed, and like Todd said there, Brandon will brag on the sows as much as he will anything there. But not only the females that this guy can lay in because they're packed in his pedigree, but he's kind of a dual-purpose board too, Todd, with the bears there that he sired that he put in his sales. So another unique opportunity there with not much availability out there left.
Well, speaking of availability, we'll roll right into lot 6, and this was quite a highlight for us to discuss and to talk about here because the availability is basically slim to none, and this is on Statement Day, and I think if anybody that's ever been around the red hog industry knows the effect and the magnitude and the impact that Statement Day has put on the breed. And he continues to do today. And, so many times we get into these discussions about frozen semen and looking back, and, everybody's like, well, yeah, we've moved on from there. Well, I will tell you, I think this is one time that I would tell you that this boar is probably as relevant today as he was the day that he hit the green chips there in Louisville. And, you know what he's going to do in the breeding pens. We've all seen that. You've seen how his pigs have bred on, the sons, the daughters, what they've done in so many herds. If you look back, you'll find Statement Day back there laying in that Break the Bank that we just talked about, the record seller. So many of these pigs, if they're red, obviously nowadays you'll find Statement Day somewhere in their pedigree, it seems like. And there is 4 straws. And what I'm going to tell you is I'm not going to tell you that there's not another one that you'll find available somewhere. There is very, very few, but there is 4 straws that is made available to you tonight. And that could very well be 4 of the only straws that you'll ever find on this particular red boar. Again, not a lot needs to be said about Statement Day and what he's done other than the fact we talk about relevancy, Willie, that thing there is still relevant.
Yeah, there's no doubt, Todd, that boar's made his mark. When you go back and you just look at modern-day Durocs now, and that guy's in their pedigree somewhere or has made an impact on theirs. So, Todd said about all that needs to be said. If you got Duroc sows and you can't afford it, I'd say don't be dumb tonight because there's a chance that you're absolutely not going to get again. So if you can get him and get that up to 4 straws there. If you can get that, like Todd said, that's probably the last that's going to be available. So your last chance to really, Todd, you could probably make another one that brings a lot of dough here out of that boar.
We'll move now into lot number 7, and this is Sticks and Stones. Obviously, he's the boar there that stands at Crossroads. He was one of the para boars that caused just quite a stir there. This last at the end of the summer pig sale season, I guess you'd call that that Trey and the group there at F2 Genetics raised. Sticks and Stones, the $90,000 pig that Crossroads bought, sired by the TS2 and then out of a rock sow. We're going to offer 2 up to 8 straws there on Sticks and Stones there from Crossroads tonight.
Yeah, maybe one of the wildest looking red ones that's been out in a while, and man, what a stir at the last pig sale season there last year. And the guys that go on the board tours there that I get to talk to, and when they go by and see this thing, I mean, they say he's as wild a looking red one as there is in the business. So for them to offer up 2 to 8 straws on this guy is pretty phenomenal. There's a boar that again, kind of reminds me of that 312 look, Todd, and that guy, one that can stand the test of time for a long time.
Yeah, that's lot 7, Sticks and Stones. Lot 8 is Untamed, and I tell you what, we're probably as excited to talk about this particular red boar offering here tonight as maybe any on the page. And even with that said, we have to do it in a very sad and emotional state because this boar here at Top Cut, we obviously, Chad and them lost him there just recently. This boar here is sired by the Good Vibration, and then his mother would be a Waymaker sow. That's a gilt there that JP bought. I remember standing next to JP at the expo when he bought her. She'd won a class a couple years ago, and obviously she was my favorite Duroc gilt there that day. And man, I tell you what, it looks like she's going to have some power and punch. If you just study Untamed, or you had the opportunity to go by and see him, there in his lifetime. What an incredible specimen from a standpoint of his build. I guess for me, the best way to describe him, and I know, Willie, you was real close to this one and seen him grow up many times, but this thing had old school stoutness, and I don't know if there's a better way to basically describe him, but if you needed to add bone, if you needed extra feature, one that has just a remarkable body shape about him. I mean, the pig was phenomenal in terms of his build. But I think with all of that being said, just to describe the pig for me, is all of the stoutness. He was so clean and attractive about his rib. He's attractive about his look and presence. Man, it's a shame the Duroc breed lost one this early. You do have availability tonight. You can buy 2. You can get as many as 4 straws there on Untamed.
Yeah, I'm going to say Chad's probably not going to turn loose much of that. A big note on this, Good Vibrations, that was a boar that was purchased at the Kings there that we bought from Bedeker. So you get back into the Bedeker firm there with Good Vibrations. That Waymaker sow there, if you talk to Chad, he hasn't bred her to anything that she didn't work on. So that sow has done really well there. You know, when other Untamed come up and Chad got the picture of him there, man, that thing, he said, man, maybe the best red boar that's ever stood at Top Cut, and I didn't disagree with him. And the most unique thing that I can tell you about the boar is what Todd said. He's unique in the way that he was so stout and so bold caged and so creased up top. Normally when you get that kind of bone and that kind of shape and rib, they get a little ugly. That guy come out of the top of his blade like a cobra, no throat latch in that pig, and still come with a jailhouse jaw in him. I mean, this thing was incredible to look at. I'd say 2 up to 4 straws. I'd say there won't be much more of that available to the public.
Yeah, that takes us to Lot 9, and again, Lot 9 is very unique, giving you an opportunity to purchase work of art frozen, and you'll see him. You read his pedigree, that is creation unforgettable, and just think about what that boar himself has done and what he did for an impact on the breed, and he does so because of the strong heritage of sow family. I think that's behind this one. You've got so many of those Olsen sows packed in there. This is an absolute sow maker himself, and not only he sired that Hendrickson gilt there that was reserve granted Indy there a few years back. Think about what impact he has had. We talked about a boar a moment ago that was out of a daughter. We talk about so many boars that are out of work of art sows. The impact he's had on like the Juiceburn herd. I mean, you see what, he made Da Vinci and how those things have bred on, and you continuously see. This boar, I was talking with Travis, probably this boar's biggest fault is he come out the same time Statement Day did. Mm-hmm. And obviously Statement Day attracted all the attention, and rightfully so at the time. Yet with that being said, we continue to find work of art surface found in pedigrees. Here's an opportunity to go back and tap into that. Tonight you have a chance to buy 4 straws out of work of art.
Yeah, Todd, and I'll go even a little further on that. I think if you'll talk to Travis or Will, either one, when you get creation in there, that boar did such a phenomenal job. Not only did they sire bearers and boars there that could win and work art. 312 is a creation as well. So they laid that sow family in there, and the sows are timeless there. So work of art. I'd say there's probably not much of that left either, Todd.
No, so. Very, very limited inventory. We're selling of 2. You could take 4 of them tonight. Very big opportunity. Very, very proud of that set of Duroc offering all the way through. I mean, if you're in the red breed and you're wanting to make some progress, or maybe you just need to go back and build off of what you already have, I think you have a great opportunity there.
Yeah, Todd, I'd say that's probably the neatest offering of reds that we've had in the 9 years here at the Exchange. And I'm one of those guys that if you're not where you need to be and you're a little messed up, here's a chance to kind of set yourself back straight again and kind of get in the heart of stuff of what's working out there.
So we'll move right into to the next breed, and that'll be the Hampshire offering. And there's no better way to start than with Lot 10, and this is with HH 345. And obviously, I don't think there's been a more dominant sire with any breed than what this guy is. We could go on and talk about a list of things that he's done. Quite simply, he was the man of the year. If you will, is the tagline that he gets to carry right now from winning that this last year. What I can tell you is he makes bears, but he is a tremendous female maker. I mean, I can tell you so much of what he's done in our herd. I know what he's done there with Jesse. Don't offer this very much. It's not offered a lot and very often, but there is going to be 4 straws offered on this one tonight. Look on the catalog, because in the catalog, for whatever reason, there was a typo offering 2 up to 4, but that is going to be on straws. So that will be frozen semen on HH 345.
You know, we're out here in Todd's wheelhouse where we're getting those Hampshires and start talking. There's probably not much more I can tell you. But from a guy that gets to judge some of these things and stuff, when you see Double H 345 show up, it's kind of nighty-night. So there's not much to be said. Like Todd said, man of the year, there's not been one that's more dominant than 345 has been.
Lot 11 comes in, and this is Smoke Signal. This is a boar we have there at Savage. He's still actively going today, and man, we're breeding sows on it with him. He made our grand overall there at San Angelo, there in the Gilt Show overall breeds, and he's literally built a sow herd for us, if you will, in terms of the females that we've been able to put back into the herd. His mama is the strength of that, and as we get on through the catalog, we're going to reference her again, but I tell you what, here's your chance. We don't make him available on the public market all the time. We're going to sell 2 different lots. So lot A is 2 straws, and that's what we're selling there. And then lot B, for those of you that would like more, has the opportunity to buy 2 up to 10, and we will sell that one time. So the way that'll work, Willie, is A, obviously you're buying 2. B, we sell that. If the buyer elects 4, the sale's over. We don't go on up to 10. So that is a one-time offering there on Lot B.
Yeah, and like Todd said, I think the most important thing I can tell you is Todd and Diamond Donnie and the crew over there are pretty stingy with Smoke Signal. They're not going to let you just come in there and get that stuff every day. And like Todd said, man, the power in that guy and making females and what he can do. And they believe in him because they're actively using that boar heavy still on there because the sows that he lays in to the Savage is second to none. So unique opportunity to get Smoke Signal here. And guys, pay attention on that lot B. Just don't take think you can just take 2. You can take up to 10, and then that's all that'll be available because Tottenham's not going to offer anymore. So be sure there on that lot B. If you want 10 straws, let's shout out and get that done.
Lot 12 is the next one there, and that's Twisted Affair. And obviously, we just talked Smoke Signal, Twisted Affair. Their mothers are actually littermate sisters. He's sired by the family Affair boar. That was the boar that Heimer had a few years back now at Louisville. That was reserved that day. I do know, I remember Cussel Little and the 170,000 or whatever it was that he brought at his time, and I was always real fond of the reserve. That was the boar that I liked, and was fortunate enough that we was able to get semen and use him, and we made Twisted Affair. And I will just tell you that he at his time he was one of the more unique Hampshires that we had put together. Really liked this one. He sired our champion gilt there at San Antonio. There in the Hampshire show. He's made the champion there at Oklahoma Youth Expo. He made the one there in Arkansas. He made the grand there at Perry, Georgia that Willie judged there that day. I just tell you, I mean, this thing here is really unique. We used him a great deal. We now moved him. He actually lives up there on the hill there at Heimer's, and they're using him. I just did remember, I sold a gilt there just a month ago or so. The $15,000 gilt that we sold there at Goss's was a daughter of him. This boar is still his relevancy. We talk about relevancy. It happens time and time again. And you see this pig show up in the pedigree. If you're raising Hampshires and you don't have any twisted affair, I'd tell you better take a chance. Same type of offering. A, you get 2 straws. B, 2 up to 10. You have that option.
Man, to say what this boar's done and say what he hasn't done on there, well, he's done a lot, guys. Todd named those off and those gilts. I had the opportunity to judge that bear. I had no idea that Todd was actually there that day, and I had no idea that he had anything to do with him. And, right there before the grand drive, we was leaning on the fence, and everybody was calling the ball about who was going to win or whatever. And I said, guys, today there's one that's pretty special out there. And Todd kind of grinned, and he didn't know that I liked him that much, and I went off on the mic like a madman on that bear. I thought one of the more unique Hampshire bears I'd seen. But at the same time, what he's done on the female side, and Todd talks about those sows, the 19-litter sows there, what they've done there at Savage on there. This boar's impact there in terms of making those things good-looking and laying your sows in there and still being able to make elite show bears in the Hampshire side is something that's probably unmatched in this offering.
That'll move us to lot 13, and we get here, and we get a little. I guess I'm gonna get a little halfway emotional when I talk about this one, because this is probably the most special, unique animal that we've got there. We've been able to work with there at Savage, and he is sired by 345. You can see that there on there. Tonto is, and then his mother is Mindy, 255.4, and those that follow along with our program knows what we think of her. She is actually a litter mate to Smoke Signal. So the 2 boars that we just got done talking a great deal about, all wrapped up right here in this one. The cool part is, obviously, Mindy is out of Jackie 1912. So it's all relevancy in terms of what they are and the way that we put them together in terms of the genetic makeup. This boar here has been shut down to the public. We are offering some females you'll hear about here later that are mated in this one. This boar is a litter mate to J.D. Davis's gilt that won. She won the state fair. She won the Southwest Regional. She won Tulsa. She was in the top 5 at both of those. She was the reserve at our state fair. Mr. Glenn Martin judged there that day, and said that she stuck out like a store's thumb. And then at the same time, then she rounded out her career by winning Kansas City. This boar is unique, to say the least. I'm going to tell you that if you haven't seen him, we would encourage you to come look at him, just to pet on him, take a look. He offers everything that we've not been able to find in the Hampshire breed today. He's not for everyone. I always tell everybody that up front. If you're looking for one of those tall, long, extended, pretty, if you want your Hampshire gilts to look like Mark Hogue, this is not your guy. But if you want one that is stout, bold, robust, heavy boned, he can do it, and we think a great deal of him. He's shut down. He's only utilized today with Heimer, with High Point, and Went Livestock. We chose to offer semen here. We're going to offer 2 up to 6 fresh or frozen. We had calls about that. We will offer frozen. It'll be available to you the middle part of the summer. You'll be able to get it and have it in time to utilize. But I don't know what else to tell you. I'm real high on this one. I hope you are too. I hope if someone out there wants to utilize him, you can tap into him tonight. I will tell you, I'm not for selling any. Donnie's not really for selling any. Blake wanted us to put it in. We thought this would be a good attraction, so there he is.
Yeah, if you listen to Todd, I don't know that he's ever talked more passionately about one of those hamsters as he has Tonto there, and I think it's Savage is definitely the most elite one that they've ever made, and not just a hamster, just in terms of livestock here. That guy's phenomenal. Todd, key note here is Todd said if you haven't seen him, come by and look at him. You can pet on him. That doesn't mean you're going to leave with a white box with 2 doses. So, guys, they're not going to turn him loose. And if I know Donnie very well and he's watching there, he may be in tonight on there, so you might not turn none of it loose, Todd.
So that wraps up our hamster offering, and again, I'm going to tell you that I think it's really, really stellar for those of you that's in the hamster market game. That gives you an opportunity to hopefully reach out and do something a little different than maybe what you are today. So the next group of lots I think is pretty unique in terms of the spotted swine, and a lot of this comes from our buddy Jarrett Mays. Jarrett's been one. He actually stores a lot of semen there at Savage, and that's another thing we'll talk about as we wrap up here today. But you'll have that opportunity. I can explain to you more about the opportunity in that regard. But these next group, these are some of the older spotted boars that I know Mays and many of his compadres had a great deal of success with over the years, and is going to make available here for you tonight. For you to tap into. And the first one we'll talk is Lot 14. That's city limits. That boar would be an inner city, and then back out of a Hollywood Boulevard south. That particular boar there, he made the Grand Guilt there at the Southwest Type Conference. Most importantly, in the footnotes that Mays give me there on this one, is he was the sire of a reserve champion bear there at Houston there just a few years ago. But what I'll tell you here is study what these boars have to offer. Think about the sows, the pedigrees of what you're breeding to, but understand that we do have to make change periodically along the way, and I think there's a good diversity here that would allow a person to do that.
Yeah, and city limits was always pretty relevant in Todd and what he can do, and just talk about that boar. We talk about a boar that's got some age on him there, but still one that's real relevant in terms of body type. Hip and hind leg was incredible in that boar, and I think today is where we struggle maybe in all species, and particularly breeds of hogs, of getting them long enough hip, tail setting right on there, and that boar was one that did that on there. And with the Hollywood Boulevard mother, which we're actually going to offer Hollywood Boulevard here just a few lots later, I think that's very intriguing that Mays would offer that up.
Yeah, and in Lot 15, about a lot of that same thing can be said. This is the hide and watch boar. He was a who made who potty mouth, and man, I tell you what, if you remember, we talk about sows. If you remember that run for a year or two there at OIE and that spot show, everything was out of potty mouth. Right. And I mean, them things were stout, they were wide, bold and bulky, and you can see that in this boar. But, I talked to Jared about the boar himself, and, he sired the reserve champion spot there at Oklahoma Youth Expo. But probably his strongest suit is he's most notable being the sire of the mother of Not My Monkey. And, we see that in terms of relevancy today. But if you want a big, stout, burly one that's loose about his body and center, that's loose in his skeleton and still ties it all together, man, I think this hide and watch, he just one that you gravitate to that has look of relevancy here today.
Yeah, hide and watch, and go. It was like Todd said, the potty mouth, and man, hide and watch. If you'll go back and spotted pedigrees in there, he's in there a lot, and you get in there, and then Not My Monkey there has got him in there. So a boar that is still, like Todd said, very, very relevant out there. Another thing about hide and watch that a lot of people didn't know, and we'll talk a little bit about it here in Hollywood Boulevard next, is, man, his color was good, Todd, and ear set was so good in that boar that, man, he corrected a lot of things there that we might have had some problems with classifying maybe down south too. So unique opportunity there in hide and watch.
Well, and, Willie, I think you bring up a good point, because there's so many of these things that are made today with so many different ways. And, when we're making pigs, particularly here in the Southwest, and you need to come back, and color becomes a factor from a consistency standpoint, I think you really have to think about that. And either one of these 15 or 16 that we're fixing to talk about that needs to help you with color or add some color, I think you got a chance right there. The next one we'll move to here is lot 16, and this is Hollywood Boulevard. And again, I mean, I remember the first time that I ever seen this boar's photo, and I thought, man, that's a unique looking critter. And then yet at the same time, if you open the catalog and you look at the catalog today for the very first time, I think you have to look at it and you can say the exact same thing. Because, man, I tell you what, it doesn't matter what trend we're on. It doesn't matter what year it is or what the date is. When you have pigs that have openness, roundness of rib shape, we always want to hear everybody talk now about the short back and short bodied and proportionality. Man, this thing represents it all within the breed that he is. He was sired by Up and Smoke, and then his mother would have been a loudmouth. He was bred by the group there at M&N Show Pigs. He made the Houdini boar that was so relevant there, and done such a great job there at Top Cut. He made the 3rd overall spot gilt there that year at the Indiana State Fair. Following that up, numerous bearers, that made premium sales. I know this boar play was very, very relevant for Big Bob and his crew there when they were putting them together. He was one of the most utilized boars, but then still we talk about could go back. Man, this is one I think you could go back and tap into real good.
Yeah, there's no doubt, guys. If you'd never seen him before and he was a new boar that we put in, Todd, there's no doubt that he would still be relevant, because I can't emphasize how open that thing was. And just look at his picture for you Zoomers on there. There's a lot of them out there on there. You get right up on that forerib in that cage, and you talk about one that had forerib punch and a kegger body on there. That thing was phenomenal. You get back into Loudmouth there, and I don't know that there was a spotted boar that sired more winners than Loudmouth. And we just talked about Hide and Watch. He had a potty mouth mama, which was a loudmouth. So you kind of wrap up. Color again too here, guys. If you need help, that boar can help you there a lot too, and he's pretty versatile too. They made some other breeds out of that pig that was pretty good too, Todd. So
that'll spin us on around to lot 17, and we come to Sin City, and this boar here, he was a Bellagio, and then his mother was an urban legend. We're going to be offering 2 up to 4 straws on him, and again, this was the Triggs bred boar, and if you talk to Mays, he'll go real quick and telling you about the Barras and the gilts that this one is able to make. And in terms of just boldness, stoutness, squareness, everything that you see in this one's photo, man, he packed a lot of punch into him then. He'll certainly pack some punch into him today.
Yeah, it's kind of like Todd said on Tonto a while ago. If you like your pigs tall and skinny, this boar's not for you out there. On the bear side, and what he done there to give spotted hogs with that kind of back shape and rump was phenomenal, and what he did. And he's a boar, like Todd said, Sin City, they'll still do it today on there, making those things stout, making them bold with shape. And, I know if you talk to Jared on there, that's one thing that Sin City did consistently there, is put power in those spots and when they needed it at the time.
Well, the next one we move to would be lot 18, and this is an absolute legend. I don't know that if you say just within his breed, I would say within the industry, because I don't know if there was ever a single boar that showed up on more pedigrees during his tenure than this particular boar here did. And this morning at breakfast, I was talking there with Mark Hogue, and Mark had done a little bit of research on him, and he said, do you realize this boar was relevant 10 years ago? And I said, yes. And I said, do you also realize that this boar could be just as equally relevant today? The problem is there's not much semen. It's very, very limited, almost little to none. Blake had secured some early on. I think he had worked through that. I think there's just a few doses or a few straws left here, there, and yonder. But it's all about getting your hands on it, and you have an opportunity to do that tonight. You can buy 4 straws out of the loudmouth himself. Man, I don't know. I mean, I don't think Willie or I, either one, can add to what he can do to your herd. If you know anything about the livestock industry, if you know anything about breeding hogs, and certainly if you know anything about the spotted breed, I'd say loudmouth is as relevant as they can make.
Yeah, and I kind of talked about him earlier there and what he had done, and he's in the pedigree of a lot of the boards that we've talked about already, Todd. So, yeah, he's relevant and always has been in there. There's guys that went back and used him over and over and over again, and there wasn't a board that made him better than him. And still today, there's one I think can lay a set of females in for you and do the same thing that he did 10 years ago whenever we talked about it. So, like Todd said, there's not very much available on him. There's a chance again to tap into something that's proven that has stood the test of time.
That takes us on to lot 19, and lot 19. This is the Playboy boar that was raised by Mays and KP, and obviously I think those that know the program and what they've been able to do, and we talk about diversification of what all that a boar can do. I think this one can do it and do it at a high level. If you're in the Southwest and you're making barrows to play in that Poland game or that spot game, either one, you can do so and do it at a high level with this particular boar. A quick funny story. I said we would talk about some humor this morning, or when we started this. I was talking to Hogue, and Hogue was trying to find some details on him. And Willie, he said that in his search engine, he typed in Playboy and Spot. So it's going to be real interesting to find out what all he has in his analytics, what all shows up there in his feed for the rest of the day. But the boar himself, sired by Headstrong, out of an on-the-run sow, again raised by Mays and KP. I would tell you to reach out and talk to them guys today. There ain't nobody that understands and lives off that spot game any more than Jarrett Mays. I know he's very, very fond of this one. They are going to allow 4 of the straws, very limited amount to go out on this one. This one here looks like sows, boars, make females, whatever you need to do.
Yeah, and if you talk to Jared on this board, he's gonna get high on him real quick and tell you what the board can do. And I'll tell you one thing, guys. Maybe the thing about him, and Todd kind of touched on him, is you guys in the Southwest on color, and we've talked about that a little before on there, because he is a switch hitter in terms of spots and Polands, because he'll make them pretty dark there. So you like that switch hitter deal? So yeah, he's one there that can do both. So guys, look in, and again, if you have any questions, holler at those guys there at KP or there at Mazes.
It's still early in the day, Willie. Still early in the day. We wrap up that spot offering, and I guarantee, I think that brings some diversification and some differences. And those of you that are intrigued by that, I would encourage you to tap in there tonight. So again, we sell those at 6 o'clock there tonight. Real excited about going through the next segment, and that's going to bring us to the crossbred offering. And man, I tell you what, none better than to lead off here in lot 20. This is all access. This is the popular boar there at Genetic Edge, and you know, you read his pedigree, buckle up and backdrop. I mean, both of those boars. I mean, just think of their impact and what both of those have done to a breed. Think about all access. We're going to talk about him not only now, but we'll get to mention him even more yet during the catalog. He himself's already sired the $525,000 world record seller. That was that pig at Goss's that sold this last year, that now stands at Genetic Edge, called Choked Up. Willie, I think for me, you know, we talk about what all this boar's done, but we also have to think about why he's done that. And if we think back, his mother is a littermate to that real popular gilt Spears had there at OIE, rings 50,000 a couple of years ago. I thought that was one, for her time, I thought that was one of the more unique individuals that we had seen surface that looked like had breeding value. and you see that, and we talk about that. And those of you that follow along and follow trends, this thing here, yes, you can call and order semen today. You can get semen tomorrow. Tomorrow you can't get it today, but tomorrow you can get it at Genetic Edge fresh out of this boar. But it's not going to hurt to have you semen straws in the tank out of this one. We talk relevancy all the time. We talk impact. Genetics don't go away. The buckle ups of the world, his stoutness ain't never going to go away. The backdrops of the world, that female side ain't never going to go away. It don't hurt to have some all access sitting there in your hand and put it in your tank.
Yeah, and not much more to say about all access as we get there, and probably as widely used crossbred boar across the nation as we've seen in a little bit, because, man, that boar is one that he's just done it in there and stamped those things with look and bone, and that is a short back one that runs downhill backwards, and, man, those things are hard to do, and, man, he comes with a big hind leg, and, man, you go to these shows and you ask, if you ask about 5 pigs, 3 of them is going to be all accesses, and I guess the guy probably on the frozen side, like Todd said, you can call and get fresh, but what happens on Sunday on there, man? I'd like to have that stuff sitting there if I had one come in unexpectedly. The mother side of him, I can't say enough about the spear sow. Whenever we saw that one there, that was one I know we cringed around and tried to find enough dough to get that one gathered, because she would be as good today as she was then, because she was ahead of her time in terms of bone, feature, foot at the ground than what we had seen before. So, man, great sow family. Can't say enough about what the boar's done already.
Yeah, lot 21. That brings us to different league. Obviously, that is the black-headed boar that many of you are so relative to know today. That's done such a tremendous job there on the West Coast for not only the Alton Walter firm, but so many others. And this was the pig that was actually consigned through the exchange. We sold, I think that's the first boar we sold for Strieber there at one of the previous exchanges. And, again, that's a story in itself when we talk about Dakota and what all he's been able to put together, and then see the impact of a boar like Different League, his sons, the daughters, how they went on. And, so much of that can be contributed to the program where he comes from. And you see the pedigree here. Major League, we know the impact that the Brockman firm has had across the industry. This pig's mother would be a next intention. Obviously, another boar that we talk about impacts. It all put together. It all made sense. It made sense today when we sold him. It makes sense when we talk about his relevancy today. Not only what he has done, but what he's still capable and continuing to do through not only the male side, but as well through the female side of his genetic capabilities.
Yeah, you talk about Strebe and what those boars have done on there. This guy gave a shot of bone, first-generation bone. You didn't have to wait there to get that. And, there's guys that come by my house and ask me about Strieber. And they said, what's he run, 100 sows or something like that? I said, no, he's not that guy on there. I said, he's a guy that focuses and concentrates on quality, and he won't stand for anything less. And I think when he offered this boar up, he believed him. He worked out there. I think you'll go back in the Strieber program and look. That boar's still relevant there in his sow herd. So, man, there's one that still will give you bone. He'll give you everything you need there to offer up. So, man, he's a heavy hitter. I say there's not a lot of boars out there that are first impact generators of true bone, and Different League was one of those. So I like that offering real well right there, Todd.
For sure, and leads us to lot 22. And again, we talk about impacts and genetics. That's so too can be said with Glory Days. Glory Days, again, that's a boar. He's sired by, quite frankly, his mother is a kind of big deal. Probably better yet, or better known as AC around the country. This boar here, just robust, stout, square. He was so impactful. Not only you see him work in the Sloan herd, he's still yet today. You see him at the play such a big dominant role there at Hilty's. as well as our friends there at Rosebird. It goes on and on. You see an impact. This boar was as stout and wide and burly as any that is made for their time. I love talking about pedigrees. You love think about it. I would encourage you, if you don't know anything about it, go back and study this one. Quite frankly, kind of big deal. Very, very limited amount of semen, if any, that you'll find yet on this board today. We are offering 2 straws on him tonight. I'd say it's a good time to tap in.
Yeah, Glory Days, he was another one there that he was a generator of stoutness and bone whenever he started out. That kind of big deal stuff, it has been kind of big deal, Todd. You'll find him in there. We talk about AC, and we're going to talk about it a little more here just a little later on in the offering on another special lot in here that goes back to, you get into, quite frankly, and you tap into the heart of the Mark Gray herd or Mark and Steve's herd there. So, man, that pedigree reads awesome. That boar sired exactly like he looks on there. And like Todd said, there's just not much out there, guys, there. So 2 straws tonight, and they're on Glory Days.
Yeah, lot 23, a fun one to talk here, and that's the hero boar that, man, I tell you, you could talk about impact on one all day long there for the Hoff-Schulte crew, but so many more. I don't know have any idea how much semen they sold across the country, but I do know that he worked about everywhere that he was utilized, and his daughters have just been absolutely phenomenal. He won Barra shows, no doubt. Played there at the highest level there at OYE a time or two. But for me, the impact that this one brings along is strictly on the south side. I don't know how many females, direct daughters or out of daughters of Hero, that has walked through that OYE gilt sale over the years, but it has been a ton of them.
Yeah, Hero, for one, those guys at first seen, that was an absolute freak on a leash, and never dreamed that probably he'd have the impact on the south side like he did, because, man, he was such a unique-looking animal that all of us bear guys went so crazy on him and used him. But, man, the female side there is where he has done so good. And like Todd said there, man, his impact, if you go back and look, whether they're Hero daughters, granddaughters or great-granddaughters of that boar even down there, that boar is packed in tons of pedigrees that are very relevant today. And if you go back and look at the number of dollars generated at OIE through his daughters and granddaughters on there, I think it'd blow your mind. That boar has done a phenomenal job and is still really, really relevant today.
I think one thing that needs to be noted that brings to the attention is, again, study his pedigree. He is a nomad wedding night, and just put that one there in your storage, because we may come back and talk about that again here in a moment. But that'll move us on to lot 24. Lot 24 would be the high heat boar, and again, another one of the great legendary boars that stands there at Genetic Edge. He's sired by the Extreme boar out of a Saved by Grace sow. 2 up to 8 straws being offered tonight. I don't think we have to go into a whole lot of the details on this one. I would encourage you to go to the Genetic Edge website, look through the offering or look through all of the things and statements that this boar has done and what he's been able to provide for so many across the industry. Still stamps them. I mean, his look, design, the power. I mean, absolute power that this one has and that he generates is second to none.
Yeah, high heat, not much to say there. I will tap on this, and we tapped on, read that pedigree too, guys. To the Extreme there, a boar there again, Mark and Steve Gray boar, and then Saved by Grace. You get back in the Brockman stuff there that has been so popular. So there's nothing said. If you'll go to that catalog at Moyer's and look at those footnotes there, he's exactly right in how he talks about him there. Have that in your tank. That'd be a good deal.
Flop the page over here to lot 25 and 26, and we can talk these somewhat of a pair, if you will, but starting with 25, this would be Junior, and Junior is simply he is the clone of Wedding Night. So this is going to give you an opportunity to jump out there and use not only a boar that was a clone of his daddy that made such a huge impact that we'll talk in a moment, but this is also comes and shows what representation can be from technology in today's time about the cloning, and we talk about clones and what they've done. And I think, I would encourage you to talk to Russell and some of the Ottenwalder crew, and they'll tell you the impact that Junior made on their herd, to follow up from wedding night himself. So we have 2 straws. There ain't much on Junior. Wasn't a whole lot made. We do have 2 straws that we're going to offer on him tonight. That is in lot 25. So to speak, go on. Lot 26 would be the original. That is wedding night himself in the flesh as he would. Again, we talk about a boar that had so much impact during his day of making outstanding bears, champion bears at a high level, but his impact solely for me lands on the female side. I mean, his daughters lay in herds all across the country, yet here today. If you don't have him in your herd, here's your chance to introduce it. You could buy up to 8 of them tonight. We'll offer them 2 at a time. Not a lot wedding night. Certainly not very much Junior available left in the world. Lots 25 and 26.
Yeah, 25 and 26, very interesting, Todd. And when I look at those 2 lots, I mean, it just screams females there. And like Todd said before, we can talk a lot about like wedding night and stuff like we did Hero and stuff. As you go back and look at that boar's impact on the female side, man, he's just in a lot of pedigrees across the country. Your opportunity to tap in again, and like they said, there's just not much of that left out there, especially juniors. So your opportunity to tap in on something that's proven that won't take you very long to recoup your dough here.
Well, we'll move on here to lot 27, and those of you that follow along in the catalog, we get to talk about mainline, and I don't really know if we have to really even say too much other than the fact of thanking Halfin for allowing us to have this lot in the exchange, because we all understand the difficulty of being able to even have the opportunity to utilize this boar. He's a wild ride, glory days. Wow, look at there, it popped up there again. So we talk about impacts and why, and there's a reason we say what we say when we get behind these microphones. And it's amazing that the mainstay of good boars always seem to go back to good boars that have good females. And, we could say and talk a whole lot about mainline. He just come off of a tremendous run there in his first season, siring the Grand Bear there at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. He made the reserve gilt overall there at the Expo as well. Hard to get, tremendous boar. We all see and know that. We're going to offer 4 separate lots on him tonight. We're going to offer 4 straws, 4 straws, 4 straws, and then the last opportunity will be for those of you to get 2. There is a little caveat to this particular lot that I want to make sure that everybody can understand. If the buyer of lot A or B, if you buy either of those lots, you will actually be giving, I would tell you this is giving, the opportunity to get 2 fresh doses to come along with those lots. And that is a big statement in itself, since so many people can't even get on the list to get semen out of this boar. So again, if you buy lot A or B, that also comes with 2 doses each of fresh semen. So that allows you to get into the line. The other thing that, the other caveat, and this is very, very special on this particular boar, because if you're the high bidder and you choose to take A, B, C, and D and take all 4 of those, not only do you get the extra doses of fresh, that would allow you to have 4 fresh doses. The Halfin crew is going to add 4 additional frozen straws. So it would be a total of all of that semen together. So what that does, you will pay 14 times the money is what the dollar figure will be if you choose to do that. But with paying 14 times, you will actually receive 22 different opportunities to utilize Mainline. So for those of you that can't get on the list, for those of you that want on the list, and those of you that are just scratching your head wondering how you can get on the list, that'll take place tonight at 6 p.m.
2 words, Todd. Booked out. There's none of it, guys. You can't get on the list. You're not going to get it. It's cool. He's booked out. You talk to Halford on there. That thing is as popular as anything going out there. I read that, and I didn't even read the side notes over here when I thought, man, whoever gets that bid tonight, they're going to take all of those if it's available, A, B, C, and D. That's how popular he is. That's what he's doing out there in the impact. I don't care if you're showing bears, gilts, selling baby pigs, whatever you want to do. That is money in the bank when you use Mainline. I've had a chance to see a bunch of them out there. I think if you go by Halpin's place, there's a lot of new stuff going up around there too because of that boar. Man, that's an awesome opportunity for him to offer that, because I'm telling you, again, he's booked out.
For those of you, probably be a good time to give a plug for those of you that are making your way or you plan to join us tomorrow night there at the Exchange. I know at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Halfin will actually be showing his boars. So those of you that want to go by there on their way here, we would highly encourage you. You can see it, but it'd be a little too late to look at him and then decide to buy. You got to buy him tonight. He'll be one of the main highlights. I'm sure we'll spend a lot of time discussing and talking a lot more about him. I'd say get you a game plan ready. Be ready, lot 27.
Todd, a lot of them sons there too at Halfin's they'll get to see tomorrow as well.
Yep. So that takes us to lot 28, and as much as we just talked about that one, we talk about another one that's been so impactful into the industry and still has an impact. I mean, I don't think those that are built like this, that look like this, and then even more importantly, that sire like that this guy did, his relevancy is here to stay. This is one of the more unique Brockman bred boars, I think, of all time. And my intention, he is sired by Next Intention, and then his mother would have been a Dirty Secret sow. Very, very limited amount of semen there on this one. I even talked to the guys there at PBG. I know that there may be some. They don't have a lot. You have an opportunity here to add 2 to your tank tonight in lot 28, my intention.
Yeah, Mike's he done a very, very good job there. And, it's funny, I was talking to Fontenot on the phone this morning before I got here, and we were talking about a boar that had a My Intentions mother there, and he said, I'm sitting here looking at her, and he said she's still one of my most impressive sows at 5 years old, and it's still very relevant here. And I think that when you talk about mine, what he's done, man, that south side, he's just timeless in what he does in terms of cage, bone, stoutness, and still, man, awesome looking, those things. A boar that was ahead of his time, and those people that's got those sows laid back in there, you won't see many of those guys turning those loose. So, man, the south side of My Intentions, this is where I get so crazy, and one that I think is still, again, very, very relevant today.
You turn the page with us here, or if you're following along there in the catalog, for those that you hear on site, it goes to lot 29. And this would be Next Intention. Next Intention is sired by Cruel Intention out of a house money. I don't have to tell you anything about the impact that this boar has been on thousands of herds across the country. What he has done for so many customers of Premium Blend. This boar here, I've put in my footnotes, no words. If you want to know, look up the past years and what he's done there at Premium Blend. They still have a page for him, and I'd say that there'll be a page for him for quite some time. Offering 2 straws it's less than very limited, I would tell you, available. If you want to make an impact on your herd, you better tap in tonight, lot 29.
Yeah, I'm good with that, Todd.
Lot 30, we'll move to him, and I scratched my head because I don't know why that I didn't catch it. Blake didn't catch it, neither one, when we laid this catalog out. We could have put him right next to Hero because Nomad would be the sire of Hero, and we talked about his impact. Cool part to me is we go back and talk about old school structural build and making females. This guy did it at the highest level. There's a couple of reasons that he did, and he still has it, and he can still contribute in a herd today. It's because he's sired by Lock It Up, and then he has a Dirty Secret mother. And those two boars right there, for what each of those boars did in their time frame and what that they're able to do and the impact that they've had on the breed, is what made Nomad what he is. We talked about Hero and how he stapled what he did to the breed. It's because of Nomad. It goes back. It's generation after generation. It's what makes impacts. Lot 30, that's an impactful opportunity right here tonight. There's only 2 straws, okay? We don't have any more than that. I don't know that you can get any more than that. It'll be fun to see who the real hog breeder is right here.
Yeah, and you talk about that, and that pedigree is so interesting. Lock It Up was knocking it out of the park there for a while, and then Dirty Secret come along, and the only thing that could beat the Lock It Ups were the Dirties, and the only thing that could beat the Dirties were the Lock It Ups, and Kurt was the one that was the mastermind behind putting those 2 boards together, maybe before anybody else did, and man, that sow line, like he said, man, you want rib, hard back shape, and then functional at the ground, and that's what made him so good. And we talk about Hero back in there and that sow power that he's got, and he's sired by Nomad there. Like Todd said, the real breeders will get in here because that boar is timeless in terms of sow and what they do in terms of generate.
That'll move us to lot 31, and this is another one, a really unique critter, the one-way boar there that stands at a genetic edge, and he's sired by Lead the Way. Again, you're going to see that backdrop show up again in a pedigree we talked about time and time again. And if for those of you that want to know what structural build, skeletal build, stoutness, skull shape, bone feature, density, hair, all the good high utilized terms in today's time looks like, you can put it together in this particular package. And I guess for me, what I look at is what he's been able to do. I walked into a barn there in about the middle part of October last year, Willie, and up here to our buddies at Can Trails. I was headed up north. I was out on my tour looking at perfect timing pigs, and I come across one, and I told people that there was a pig that hit me probably as hard as a little pig at a house, at one of the house visits that I'd ever had seen, and it was that particular pig right there that Cantrell had. He was sired by One Way, and that pig come on, made his way to perfect timing, brings 110,000. They call him Perfect Storm now. He stands at Halfins. This boar right here, he is impactful today. You can buy semen out of him. Most importantly, it ain't going to hurt to have some out of this one in the tank. This kind don't go out of style. Lot 31, One Way.
Another one of those boars we'll talk about, that first generation impact there whenever you use One Way. And like Todd said, I mean, he's just a phenomenal creature, and all the things that we talk about, and then even the young kids can trip off on this one and get crazy with all the new terms they've got for those pigs out there. But man, this one, and that was his first crop, wasn't he, Todd, at PT? So man, this thing's just getting started, and so a unique opportunity to have that sitting in your tank, and I think a boar that'll be relevant for quite a while.
I'm excited to talk about the next one here, lot 32. This brings us to Optic. Optic is the blue boar there at Hoff Schulte's, and if you've not had a chance to see this one, I would highly encourage you to make a visit to see this guy. I know Willie's sitting over there right now thinking about all the things he's going to say about this one's littermate brother, and whatnot. He's sired by seeing things, and in his mother as a cotton appin', and that pedigree there alone gives great confidence in terms of what this thing's going to do as a generator, I think, and we will talk about both of those boars in their entirety here a little later as well. But I think it also, you have to look at it, gives a little fresh blood to so many people, and gives a new opportunity to do something. But then, outside of the genetics standpoint, we look at the phenotype of this boar in terms of structural build, his bone, his mass, his density, the way he's put together is just absolutely unique. I'm not even going to talk about his brother. You can do that, Willie.
Well, Todd, I don't know. I know probably in our part of the world that was litter of the year, I would say there. But man, not only is there him, but those litter mates are so special. I remember the first time I saw his brother, I was at the Slick Jervis Memorial show there, and saw this young lady driving this Hampshire bear, and my exact words were, "What the hell is that?" And I was standing beside Gavin Stryker. And we both seen him sell at the get-together there, and man, we both tapped each other and said, "Hey, we are dumb for not buying that one," because man, he was something special. That bear went on to win the Texas Nationals as well. He was a champion hamp bear there at OIE. There was a couple of those gilts there that made mad runs. There for Brady and those guys. I mean, I can't say enough for what this boar does, and that litter, guys, was so special. That that seeing things on that cotton appin sow stamped them so heavy bone. I mean, hind leg bigger than front leg. The front leg was big. That's a rarity in livestock when you see it. And then to put that together with look and phenomenal back shape and hip width was incredible on there. Can't say enough about that boar, that litter, and what they done. That's an exciting lot here that sells in the exchange.
We move on here to lot 33, and again, another boar that had a great impact during his tenure is Rusty Cage. Rusty Cage would be sired by the great King of the Hill boar there that worked at SGI and worked in so many herds. Again, the mother of this one would be a visionary. Rusty made his way to Top Cut there from the Lackey herd, and again, not enough needs to be said. Making champion barrows, making tremendous females. Look at this thing. Look at what he looks like. He's sired just like that. If you want to know what a real clean rib, big bold rib supposed to look like in one, not only did this one have it, he generated it.
Yeah, Todd, and with the King of the Hill visionary stuff in there, you see that a lot in those sow herd. And I think now through Lackeys and some of those guys out there, it's starting to pop up those Rusty Cage daughters and granddaughters that are in there that are making winners out there. So these here, the Rusty Cage offering, and I doubt there's much of that out there. There may be more than I think, but probably not a lot out there to mate females. And like Todd said, maybe one of the first that come around there that had just true bigness of cage and stamped them with bone on there. Rusty Cage did that, and I think the sow power that boar has left a legacy on is really, really good. Rusty Cage there again.
Cool opportunity right here, lot 34 we moved to, and this is the Say It clone. Those of you that remember, we actually had Say It here. This was the Hofschulte boar that sold in the exchange there a few years ago that was purchased by Rory Delm and the Kane firm there in Iowa. They actually cloned that boar. We got these clones here. This is him. That would have been a say-win end game. I know talking with Dylan and the crew there, they're extremely pumped and high on the opportunity and what this boar is going to be able to do. I know the interest level has been extremely high on on people wanting and getting to use this boar. And we talk about Say It himself. I remember that was one of the most remarkable looking, distinctive individuals that you'd ever see as a mature boar. And man, it was sad that they lost him within an industry as quick as so. But with that said, we have an opportunity here and being able to utilize the clone, and thankful to the Cane crew for allowing us to have a couple of lots. I'll explain to you here on these. Lot A, we're going to offer 2 up to 10 straws. Okay, so on the frozen side, you can get straws. You can utilize them as you needed, have in your tank, and you have at home. Listen closely on B. We're going to offer 2 up to only 6, not 10. There will only be 6 fresh doses, just due to availability and the amount of semen that is not only going to be utilized in the Cane firm and with Rory Down, but as well as all of the people that's on the books. The only way that you're going to be able to get that probably is through an event such as this, in terms of getting your fresh doses. But we will offer 2 and as many as 6 of them on the particular clone here tonight in lot 34.
Todd, how many times have you seen a pedigree come through that either on a bear or a gilt that was something, Say It hero. Something Say It hero on there. So I know that boar made a huge impact. He is very relevant, particularly I know he is here in our part of the world. That man, that is just that Say It had done so much there, and that pedigree is so good. I just got to thinking there, Todd, if you went back and you actually bought lot 23 and lot 34, you can slide ahead of the game real fast on there. That's just my little simple brain thinking there, that you can get right in the top league of stuff what people's already doing now. Say It Again is one that they cloned him for a reason, because he worked and out there. So that boar, that's a unique deal that they've offered up there for you to get some of that Say It. And like they said, we're not going to offer 10, just up to 6, because I'm sure that boar is going to get utilized heavily there.
Yeah, and if you haven't had a chance, I would encourage you to go by the Canes and see this boar. Be worth your visit and worth your time. I know that they've got big plans. I know this is a future of what they're going to do and what that they want to do there within their crossbred program. You got a great opportunity here tonight in lot 34. Moving right along, lot 35 brings us to Stinger, and again, that's another one of the boars that was so impactful there at Crossroads. He's a slow hand next to never, offering 2, as many as 4 straws.
Yeah, Stinger made his impact. There's a lot of those things out there in terms of the bears and gilt side that won quite a bit. To read the pedigree and say you get a little bit of fresh blood there. There's a lot of relevant there, but you kind of step out just a little bit, Todd, there in that pedigree with slow hand and next to never on there. You get the good stuff that we've talked about before. Then you go back and tap into those guys as heard that raised those 2 boars, and it gives you just a different look on Stinger. Stinger had an impact, I know, on the boar side and the bear side, where they've done so good. I think you're just starting to see probably his daughters fixing to start rolling around and making an impact. Good offering there.
Yeah, lot 36 is next, and another fun one to really talk about, and that's Tarzan. This here is the boar that stands there at Winter Livestock, and man, I tell you what, if you haven't been by Tanner and Sam's place and checked this thing out and that entire offering of boars, you certainly need to. This is one I know they've got a great deal of confidence in, and is going to play a big impact, not only for them but for so many others. And we're going to talk about a direct son of his that's going to sell here later in the Brock Heron lot. And man, I tell you what, that's a remarkable animal in himself. But this boar here is started by the Nature Boy. He's out of an Uncle Bob sow. We're going to have 2 lots tonight, an A and a B. it's going to allow you 4 straws within each lot. So we'll sell them. I'll sell them by the money times 4 and do that 2 times. Put Tarzan in your tank. You don't know when you're ever going to need it. I'd sure want to have some, though, if I needed it.
Yeah, if you call Tanner and the crew there and talked about it, he'd be quick to jump and talk about Tarzan. And, you know, guys ask me across the country, what have you seen in white boars? And I said, guys, you better go by there and look at that one because, man, I don't think that crew's made one that they're more proud of than Tarzan and what that boar has done, will continue to do on the white side and the blue side, and one that just stamps them pretty much. There's not needing to be said about him. You look at his picture, and that's him. There's no fluff, no Photoshop there on this deal, because if you go by and see him in person, and I never have, guys, I just got to see him on video. I thought that picture was phenomenal. I guess we were probably at there at Cobra whenever Tanner had his deal set up, and I just happened to walk by and Tarzan was parading there, and it just I was busy that day, and I just stopped dead in my tracks and watched the video and watched him talk about him there. So yeah, definitely one that is going to be around for a while, and something that I don't care what color your sow is, that one's not bad to have in the tank.
The next one here is lot 37, and we move over here to the naughty list boar, and the next couple of lots here comes to us from 333, and there Isaac is put together, and obviously naughty list took the industry by storm here this last year, and did so in a high fashion, and you know, when you build them like that and make them look like that, obviously you find a reason and why of everybody gravitating to them, and the reason they did is just because of that. And naughty list sired by Nightcap, they're the boar there at Lackey's. Then he's out of a toe-to-toe sow, offering 4. You can take as many as 10 straws, particular on naughty list. I don't think that we can even talk about this boar's value or what it's going to be. I would just say here's your chance to get ahead of the game, put him in your tank, and be dang sure happy that you did.
Yeah, I guess that open house is probably whenever they turned him loose and previewed him there, man, my phone rang and said there's an incredible one there at 333, and man, I was quick to pull him up and look. Nightcap and what his brother's done there have been nothing short of phenomenal. That toe-to-toe was popular there, and then just comes right back and hits you right in the teeth with a sow out of that boar. And to combine that Nightcap toe-to-toe, that kind of stoutness, and put that look in there. And like I say, I'm going to say that boar's pretty sold out, Todd. So if you want to get some there, I'd say this is your chance, because there's not going to be a lot available on him.
We're going to move in here to lot 38, and this is, again, this is from 333s, and I'm going to have Blake join us here on stage and talk to you a little bit about these. But before doing so, I would just tell you to go out and check out Absurd, Sweat Equity, and Further. I know Isaac just posted those boars, and man, I'll tell you what, quick attention getters. Obviously, the Absurd boars sired by Culture Shock, Glory Days again. Sweat Equity would be a Stud Monkey Claws, and then Further is a far and wide heavy hitter. And I just know by interest alone, by picture alone, by look alone, those boars are going to be very, very hard to get. And until I do think that we have a little bit of an update here to our catalog. Blake, do you want to explain that?
Yeah, yesterday Isaac reached out and wanted to say that he's actually had a ton of interest on these boars since putting the photos out. The boars are actually completely booked solid from now until this next breeding season. What we've decided to do to talk through this lot is now turning into offering 4 up to 10 fresh or frozen doses. If the buyer of this lot would like it to be fresh, you get fresh semen along with a fast pass to get locked in right there and be guaranteed your semen. So a very good opportunity. I know that there's been several people that he put a video out on Facebook and said that, hey, that this is what's happening. We did not upload or re-upload the catalog. It says this. It does. Everything online tonight will be right. Just kind of want you to know you can still take frozen. We didn't pull that offering off just because we know some guys that maybe want to just go ahead and lock into the frozen straws. But 4 up to 10 frozen or fresh, and the fresh comes with the fast pass. Do want to know, there is one thing that I had a call this morning to clarify. I know it says 4 up to 10, but I will check back, and we will have word tonight if you can do 2 on each bore rather than doing up to the 4, because I know that that's been a question that I've been asked. So I will clarify that, and I will have that information before Lot 38 sells tonight.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thanks, Isaac. Again, what I will tell you, I would highly encourage you, if you've not seen those boars, make it a point to get on social media and check those out. Observe, that's a great name for the culture shock boar there from Hilty. Sweat Equity, I know that is one of the boars that sold there at Kingpins this last year there, and that's a stud mucky claws from Lance Ryan. And then the further boar started by Far and Wide, heavy hitter, and comes from True. And I think 3 really, really good, outstanding boars. Talking with Isaac, I know he's extremely high on those. Proud to get those introduced. We're proud of Lot 38 that'll sell here tonight. I didn't put anything in my footnotes here on Lot 39 when we turned over to that page, and it just says the words "never before." There's a picture, Dirty Secret, and Red 7. And all I'm going to tell you there is there's 2 straws. There's 2 straws out of him. I don't, if you like it, you want it, you're a hog breeder, you want to make some females to lay back into your herd, I'd be clued in. I'd tell you right now, you'd be clued in real early in the night there tonight when we sell crossbred semen. I know the guy real well that made that sale order up. You ain't got to wait very long to buy Lot 39.
Yeah, not much to say about Lot 39 and Never Before, is that he almost shows up in about every pedigree on the crossbred side now. One again there that stood the test of time in terms of what he's done. I'm going to say, like Todd said, not much available there. I would say left out there in the country now because that boar has continued to get used through frozen. Never Before again, Lot 39.
Lot 40 is another really unique one, and that's with Breaking Rules. Breaking Rules was sired by the great Rule 21 boar there at Canals, and then his mother would have been a distinct sow that was very, very impactful there for Kyle. That was a pig that a boar there that originated there from the Heimer herd. This boar right here, I still think has tremendous value, sow making opportunities right here. There is, to my knowledge, none of this left anywhere around the country. We do have 2. You can buy that in Lot 40.
Yeah, we talk about Breaking Rules and the impact that he had there for Kyle and crew. And we go back and we talked about Nomad, Hero a while ago, and some of those boars. Rule 21, if I'm not mistaken, Todd, was to lock it up. So, you get back and tap into some of that stuff that was so good again there in that pedigree on there. Again, one that still can make sows. I like that offering.
Well, here it moves us to Lot 41, and I know that this will be one. It'll be obviously fun for Willie to talk about, and it's exciting. I think real exciting for those that have been around that had the opportunity to see the boar, Big Star. This is the boar, the young pig that's there at Hofschulte Genetics, and I know that talking with Chris and the crew there, I mean, I don't know that they've been as excited about a young one, thinking that the next superstar is coming along with Big Star. But man, I tell you what, I've had multiple people tell me about this one along the way, and what he's done and what he's continued to do and what he looks like. But it all makes sense. It makes sense because of his pedigree. Sired by Stranglehold, the popular boar there at Top Cut that come from Lackey. He's out of a Wide Awake sow. I'll explain the offering real quick because I got a feeling when I get done talking, Willie's going to talk. He's probably not going to shut up. But Lot A is an offering of 2 fresh doses. And you'll have the opportunity to buy that one and get 2. Lot B and C is the exact same offering. We're going to offer 2 up to 8 fresh doses on the boar, and that will be sold one time. So if you choose to take 2, that's offering's over. If you want to take all 8, then we'll move on to the next. But those B and C just sells one time, so therefore that tells you that it's going to be very, very limited when it's all said and done. And then Lot D gives you a real unique opportunity because you can buy 2, or you can take 2 fresh or 2 frozen of your choice. But, we went through this catalog a lot. We've talked about hog Schultes. We've talked about the boars that they produce, the impact that they've had for so many people. And again, I'm going to tell you, I don't know that they've been as high as on one as what this one here is. I lead you up to all that to tell you, Willie's the one that bred and put this one together. This is Big Star. I'll let him tell you all about him. If you haven't seen the video, make damn sure you see it before tonight at 6 o'clock because this is one unique individual.
Yeah, Todd, crazy. I don't know that me and Austin's ever put one together that looked like this one at K&M. And I'll start on the south side of this thing. He's out of the Chubbs sow that's known there as Chubbs at our house. That would have been the sow that we had bought from Randy Thompson, our good buddy there at home. Actually, Allie showed that gilt. She was reserved a dark there at our district, and every guy that judged her, and Chris actually judged her there, and Kiplinger judged her, and they all said the same thing about the sow is, man, that's a boar maker. She's going to make something big one of these days. And that sow is actually, she's actually a wild side on Tricked Out's full sisters. So Chubbs is a litter mate to the blue gilt that won Coba in 2024. There's a lot of sow power there. There was no doubt whenever I saw Stranglehold and as a baby pig, and that sow was a holdover after that, there was no doubt that I was going to breed Chubbs the Stranglehold because I thought her combination of stoutness and his look and power was one that would hit. And man, this thing is off the chart in terms of what he looked like. I can tell you this, guys, he looked exactly like that the day he was dried off. And I know my good friend, they'll tell you there, hey, Willie, don't hold up baby pigs on there. That's crazy on there. This is one I held up in the crate because I could not believe that pig had legs that big, and he was an absolute hairy as all get out. I've never seen one that hairy as a baby or through his growing stage. And guys, that's real right there. And I can tell you, Chris and them clipped him just a little bit there on his sides because that thing had so much wool on him. But one great sow family there out of a boar that's hit a big a lick as any there last spring. And Stranglehold, that thing is truly unique in his build, his head carriage and set, the way he comes out the top of his blade, a phenomenal forearm. His forward punch and cage is second to none. And you talk about one from his pole to his tails, and we talk about lines and things that are right. Look at that guy because he runs uphill. Everything's level. That's a big hip with an enormous hind leg and one that can flat out motor on there. Man, that's one that I'm proud of, and we're proud of there at the house, and proud for Hog Schultes to have him. There's one I'd say, guys, that there's not going to be a lot of semen available after this. He's going to get used hard there, and I'd say that he's getting pretty booked now, Todd. So another one that I like that name too, Big Star. Don't make it a long, hard ride. Get in tonight, baby.
Lot 41, Big Star. Tonight's offering rounds up here on the preview side with our friends there at Cryosires and I'm sorry, we do have another one. Cryosires is in the catalog here, and this is an offering from Dustin Bauer. Dustin has been a huge supporter of our sales and events from the very beginning, and proud to have it again. What we'll be auctioning off tonight will be a 20-liter tank that allows you to buy a full tank, a thaw bath, and then you get to go into the cryosires.com inventory and select 10 straws of any of the bores that he has from the multiple bore studs from around the country. He will supply you with all the needed thaw extender sets for each of those straws. And then what we do is we sell that as one money. You'll be buying that, and then you will be set up and ready in the frozen semen business. So those of you that don't perhaps have all of the tools and the trades that you need to do that right now, here's your opportunity to do it. Plus, that you can be very impactful of securing some of those straws that the Cryosires has to go right along with it. So, outstanding opportunity here in Lot 42. There is a one addition here that's not into the catalog right now, but it'll be Lot 43. This one here, I'll have to read this one off to you. This comes to us from our buddy Gary Todd. He's offering 2 straws on 2 up to 4. I'm sorry, on his Poland bore altogether. And again, you'll find we will talk about that bore here again a little later when we get into the Poland section. But man, that bore has been quite a heater himself. That bore is just tremendous for what he's done for not only the breed, but for Gary and so many that utilized him. Blake, you have some footnotes that you want to add.
Yeah, he's a Johnny Cash, no clue. I know that a bore there that we apologize on missing in the catalog. Actually, I think that it just got wrote at the top of the page on my notes as all together, and I don't know. I guess I just didn't even realize that it was an actual bore to get put in. But one that I know that we got out there on Facebook and have had a couple people text and asked. It is not fresh semen. It is frozen, 2 up to 4 with an opportunity there. It'll be an A and a B, just like all the other semen. One thing that I want to note, it happens every year. Everything that we sell in this catalog in terms of semen, embryos, it's all times the money. So it's your bid times whatever we're selling it by. If you're unsure of what that math equals up, get you a calculator at Walgreens and have it handy tonight, because it seems like every year we've had some mix-ups when it comes down to it. Just want to make sure everybody understands, because I've had 2 texts since we've started the preview. It is all times the money on the semen tonight.
One thing that I would like to add, too, for those of you that are interested in purchasing the semen, one of the things, particularly those of you that are locally, that we can do, we offer an opportunity there at Savage. We will actually store semen for you. We actually have a semen storage room, multiple tanks. We will you buy semen for any of the semen that is sold here tonight, and if you want to transfer it, if it's currently at Top Cut or if it's currently at Cryosires, either one of those locations, we transfer semen back and forth. We will bring that in. We'll store that for you there in Newcastle. The other thing that we're going to do is offer to you is there is a monthly storage fee and a $1 a month straw fee. And we're going to waive that for the first 60 days if you buy anything that sells there tonight. So just want to let everybody know and be aware of that, and that be an opportunity. So that tells you about the frozen semen opportunity. Now we're going to move in quickly here and go right through our lots here. We're going to go through, I think, just a tremendous set of breed hogs. We go to lot 101. This particular portion of the offering will all be on Tuesday night. We will, when we have the sale, lot 101 will be a feature there, obviously in the Berkshire division. This is Hitchita. This is the Berkshire boar from our great friends at MC Ward Show Pigs. And Willie, we're selling this boar, it says here, in the possession and ownership. I went, had the opportunity to go down and spend the day there with the girls and go through the herd and look and come across this one. And I don't know. I'm just going to tell you that this is a unique creature. I hope you've seen the video. I hope you've seen the snaps that they've put out. But this one takes stoutness and boldness and squareness to a whole new level. And that's one side of my mouth talking. The other side of my mouth is going to tell you that his presence alone is something that is just absolutely remarkable. They weren't the easiest. I love working with them girls and that family, but they were not the easiest to get along with on committing to get this boar out of there. This boar, he didn't get utilized there at the farm much, if any. He got collected right there a couple of times, right there at the tail end of the breeding season. But by default, he didn't get used. He's young. He come across just in a younger group. But he's one that I know that they kind of had intention to turn loose and utilize and breed the farm to. So therefore, that's why it was like pulling teeth to get him. But he shares the same mother as Moonwalk. You can read all the captions you want to. I guess, Willie, for me, I think remarkable animal and comes from a herd that second to none.
Yeah, Todd, I don't know that we've seen one of that color that's that wild in terms of his look. And, man, I encourage you to go back and look at the video or some of the snaps that they put out there. I mean, Todd, you've seen him. That one looks like the real deal to me. And I don't know that there's been a brochure put together that's that stout and still good looking and just that kind of build, man, with a hind leg and a hip and a big tail that's right in the center of his back that can move. There's not a firm that's any hotter in the Berkshire world than these guys are, the girls are out there. And trust me, if you look at them, they think this is the best one that they've ever put together, and that's a big statement coming from that firm.
Yeah, if you've never been to Hitchita, Oklahoma in itself, I think that's really worth the trip. But I would certainly tell you, if you've got any time here in the next 24 hours to get in a vehicle and go search one down, this is one to certainly go look at. So, good pig. Excited to have him in the exchange. Lot 102. This here probably is one of the really exciting lots of the entire catalog, and comes to us from Wellman Livestock. And I tell you what, if anybody hasn't followed along with Tyler and what he's been doing throughout the industry, you're living under a rock, because it's a young man that I think is just doing a tremendous job putting things together. This last year, you can see here, he raised the champion Berkshire gilt there at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. That gilt was sired by the great Outlaw boar there at Premium Blend that was bred by our friends there at Winter Livestock. And yet that female, I don't know what the epitome of a female is supposed to look like of any kind and color, but I think that one is a great representation of what it is. We are selling her tomorrow night, excuse me, in her entirety. You are buying her bred to Outlaw, carrying a litter that is a full mate to that champion gilt at the Oklahoma Youth Expo, Lot 102.
Yeah, I don't know how Todd pulled this one off, actually, to get Tyler and crew to turn her loose on there. I'd say that'd be pretty hard for me to do by looking at that Berkshire female. If you were at OYE and you were ringside and seen that champion, you know just how special this lot is, because that gilt was very, very, very special in that drive out there, and it was a tough drive, and she won and did so in a pretty easy fashion, I thought, in this guy's opinion there. For him to turn that sow loose, bred back the same way, I don't know that it gets any better than that, Todd, in terms of something that's proven. It worked. It's going to work again. Love that sow. Love this lot.
Next one here will be lot 103, and gets us into the Chester division, and I'm going to be the first to say it here on the front side of this discussion, and I'm sure that I'll probably end up closing with it, but this year's catalog, when it was put together, Blake talked early on about the uniqueness of it and how fun it was to put together, and I know he's going to be pumped up to get up here in a little bit and talk through the crosses, but him and I spent a lot of time talking about our pures and what that the pures offered and how that they were put together, and it is without a doubt the most unique Chester offering that I think I've ever seen assembled anywhere. And some of it, I would tell you, is by design, and some of it was just not. It was designed out of dealing with the right people at the right time, doing the right things, and things coming full circle together. But I'll start with lot 103. This pig here is from Byers Farms. There, Todd and the crew has been great supporters and fans of many of the events that we've done with Kennedy Sales, and obviously over the years here at the Exchange. And he told me early on, he said, I got a unique one, and we named this one Double Take, and obviously I think you have to when you see this one's photo. He's a slip and slide Enterprise WD-40, and just keep that in mind. But when you look through the whole page, you can read everything about it. You can tell all about the pedigree, and I mean, those of you that are pedigree junkies can study that. There's one thing on this entire page that is very, very impactful for me. It says, this is one of the more unique pieces of livestock we've ever put together in Abernathy. And when Todd Byers would tell you that, and you know what the Byers firm has been able to do over the years, I think that is an absolute mouthful. Just study the pig, read through there, understand what this one's mother is, how she was made, and more importantly, his grandmother. His grandmother happens to be the sow that we're going to talk about on 104 over there in a minute, which is the Sloan bred sow that come from that originated at Sloan's, that comes through the 66 Venture Act. So we're going to talk about that more in depth here in a moment, but understand that's the grandmother of lot 103 from Todd Byers. Willie, you tell us what you thought when you seen Double Take.
Oh, when I seen this offer in there, and Todd's pretty stubborn too on there, and there's another one that, man, he don't like to turn loose of those things. Yeah, Mariah probably, yeah. Don't like to turn loose of those things when he gets them, and man, when I saw that I thought, man, and I read that pedigree and got to tracing it back, I thought, man, not the boar or the pig looks so good out here, and I thought, man, what the wow factor. And then I'm probably one of those, I don't know, I'm a pedigree junkie, but yeah, I probably am. And then I got to reading back and just how special the Sow family is here and what they put together to make this pig. And there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, a lot of thoughts and that comes with this boar. And the buyer, Todd and them guys, they've been on top of the world for quite a while now in the Chester deal. They've done it right in terms of putting them together. You know, I judged the show the other day, and I used 2 down ears there, and I asked both of them, they were both buyers, you know. So, I mean, that guy's swinging a big swath there, and I think Sow Power and what he believes in this pig and what you see is truly genuine here in Lot 103.
Leads us right into Lot 104, and this one here is 66 things, and a very, very unique, cool offering. This starts with the sow, and we can say the sow, and do so for a reason. This is the sow that Evan and Chelsea has up there that's been very impactful for them, and she comes directly from the Sloan herd. She's a WD-40 bougie, and man, I tell you what, one that come in and you talk about one that went to work and did so in a big high fashion. She did it and did so in a really good way. And we'll just start out in telling you a few footnotes about her. She's a litter mate to the Geyer gilt that was purchased by 650. That everybody knows about that one. And then as well as Friction, which was the boar that Troy sold to Upper Hand there that summer. And then it goes on and on. It tells you about that sow, what that litter itself did. They were recognized as Litter of the Year. In the ring, she's produced tons and tons of winner, including the 5th overall at Louisville, that bronze overall there at Coba, and then most recently she was the mother of the champion Chester there at Fort Worth. We will go on and we'll talk in a minute about her daughter, but this is a very, very impactful Chester white female. And we are selling her tomorrow night. Both of these individuals will be offered in a choice manner. She is selling as a purebred Chester, carrying a litter of throwing hands. We'll talk about throwing hands here a little bit later, but just so happened for a quick footnote, he is the sire of the champion and reserve champion Chester at Houston and the champion Chester at San Antonio. I don't think I got to tell you a whole lot more about what the value of this litter could be due on the 17th day of July. I would say that is a perfect time for one of those to farrow this time of year for that event. She's remarkable. She's done remarkable things. She comes from a great litter, comes from the Sloan herd. She's the grandmother of the boar we just talked about. We haven't even got into talking about her daughter here at the bottom of the page, and we will do so there now. That gilt there, if you read Evan's footnotes, that was a tremendous litter of pigs that sold there this last fall. We already mentioned that from that litter went on to be the champion Chester at Fort Worth. I know the buyers crew stepped up. They bought a daughter out of that particular gilt there at the she sale. We was fortunate enough to buy one of the gilts there at Savage out of the online sale. That litter, we talk about that sow come from Litter of the Year. She might have produced the Litter of the Year for the Chester looking pigs, if you will. Those pigs were sired by OG. That's what the daughter at the bottom of the page would be. So that would be OG, WD-40, Bougie. She sells open. So we are selling them. We will sell them in their entirety as a choice manner. You buy one, then we will turn around and sell the other. Or if you're a smart buyer, you may just turn around there and say, load the trailer. We'll take them both. That would be the right thing to do, in my opinion, Willie.
Yeah, I agree with you, Todd, there. And I think one thing that I'll add to that, and there's a bunch of information, guys, in there that give, and when you wrap the great Sloan sow herd in there and back, and we talked about double take, and that one being the grandma there, is we're not offering an old sow, Todd. That girl's got a lot of longevity left in her, I think, there in terms of what she can do, and she just continues and continues and continues to do it. If you would have... that bottom one intrigues me quite a bit on her gilt there, because there's some wild stuff you can do there and go several different ways. You get in, I would say both. I'm like you, Todd, because there's so much versatility there and what you can do and what you can make. If you're wanting to raise Chesters or you already got them, man, you can creep to the top real fast and in a hurry with lot 104.
You know, and one thing, Willie, I think has to be said when we talk about the gilt. I had the opportunity to stop by the farm the other day and see both the sow and the gilt, and Evan made reference then, and I totally agree with it. This gilt, for those of you that are making white crossbreds to show in the Southwest as Yorkshire appearing or Chesters, either ones, you can do that with this particular female. She has a, what I would tell you, a Yorkshire skull. Her stoutness, her feature, her forearm, her bone is going to add just extra value and density to her. There is a ton of upside of what you can do. A real breeding program needs to get a hold of her. It's limitless what this one may do in her future. And look at her as somewhat of an outcross and in any dimension of whatever breed you expect to go or what you expect to do. One thing that you can count on, she's got one hellacious mother.
Might even make a spot too, dog.
Could. It'll allow you to change over now here to lot 105. And, man, I tell you, we talk about special lots and favorites, and it's always a joke. Everybody tells us, hey, what's your favorite lot in the catalog, or what's the one, you know, what's the funniest, what's the best name, or what's the most unique, or what's the most unique offering, or what catches your attention. And we get to hear all of those things there on the backside. And man, it didn't take long for us to gravitate to this one from so many different people on lot 105. This is off-road. This is the Chester boar that's standing there at Halfin's. I'm going to say the same thing I said earlier. If you're on your way to the exchange tomorrow night, I would encourage you to stop by at 2 o'clock to his open house and see. I know this particular boar will be one of the highlights and one on display there for you to look at. But what we're going to do here is we're going to offer semen out of this boar that Halfin purchased from Sloan. I talked about how full circle this entire offering is, and with the people and the way it wrapped up, and it's just remarkable how so much of this stuff all goes back to the Sloan herd and what he's been able to do and been able to accomplish and generate, and it just shows the value of how these things breed on. If you read the article, you're going to see the word bougie show up. That's the sow we just talked about. You're also going to see her brother, Friction, show up. That's a boar that we talked about there on the last couple of pages. You see it time and you see it time and time again. What I will tell you that you haven't seen one built like this guy. This boar is absolutely incredible. I had the opportunity to go by and see him. I've looked at him in real life. I've seen the videos. If you've not seen the video, I would highly, highly encourage you, if you're not able to go see him between today and tomorrow, have Jared send it to you. I've not seen a specimen of this breed look like this. We talk all the time about, hey, we've got to do something different. We've got to breed. We've got to make things. You have every opportunity to do that with this particular one right here. I think, Blake, what is it? We're offering a total of 60 doses. 60 doses will be what's offered that you'll be buying. You've got A through L. As Blake indicated to you earlier, we're going to sell that by the dose. So if you're the buyer and you get the high bid, you pick one letter or you pick as many letters as you want. That's right, Willie. If you get the bid, you can say, I want A, B, C, and K. However you want to mix and match it. The deal is, and what you've got to understand when we do this offering, is when we sell and they sell out, we're sold out. That's what we're selling, is those 60. So it allows you to go through there. We will start them out selling as A, and that's 2 doses. B is 2 doses. C is 10. Go down. You mix and match as you want to go throughout the evening. What I'm telling you, if you have a Chester sow, or if you have a herd of Chester sows, I would tell you need to be bellied up when this offering happens.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious what you're going to breed that litter mate to on the page that we talked about before then, Todd. As passionately talk about this. When this picture came out and I seen it, this is what I honestly thought, and probably a lot of people haven't thought about this. I thought Halfin found mainline in the white down here on there, because there's not one that looks like this one here. And the people that's been by that's seen him and growing through the growing stage and stuff will say that one is absolutely off the charts. There's not a Chester boar out there that looks like him, that combines what he does in terms of look, bone, and the levelness of hip, and one that can flat out go out there. This one is very, very special, guys. I like the offering too, Todd. It kind of perked my eyes up there whenever you said you can take as many options as you want, because in my mind, I think when they go by there tomorrow, this boar's going to book out real fast if he's not already on there. So this may be your only chance to get off-road.
Tremendous Chester offering. We're very, very proud of those. Proud to go through them. If you're playing that game, be tuned in tomorrow night. I think it's an excellent opportunity. We're now going to move into to the Hampshire offering, and we do so in lot 106. And what a great way to start this. Foundation or future. You have a pick, and this comes from the Meeker herd. The Meeker name itself been synonymous around the Hampshire breed for many, many years. I had the chance to go and by and see Bobby and Robbie when I was in that country there the other day, see this particular lot, and I think it's real unique and cool. We've got a sow here sired by the Great Danger Zone, a young sow at that. She's a Danger Zone Grand Entrance. She's bred by the popular Mach 1 boar there that's at High Point. That was the boar there that Grinstead raised, that the Goss crew had out at summer conference last year. This sow is bred carrying a mid-July litter to that boar. On the bottom of the page, you will see there's an open gilt, and this open gilt is sired by Blackfoot. That was the boar that he sold there in the draft last year, and then out of a trifecta sow. And I can't tell you enough the value of what this gilt looks like. I don't know what her value is. We're going to determine that there tomorrow night. But in terms of what you want a true sow to look like at this stage of her game, and understand what she's going to look like in the front pasture 4 or 5 years from now, that's the epitome of where they better start. And I tell you, this is a remarkable open gilt. I'm very flattered and humbled that they allowed us to have this particular gilt. The Meeker firm is not the easiest people to deal with on getting Hampshire gilts from, and yet I think they've really stepped up. We've got the mom of their boar that they just sold in the draft, or you have a chance to buy a young open gilt that was born in August of last year. So she's going to have some maturity and some age about her. You get her home, you can breed her this summer, have you a great litter to come here wintertime for this next season.
Yeah, I think a great offering here, Todd. And guys, it's been in the business for a long time and doing it right. Put their heart and soul into the Hampshire program there. I like what it says. Bobby said that's how much faith they have in lot 106 on there. Absolutely, there's no chance that you're going to double down and take both of them, because they have faith in them. They think that sow is one of their best. That's the matriarch there within their herd, and they're offering up. And like Todd said about the gilt, that's one of the better ones that he's seen as he's traveled the country. I think a great offering there for Meekers.
A fun one here for me to talk about will be lot 107 here, and this is the Heimer Hampshire offering there this year. This is the boar. For many of you that's been by, I know many of you was there, stops there during the draft, looking at his boars and all that he had. Many people has been by just looking at pigs there in general. They got a chance to see bear down, and this is the black-legged boar that's most noted around the farm. He'd be sired by Harry Bear, and then his mother is a 345 Top Gun sow. she could be also noted as being a litter mate to the boar there at Upper Hand 350 that stood there from Jesse. And we were fortunate enough there at Savage to get the Ralston bred boar Harry Bear and take him there and utilize him. And I'm just going to tell you, I think that's going to be a boar that is going to have a tremendous impact on the breed. And we see it early. There wasn't no pigs out of him other than what we had and what Heimer had. The boar now resides there at Premium Blend. I sold him there this last spring. Donnie and I delivered him up there, and we have not heard anything but great things, and we're so excited to get up there to Premium Blend and see that boar at the open houses when they run him out, because I can just imagine what he looks like, because I know what he looked like when we had him, and I know what that the pigs look like and what that they're doing coming along. And I think 107 Bear Down is just going to be a stepping stone of what we're fixing to see, and the excitement around the Hampshire breed. I don't know what they're supposed to look like. I don't know. I've had the fortune of seeing so many that Jesse's put together over the years. I've watched it. I've seen it. We've had some of them. I've been a part of a lot. I'm just going to tell you, those of you in the belted breed that have thoughts or wonders, this one's special. Jesse thought long and hard. I can tell you, we had many conversations. Him and Carl had many conversations. Everybody around there talked a whole lot about it, of even, does it even make sense to turn this one loose? He's being offered. There's 3 options there at the bottom. You can buy him outright with no strings attached. You've got a B option. You can pay 75% of the gavel price, and you get possession and 100% of the semen cells on the boar. HH retains 25% ownership in the interest for semen. They want to retain 4 doses of semen per week on him to get their sow herd bred. And I can tell you that this is one that statement was put in there because I know how many sows that Jesse wants to breed to this boar. Option C gives you the opportunity to pay 75% of the gavel price. The boar stays at HH, and then you get 100% of the semen cell revenue on the boar. That is an opportunity for an investor. If you want to invest in a boar and know what Jesse's going to be able to do with him, and do along with what this boar could do with the breed, you could put some good mailbox money, I'd say, in your pocket down the road. You can do it, and you can do it in a fast fashion by doing that, because on June 23rd at the HH Showcase would be the first time that Jesse would sell semen himself out of this particular boar. So you've got 3 options there: a stellar boar, a great boar. He's great for the breed. I love his daddy. I love the pedigree. His daddy is just scratching the surface. I'm going to tell you that before it's all said and done, he's going to have a big summer. For me, more importantly, outside of the show ring, I know what his daddy's left us and what mark he's left us on sows and building females and building the next generation. The Hampshire breed is just scratching the surface for where I think that it's headed, and a lot has to do with his sire. But here, more importantly, when you put the genetic package of what Heimer's been able to do over the years, for many years, along with Harry Bear, I think Lot 107 is a very special opportunity.
Man, I can't say much more than what Todd said, and if you see how passionate he talked about Lot 107, I think that you can hear it in his voice on how truly good he thinks this one is. I probably would have changed the name of this one, Todd, Making Hampshires Great Again, because I think that's one boar that can do it. And when I look at him, I think the guys involved that put him together, the guys that have a chance to use this boar, I think that in my mind, them guys are thinking, hey, we've got a Hampshire boar here that we're going to offer. And he talks so passionate about his daddy that can make bears and gilts compete with the crossbreds. And I think that's what the impact that I think that we're trying to say here. There's one Todd talked about that just don't make Hampshires that look like this one anymore. Here's your opportunity to tap into one that I know those guys think it probably is as special one as they've had around.
We'll move on here to lot 108, and lot 108 is the Savage consignment there this year to the exchange, and we named this one Royal Blood, and I think a lot of it holds true there. I'll just tell you in brief terms. This is two of the most impactful sows, I think, there in the breed that you can talk about. Tequila 374.10, that's the sow that we purchased a few years back from Heimer. She was I think we paid $20,000 or so for her that night. And she's the one that had won, she won the Triple Crown, if you will. She won American Roll, she won the Western Regional, and something else big. It doesn't matter. She was the most elite Hampshire female that I had ever seen at that time. And I knew that if we was going to play the game and do it at a high level, she's needed to be one that we incorporated. And this last year there at the summer conference, I forgot about this, Willie. No, at the expo, I guess it was, the champion boar that we showed was a son of Tequila 374.10 that now stands at Gold Rush. That's the boar named New Era. We are going to sell a direct daughter of Tequila that is sired by the goat. And the goat is the boar that's there at High Point that I know that made the champion in reserve. Bear is there at Perry, Georgia this year. He just come off making the champion bear there at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. And we dipped in and decided if we was going to do it, we was going to play ball and play it at the highest level we could offer for the summer. And we're going to offer a direct daughter of her, of Tequila, bred to Tonto, due on the 17th day of July. It hurts me to tell you about the next one. I'm sorry, June 17th. The next one it hurts me to talk about because this would be a direct daughter of Jackie 1912. 214.8 as a gilt. You can see her I think her picture speaks for herself. She's sired by Ice Cold. That's the boar that we utilized at Shipley's there last year. He would be a line-bred Ice and Top Gun mating himself. He was a litter mate to the champion gilt there at the Indiana State Fair a few summers ago. For me, it's all about this one's mom. I talked about her a great deal in being the mother of Smoke. We have never sold or let a sow leave the farm that's out of her. We decided to go bold. We decided to go big. You have a chance to buy bred gilts, number one, that we don't like selling, that are direct daughters of two of the most powerful sows that we've had the opportunity to work with and that we're so fond of, and they are bred to Tonto. And I put in there in that last note there, it says, on the top one there, this mating represents the very best put together from High Point, from Heimer, and Savage all in one litter. And I think both of that can be said all the way around. I can tell you from Savage regard, 214.8 is as good as we've put together all the way around. I'm really, really proud of the Tequila daughter as well. We're selling them as A and B. You get a choice of the females.
Man, what awesome offering that comes from Savage there, and you get there, and I'll say that that Tequila sow is one that Todd and them built around, and man, to offer a daughter is something I thought they would never do. But the passion that he talks about in Jackie 1912 and her litter mate there, we talked about before in your Rolodex, guys. If you'll go back when we were talking about hamsters a while ago, we just talked about Jackie and her litter mate in there, and then Todd talked so passionately about Tonto. There's not much of that was going to get out that they're going to sell, and then this is what Savage believes in Tonto is the two of the best gilts that they've ever put together. They've bred to him. So I think it's awesome. Read that. Go back and listen to what Todd said about Lot 108. When they come to the 2026 exchange, they offered up the goods.
That moves us into our, that closes out the Hampshire division, and I'm very, very fond of that division. I come in a close second behind the Chesters, I think. I got outvoted in the room, but that's okay. That's fine. So we've got a pair of Durocs that I think is very unique this year, and headline here first is Lot 109. The red boar comes to us from Bates Show Pigs, and that's a name and a firm that is synonymous around the industry for quality and being able to build them and make them that are unique. And that's the first thing that I think that can be said when you look at Take the Bait. This boar here, most notably, is a litter mate to the Tree Trunks boar that's there at Genetic Edge. And we know the stir that one has caused around the industry. He is being sired by All the Way. The cool part here for me, the mother is Rocco, and that's a sow that that's a main character sow there that come directly from Sheese, and again, a firm that is just embedded in the red breed, has a great deal of love and passion. I think a very, very uniquely built one here in Lot 109.
Yeah, the Bates firm's synonymous with quality and always has been there, and for them to offer up Take the Bait there, and I'm with Todd. Man, I like that pedigree and the way that he's put together a boar, and I don't think they've, when they sell boars and put them out, those boars are, Todd, have always been generators and have made Durocs better, and I like that about them. Take the Bait is uniquely bred, and if you're read the captions on there and the Rocco sow on the main character side, and we all know what that has done there, and All the Way has been as impactful as any out there. Take the Bait in 109, I think, is a great offering from Bates.
This moves us to Lot 110, and the Queen of Irene. Here from Ben and Chuck Olson, and obviously another firm that needs no introduction to anybody's mindset. I think you just open the catalog and you look at her and you think, man, that is a stout sow. She's sired by the character boar. Her mother is a hammer. She's bred to Red Oak. That was the boar there that went and. Don R. had there at last year down there at Belton. I think this is an awesome mating. And when you read down there on the footnotes there, and you find that this is the mother and of what she's done, what she's been able to do, understand the program that she comes from. For me, that's the biggest takeaway is knowing the program and the history behind what this firm has been able to do. I don't care if we're talking Yorkshires, if we're talking Hampshires, or if we're talking their red ones, time after time, you've got a firm that has been able to do it. She's bred to Red Oak. That was the champion boar I talked about that was purchased there at the Southwest. She already made a gilt there that sold the Goss, and the $5,200 class-winning gilt that was at the Southwest this year. That was the most unique breeding piece that went through the ring down there at Belton this year. I thought that was a tremendous female. That was a daughter of that particular boar. An outstanding female. Great opportunity in Lot 110.
Yeah, I don't know how Todd got this one pulled off. If you've ever been to Irene, excuse me, it's partly hard to get those females out of that place because those guys thrive on it. They'll talk more about their sows than they do their boars, and they believe in elite females here. You know, the thing that catches my eye is there's 2 sons already working at breeders' houses and boar stud programs out of the sow. Her direct daughters and first pair of these sows have generated over $100,000. So that tells me there, guys, you've got a sow that is unique in the terms of the way she's built. She's proven in what she's done. She's bred to the red oak boar, which is already making hitting a big swath in terms of what he's doing there. If you want to get in on a Duroc side, or you have them on here, here's a sow that you can put in, bred to a boar that's proven, and those daughters, I think, will break the bank there, and it's already proven in what they've generated to this point.
We flip the page from the Durocs and we move into the Poland division, and I'm going to be real honest with you. I'm going to make this will probably be the fastest breed that we go through, and I think it's real easy to do so. These are V2 Poland sows from the Gary Todd firm, and I think that alone is enough to be said. I'm not going to sit here and talk about the differences of them. 111, we'll talk about her quickly so you'll know the detail. She's the southpaw. She's sired by Lefty. She's a sitting bull. She's bred to the altogether boar that we talked about earlier that we're going to offer 2 to 4 straws of semen on there tonight. She's due the 23rd day of July. This sow comes with a remarkable pedigree. In terms of what she's done, her resume reads like no other for the Poland breed. I want to go over briefly your options of buy. We have an A and a B. Your A option is the buyer will receive 100% ownership and possession. Your B option, the buyer will receive 50% ownership with Todd Show Pig retained possession. The buyer will pay 75% of the purchase price and receive 50% of all of the offspring sale earnings. So that is going to go off of both of these sows. Willie, what I'm going to tell you before we get into details of talking lot 112 is anybody that's followed the Gary Todd program and that Poland herd is one thing. They're synonymous about making champion after champion after champion, and they've done it at the highest level at every big major show there is in the country. The other thing that I'm going to tell you is that guy sells them Poland pigs pretty good. So if you're an investor out there and you're willing and you've got money burning your hole in your pocket, I'm going to tell you, if you don't listen to anything I say today in the 5 or 6 hours that I'm sitting behind this microphone, this would be one you'd want to write a check for, because I promise you at the end of the day, all you boys are going to be happy if you're a partner in this deal. Lot 111 is a very, very unique opportunity. Lot 112, we can slip over to her if you want to look at her photo. That one there is sired by New Design, sitting bull. She's bred to the skills board that's there at Gary Todd's, and I know that there's not been nothing but rants and raves about that young boar and what he's been able to do. He's due on July the 12th. The options of buy is the exact same. You can pay 100% and you can own them outright. You can take option B. You own 50% of the ownership. You pay 75% of the price, and you get half of what Gary sells them things for. I think that's an awesome, awesome lot. I'll let you wrap it up, Willie. You can talk both of these at one time, but I'm going to tell you, you could travel the country a long, long, long time, and you're not going to find 2 better females than what that right there is to represent the Poland breed.
Oh, there's no doubt about it, and I don't know if there's much more needs to be said, and Todd said it's pretty self-explanatory as you look at them. Go down and look at what the sows have done, what they've put together, and what they've accomplished here, and there's not probably 2 Poland sows that's done what these have done. I'm going to tell you straight up, guys, out there, if you're listening, there ain't no more straight up guy than that Gary Todd is. And if he believes that he's going to offer you that option or that B option there, that means that guy believes in what he's selling. He believes in what he's doing. And I promise you, he'll put a grin on your face whenever he writes you 50% of that check whenever you're done.
Exciting to turn the page and move into the spot offering, and we do so in lot 113. And we named this one Seeing Spots, and I thought it quite easy to do so. This is real simple. Those of you that follow along JD's program and you know the dominance that he has had in the spotted breed over the last few years, he has put them all together. He's compiled them all. He's put all of his sows together in this particular lot. We're offering the pick of the summer-born spotted males. So you can pick any. This is for any spot male that's going to be born out of that set of sows that JD has. And I promise you, they're bred and bred right to win, because that's all that he thinks about. There is one caveat. The caveat to it is the high bidder also has the opportunity to double down, double the hammer, and you can select any female out of that particular offering as well. So you can take a gilt, or your offering is for a male, but you got to double down to own one of those daughters, one of those great sows.
Man, there's nobody hotter in the spotted breed than JD is, and if you talk to him and what he believes, and when he's putting them together there, man, he believes in his spotted program. Just look at the pictures. Seeing Spots is something that that lot name is very correct there. All the winners, the impactful sows there. You got to think about the daughters that he had coming in this time that you're going to get to pick from, that he bred on the incredible run that guy had this winter. So, man, what an incredible opportunity to step in and just get right in the heart and pick the one you want out of the JD program there. I mean, I think an awesome offering. I didn't ever think that he would double the hammer and offer a female, because he don't like to turn those good ones loose, Todd. So, man, what an awesome opportunity in lot 113.
Takes us to lot 114, and that's the Kronos boar there that stands at Jennings Show Pigs. He's owned with Brady and Bryson Johnston. We are going to have the opportunity to sell full ownership and possession of this great spot boar. There's one highlight on this whole page. He is the daddy of the $45,000 pig that we sold there this last year. Full sib to the Grand Overall Pure there at Coba, and the $45,000 record-selling spot gilt.
Yeah, that thing knocked it out of the park first run, guys. That thing right there is one that, man, he has just done so many good things. And, I had the chance to see Spot the Ball when he was little, and the gilt that won the city there. That was the first Chronoses I'd had the opportunity to lay my eyes on, and I thought, man, these things are good. And I'll say one thing about Spot the Ball there, with Chronos sired boar there at Premium Blend on there. They'll say he's as good as any boar there, any color, any breed. That they have there instead of the people that go by and look. The $45,000 record-selling gilt, I had a privilege to kind of watch her grow up and come all the way through out of that boar. Man, that one hit the ring at the city, and I thought that was really special there. Kronos was a limited use there because the guys used him so hard there that were in partners with him there, and however those guys did it. I know there was a deal to start out with him there. They're going to offer you a boar there that the first season there has swung as big a swath as anything in the spotted breed there. That's an awesome offer from Jennings and the Johnston kids there to offer Kronos up for sale after a heck of a run this winter.
You can flip the page here to lot 115, and we go to time slot. And again, I talked early on about the Ward's consignment there with their Berkshire, and I'll be straight up honest with you. The Berkshire is what I went to look at, and I had no intentions or no idea or no thought at all of knowing that I was going to come across a spotted boar that looked like this. This pig, ironically, Willie, in a quick story I will tell you, I did the same thing a number of years ago. I happened to be down there in the middle of the night one night, about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. After a long trip, I was swung through to look at the pigs, and there was a white boar that stood up behind me. there in one of those pens. And I couldn't look at the pigs I was there to look at for remembering this quick glance of what this white boar looked like. That white boar, come to find out, happened to be a purebred Yorkshire named No Hesitation that made his way to Top Cut. I went down here to look at the Berkshires, and the same thing kind of happened to me. Ironically, is between these 4 or 5 Berkshire boars that were standing there, this gorilla of a spot stood up. And I was like, what is that? I didn't even know that you had them. I wouldn't know that I was there for or anything else. It's all said and done. They brought this boar out. I looked at him. I think the first 4 or 5 phone calls I made that afternoon, I told people that you got to see this spot that the Wards have. This thing is absolutely incredible in terms of his build, his stature. We talk about spots in the breed of how stout they are and how robust they are. This guy has all the stoutness. He is as broad with as much spread, not only in his rib cage, but the way he comes out of the top side of his loin. He is as long and square about his hip. He has tremendous feet and legs. And he does it in a very tall, elevated, short-bodied package. And you don't find that much. You don't find that very, very many times. You certainly don't in this breed. I think this is one absolute incredible individual for his breed, for his type, for his kind. And he comes from a herd. I don't think we need to talk any more about the girls, but I think that anybody that understands, that knows what it takes to win at the level they do and as consistent as they do, they know why this boar looks like that. He's sired by Time Machine. He's out of a Remain Silent. I think this is a very awfully good pig.
Yeah, Todd had told me about this one earlier there, and man, so passionate and talking about the way that boar looks. You look through there, that's a power pack female side with that. His granddam originated there from Brady, and we just got through talking about Kronos and stuff. So, man, that female side runs deep there. To find a spot boar that looks like this, I think for the times, this one may be one of the best ones we've seen. We want to make them so elevated, and we want to make them so big backed and so big caged and big pin set and be able to go. Those things are mythical unicorns in the world out here. And Todd just got through telling you he just found one. So whenever you find one that looks like this, it's built like this, the guys in the spotted breed and the boar stud business, I'd have this one high on my list.
I think a very, very good set of spots there for this year's exchange. That moves us into lot 116, and this is the warning track boar himself in the land race. This boar comes to us from the collective group. He's bred by Pruitt. He's owned by Burling, Mock, Thayer, and Pruitt themselves. Anybody that follow the landrace breed know the dominance that this boar has been on. He's sired by the great Wildcat boar and out of a high heat sow. This boar basically was shut down to the general public for any usage due to those firms. We've been able to talk with them and make it where that the boar is selling full possession. 100% of the semen cells will sell and the only thing they ask is for each of those herds to remain on the pedigree because they ain't done using him.
Yeah, those guys are definitely not done with warning track there. Man, that boar has cut a big swath, and you can look down there in that first crops of pigs in the highlighted cells there. That's pretty impressive for a landrace boar to do. Man, and it's a positive thing when those guys want to stay on the pedigree of a boar because you know they're not done using him. They've got faith in him, but to open him up to the public, I think is something that's very unique here with the exchange and lot 116.
It's going to allow us to move into the Yorkshire offering, and man, there's a great way here in lot 117. Comes to us first from Beatty Genetics, and obviously we all remember that great gilt that won just a couple of years ago there on the green shavings in Louisville, and then Chad and JP stepped up and paid $72,000 to own that record seller. I'll make it real short and sweet. She had 2 littermate sisters that stayed at the house that went to work for them. Laura has agreed to allow one of those to be sold. They're selling open, so when you get those, they just weaned litters. You'll be able to take them home, get them acclimated into your ranch, get them on your program the way you want. They'll be ready to be bred for one of those great, highly anticipated late fall, early winter litters out of Littermate Sisters to the record seller $72,000 Yorkshire Gilt.
Man, what an impressive offering here for him to offer up the little mates to the world record selling gilt there, and I know that one there was as impressive as one that we had seen hit the green shavings there, and one that has done a great job here. For them to offer up those little mates and turn those loose there, I think is one thing that Beatty stepped up and said, hey, let's play ball here because I'm going to offer the best of the best, and what I got. Awesome opportunity to get real fast tracked in the heart of a great Yorkshire program.
Speaking of great Yorkshire programs, it takes us into lot 118, and we have the opportunity to offer some of the first semen out of Tellum, and Tellum was the boar that was purchased by Brent Bolin and the crew there at High Point from the McAlexander show pig firm. And I tell you what, that's a firm that, I mean, they're on an absolute tear. It doesn't matter the kind, the color, or what they're putting together, but most notably in my mind is for the Yorkshires. They had a Yorkshire Gilt that showed this last summer. I talked earlier about JD's Hampshire Gilt being reserve. And overall, the day that she was reserved, she got beat by a Yorkshire Gilt that come in that I thought was absolutely remarkable. That gilt won our state fair. She won the Southwest Regional there that day, and I think she won any and every time that they ever took her into a show ring that come from that McAlexander crew. This boy here is Sarb, I told you so. He's out of a hot take sow and back on an all-struck. I think you can study and look at his photo. If this thing here don't get you excited about what he can do for the Yorkshire breed, I don't know what can. We've got a few doses there, A, B, C, D, and E. You can get them 2 up to 4, and that is doses. That'll be fresh doses from High Point Genetics that'll be offered. The problem is, and the caveat to all of this is, those of you that know where High Point Genetics is located, it just so happens to be right down the road from Tracy Lorenzen's pig farm. Well, guess what's going to get used a whole lot at Tracy Lorenzen's pig farm, and that's going to be lot 118. So therefore, not a whole lot of doses probably offered around the country, open to the public to be utilized, but you will have an opportunity Tuesday night to secure some right there.
Yeah, Brent and those guys are knocking it out of the park, and I'm talking about on their A game when it comes to getting boars in there that are different. And man, this one is as crazy looking a white one as I've seen in a while. To be that extended with that bone and forearm and foot, man, his stretch and length behind is so good in this pig. And like Todd said there, I'm sure when Tracy come by and seen this one up there, it fired him up, and should fire the Yorkshire world up on how good we can make these things again. Yorkshires don't look like him, and I think as we go around the country and see that they need to be better, this is a boar that can make an impact in the first generation and tell them in lot 118.
In doing so, we turn the page and we go to lot 119, and this one here, it was real easy for me to help Blake get this page put together and name this one legendary, because he comes from one of our true industry legends, and then certainly one in the breed. And we say that not only was he recognized for that, but I'll also tell you that because he truthfully really is. I don't know if there's a better human being to talk to, a nicer man, and somebody that's more dedicated to the swine industry, and particularly to his breed, is what this guy right here is in Tracy Lorenzen. I seen this photo and it come through, and I thought, wow. And Tracy had told me, he said, hey, man, he said, I do think I've got a pretty good one. And he sent it to me, and I sat and thought and stewed on it a little bit. Then he told me that he was going to work on getting me a video, and I said, that's good. I said, Tracy, what do you think about this one? And he said, I think he's one of the best ones I've ever put together. Well, we can say that from so many people because that is the favorite line that everybody wants to say, that they always have one of the best ones they've put together. But anybody that knows Tracy Lorenzen very well, he don't like a damn one of them things he ever puts together. And when Tracy Lorenzen tells you that he has put one together that he thinks is going to be impactful for the breed, that can move the breed, that has as big a parts and big a pieces, as big a skull, as big a forearm, and as big a bones as what this one has, and still does it in that package, I didn't need to see no video. Yet the video come out, and it all says it, and it all tells it. He's a castaway. His mom is a commotion. You can read the footnotes. If you haven't been there, I would encourage you to go and take a look at it. I'm taking the man's word for it. I know him very, very well. I trust all the people that has been there and seen him. If this one does what does for the breed, what the man tells you that he thinks he can do for the breed, this one will become legendary.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, Todd. When I saw the catalog come out and the photo of that boar, I thought, man, he's done it. And then I looked at the sow family there. I'm in that photo of that gilt on the bottom, and that's out of the same sow there that I used for Granddad, the Exarban, and I thought that was one elite female there that the Blue Road family showed. And I think she's ended up at Strikers there, and there's a mama of some bulls there on there. I'm going to tell you, that sow, if that boar, and I know he looks like that if Tracy said that, if he looks like that, I can tell you the one I saw was truly the heaviest bone, stoutest white one I had seen in a while, and to put one together like that, and then out of the same sow, and out of the great castaway boar there, like Todd said, his picture kind of says it all, guys. That one can take it to the next level, and man, I love that legendary.
We'll move right on into lot 120, and I will tell you that this one here, this is one of the lots we talk about gains attention and people gravitate to. This is one that definitely did so, and for right fashion. It's what's for lunch, and that is quite fitting when you put it together with DJ Sanders and Sanders Show Pigs. It all makes perfect sense. But in all honesty, there is no herd that has been on a tear winning Yorkshire shows like DJ and Amera and what that they've been able to do, not once, twice, 3 times. Look at the year. Look at the consistency. Look at the number of wins that they've had, and they've done it, and they do it at the highest level. We are going to offer the pick of the June lease gilts. And nobody that follows along, or if you haven't followed along, understands how important it is to get into DJs and get one of those great gilts out of there at an early time. This is going to give you that opportunity in lot 120.
Yeah, everybody wants to be first, Todd, and I'm sure DJ and Ameri get asked that question, who's first, when do I get in, what pecking order are we in to get one of these elite females to show. In lot 20, you have the chance to be number 1, and I like that offering there. And like Todd said, there's nobody in the Yorkshire game that's been on the show circuit there that's been any more dominant than the Sanders firm there. I think a great opportunity in here in What's for Lunch.
Well, I think as we transition in here to the crossbreds, going to step up here. First is going to be Albright Swine Farm with Mindset. I know this was a boar there that early on was slated that Doug had reached out to me and Dad about offering the boar. I'm going to tell you that I actually think digging through the Dropbox folder that Doug sent me with all the pictures that this boar's had success is pretty mind-blowing. And I told him, I said, hey, I'm going to pick out 3 and put in here because I think that we could fill up a 2-page spread with the photos. A boar here that I know that his mate's sister was grand at the Winter National that I know was a huge fan. We got that picture included as well as a couple more. There was one thing that we got added to the catalog right before it went to print. Doug told me there, he said, hey man, we use this guy so much. We want to retain 2 doses of semen per collection on this boar. But with that said, like Doug had made mention, if it's a day that they don't need it, the boar stud will be more than willing to be able to sell that semen. So I know sometimes that, sellers retaining it, that's got to give you a lot of confidence in a proven boar already that they want to continue to use.
Yeah, one thing that I can attest to, I had the opportunity to spend a couple of days there at San Antonio, there at the stock show there this time, and this boar actually started that reserve dark cross that had come in, and you can see why. I mean, the pattern, the design, the look that this one has. If you have not seen this boar as an older, mature boar, I would highly encourage you to reach out to Albright and get that video. He's not fat and fluffy and all cute and show ring ready in the video, but what you can tell and see, everything points in the right direction. His build is impeccable. His height of shoulder is extremely good. His length of hip and squareness is absolutely remarkable, and I think he's done it time and time again in terms of his siren ability. The exchange has become noted to finding boars that have been utilized and still yet move on and find their pathway to develop greatness for other people. Lot 121 can do that with mindset.
Yeah, there's nobody been on a bigger tear either than Dougie Fresh and the crew there. Man, time after time, he's getting in the top. I will say one thing about this, and Doug will tell you this if you talk to him. Mindset's mother is one that, man, they got a lot of faith in. Look at the sow power back behind this boar here. One that not only is already sired winners there, but the sow line here in this family is one that he speaks highly about.
Lot 122 comes from us, from Georgia there, Georgia Peach. And to be honest with you, this was the first lot that was consigned to this year's exchange. They filled out the form before everybody else did, and the only thing that I seen on it was the mother of seeing things. And I started to think to myself, Willie, I thought the sale's going to be okay this year if we're starting out this way. The photo came in there, the original photo we used. We saw that, and then the day before, Corey texted me and said, hey, we got an updated photo. And to be honest with you, I actually should have probably rearranged the whole page and got both pictures on there because she was impressive coming out of the crate last time, and then this photo, a recent photo, that thing looks really, really impressive. You read through what the Cravey crew has been able to do there in Georgia, just across the country, has been bar none above level. I would tell you that this Bar M crew is going to be somebody you're about to hear big things from all across the U.S. They took the mother of seeing things and bred to Forever. Willie, I know Forever was a boar that everybody liked last year, and I think we're about to hear big things.
Yeah, I think so too. I tell you, when Seeing Things come out and they posted him, the only thing I heard the whole time as I asked about the boar is you ought to see his mother. You ought to see his mother, because they talk so much about how good this sow was and what she had done. The thing is, they say when you breed her, it doesn't matter what you breed her to on there. She's a no-fail female. And I know Forever was popular on there. I tried several times to get it at my place, and I know I couldn't. And then that sow made it to that boar just screams high selling, screams boar stud material. Just make your sow herd better with those gilts. I think I offer an offering. I don't know how in the hell you guys got that one together, but 122, that's a big timer.
Lot 123 comes to us from CNC Show Pigs, and I know we don't have time for stories on everyone. You can actually read the catalog and read all the footnotes that Slim wrote. I'm going to tell you a little story here that there was a little pig that Slim had that he took down to a Texas pig sale, and he had told me and Dad on the phone, he said, hey, if he brings $20,000, I'm going to quit my job on Monday, and I'm going to become a full-time pig farmer. And we got to laughing, and we got down there, and I told him, I said, Slim, I said, you better go ahead and figure out what you're going to say, because Monday you're going to be a full-time pig farmer. When he sent this in, at first, all he said was, I think it was something to the effect that this is extremely hard to write a footnote about. And today we sit down, we talked through him, we wrote all the footnotes of everything that she's done. But this is the sow that allowed Slim to be a full-time pig farmer. She's bred to Unforgettable, the boar at 66 that they raised and sold at Perfect Timing. A female that I know, me and Dad talked to Slim on Friday driving, and he was still just so disgusted with himself that he allowed us to sell this female. I think an opportunity to tie into to one there at CNC that has done an incredible job for them.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't have to echo much there. She's due the 20th of June, and man, I tell you what, that seems to be the wheelhouse in the mindset for so many of you there with the crossbreds. The CNC crew, we give them a hard time, but man, we love being around them, love working with them, and they do so much with us within our sales. But I think on the outside, you got to stand back and look what an incredible job they've done putting livestock together. If you want to become relevant, this is the kind of people you got to work with, and you got a chance right here in lot 123.
Yeah, 124 comes to us here. This is Stack Deck, and I can tell you, if you think back, Willie, to most of the OYE gilt sales, and you say the word Decker, and you just think of the females that has rolled through that sale, and then you just look at females across the country, what they've been able to do, has been bar none. And I know that the Decker crew has been, they've not really come to many live pig sales. And, one thing is me and Dad's kind of cornered them down and had an opportunity to talk to them. They're actually committed to selling in she sale as well as Perfect Timing, and we kind of wanted to put a twist on it. So what's happening right here, we're offering the choice of the gilts that they select for the she sale in the fall. So you're getting the opportunity to go in and peel out a gilt before she comes to she sale. They're a tremendous opportunity. You just think back a few months ago at the gilt that was grand there at OIE and just what she looked like. I know that made a statement across the world. Just an unbelievable female. You can look at the Berkshires. You can think about all the crossbreds that they've put in and had success over the last 5 to 6 years. An incredible opportunity to get in and get you a female before they head this way to the she sale.
So the only thing I'll add to that is I had the opportunity to talk through this lot a few different times with Chad, and I actually I brought this mindset to him, and I said, here's the thing. I said, the more I thought about it when I used what I call my windshield time and my mowing time, I had a lot of different ideas that went through my mindset there, and what I come up with is, Willie, we don't know which one is going to be the best, because the thing is, every year he either has a crossbred that's going to win a show or he's got a Berkshire that's going to win a show. What this is going to enable you to do is he's going to set him a pen of 8 or 10 of them things back that he knows that he's working on to go to a she sale with and to come into that deal loaded. You're going to allow to be able to go up to the farm, go through all the gilts, go through there with him, see him, pick the one that you want before he ever gets down here. You may pick a Berkshire, you may pick a crossbred.
So, Todd, let me get this right. You go in there and pick, and she's yours.
She's yours, and then he will bring what you didn't pick will be what he brings as his consignment to the she sale, which I'd still say is pretty good.
Well, I'd say She's Yours is something that Chad doesn't do very much of. So, I've had the opportunity there, and my good friend Dustin Ham has showed several of those things, and I've had the opportunity to get my teeth kicked in by him several times there. We kind of run in the same circles there, and if you saw the guilt at OIE and the guilts before that on there, I don't think there's been one out that looked like that one or has made a big impact, and people just saying, man, that one's hard to make on there, hard to build, and that's not the first time they've said that about the Decker firm doing this. And whether Crossbreeds or Berkshire's there, I think a tremendous opportunity to own one, and that's something that Chad doesn't turn loose to those females very often.
Next up will be lot 125, another day here, and we got an opportunity to do pick of the males out of the mother of the Grand at OIE there just a couple of months ago. What an opportunity here! You look at this. That sow is a mainline daylight herself, and then the litter. The Barra, excuse me, sorry. And then this year here, we look at this. We're going to get into prime time here in just a little bit and into another lot. But the pick of this litter would be the prime time on the daylight 13-9 sow. What an opportunity here. I know prime time was maybe lost a little too early. There's only a handful of litters out, and I can tell you an opportunity to get in here. You can read the footnotes there and see that this sow was actually the mother awakening and sued up. I know we'll flip through the catalog and see one of those boars here in just a minute and refer back to and talk maybe through what he's been able to do. But truly a really good opportunity here to get in and buy a boar pig, so to speak, because that's what he could be. You're not buying a Barra. They're not born Barras. Some of them are, but not all of them. An opportunity to get in on a litter that from a sow that's proven herself time and time again, bred to a hot young sire.
The only thing I'll add to that, Blake, is, the dominance of the day program is one thing, but the most important thing about the day firm is, man, you're dealing with great people right there that do it the right way. They do it at the highest level, and they do it with badass females. And they've done it, they do it time and time again, and, it's hard to get there, but it's no surprise to see them at a photo backdrop with the Grand Barra. And I say that because the sows that they work with day in and day out are the kind of sows that can lead you to those kind of opportunities. Then when they go and they breed that sow that has already proven herself by raising a Grand Barra to a boar to the level of what prime time is and what the expectations was with prime time and what he was going to be able to do. This is a remarkable, remarkable opportunity. As Blake said, you can buy you a boar. This could be you a Barra. I don't care. It don't matter which one it is. You're getting to pick the male out of her litter this summer.
126, 10 out of 10, and to be honest with you, I've had so many calls to ask that says, how in the world did you guys pull this off? And I encourage you to sit here and read through the footnotes. I know the Farnham crew there, they put out a long post that was probably twice as long as all these footnotes here, but an opportunity here to purchase this proven female in her entirety. No strings attached. You're not picking the litter. You're actually buying this female, taking her. You're going to farrow this litter on June 4th to Unstoppable, and she's yours. A female here that the deeper you dig into the pedigree and you get to see that the grandmother is the Hilty sow there, and then what that line has been able to do, having lineage going back to produce $170,000 grand gilt at OIE there in 2024, produce 100 Need for Speed, and then the Weirdo boar there that's at Halfin Sires. I know that you start looking at the baby pigs. Again, this was another sow that when Farnham sent me all the pictures that could be put into the catalog, it was enough for 2 pages to be able to do. So a great opportunity. We want to say thank you to Logan for allowing us the opportunity to actually put this female into the exchange here. Just an opportunity that I feel like doesn't come around too often. often when a guy says, hey, she's for sale. No strings attached. She's yours. You take her. The Unstoppable Boar. That boar, you flip through the catalog and you're going to see how many things and how many times his picture was used throughout this catalog. It's a tremendous amount. A very good boar, great mating, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Blake, there, how convenient that she's bred to Unstoppable. If you follow that boar and that litter and what that boar did or looks like from the golf sprung, there's not a single guy or girl that went by a premium blend and said that boar wasn't one of the best ones they'd seen. That litter was phenomenal. They're offering their best, one of their best proven females here, bred to an elite sire there in Unstoppable. I'm kind of like the callers there. I don't know how you guys pulled this one off to get Logan to do it, but again, when you talk about the exchange and talk about big-time opportunities, Lot 126 screams 2026 exchange.
Well, Willie, I'll just add as a footnote and just kind of a side note to the discussion right here. Blake come up and joined us here when we got to the crossbreds, and that was by design here today because, you know, obviously this particular catalog come together maybe a little different than years in the past. And it did so because not that I didn't have involvement, I did a little as I could, but with some other things going on in my life, work-related and different things, I've been a little sidelined, to be quite honest with you. And Blake pulled the weight on this particular offering, maybe more so than I did, and facilitated so much of this at an early stage. And I could tell when it was coming on and coming together how excited he was about it. And he told me numerous times, he said, this is going to be the funnest, the best, and the catalog that I've put together. And I didn't know if he was saying it just because he was getting ready to do more and more. But I'll tell you, when it had all come out and I got to see it in proof and got to see what come along, I have to totally agree. And that's why I wanted him to come and be able to talk about so many of those, because he got that excitement and he got to talk to these breeders so many along the way of knowing what they're offering, just as he's talked about the Farnham one and so many different ones. Then we turn the page to lot 127, and I know this one here is kind of the whole thing. It's another deal he's seen full circle. He's seen it develop from a early stage to what it's accomplishing and where we are today.
Absolutely. This 127 throwing hands, me and Nate actually had the opportunity to go over and work for Foot a couple years ago there for an online or for a live sale. This guy was actually lot one, and I called several people to try to buy this pig as a barra. We ran out of barra money, and this crew here, 4 or 5 laid in and bought this pig as a boar pig with that in mind. And then fast forward, the 26 winners here, what this boar has been able to do this spring. I know he was kind of one of those fun lots that I made a post out on Facebook that asked just how many champions and reserve champions did this boar sire in 2026. Most everybody guessed 2, and I would say that 2 would be a really, really good year for a boar. Willie, but I'm going to tell you that the board did more than that. You can read Champion Chester Bear there at San Antonio, Champion Chester Bear at Houston, Reserve Champion Chester Bear at Houston, and then you read on down, and then you see some land races there in some classes. I will tell you, you talk about full circle going. I had the opportunity to be out there at Lackey's about a month ago or so. I know that the pig there that the Wintex crew buys, man, I was actually maybe just as excited to see that one as I was seeing Throwing Hens himself as a baby. I'll tell you that 4 or 5 down there at the bottom, Willie, like we discussed earlier, the seller would like to retain access to 4 doses per collection. I want everybody to understand that that's not something that should scare you away. They don't have 80 Chester sows. They don't have 80 white sows. They've got 8 to 12 sows that they're wanting to breed this to. What they're telling you right here is they have so much confidence in this boar that they want to keep an opportunity to breed those sows because they're going to continue to use this boar going forward. So I just want everybody to make sure that they understand that they're not going to be taking 4 doses per collection every collection and giving it out to their buddies. Willie, I'll be interested to see what you think of this throwing hands.
Man, throwing hands is something that's been brought up, and man, that boy has cut a tremendous swath. And man, there's even some more on here, Blake, that I don't know if you know or not, but I believe he sighted the grand bear there at Lubbock County there last year too. That bear was actually, talk about the versatility in him, and him making Chesters and Landrace, and you believe in Calicos, and he makes spots too, and that was the grand bear there. I just got through judging the Revolution there in Texas there just last weekend. My champion spotted bear I talked a bunch about, he was a throwing hands. So man, a boar that's versatile. Not only does he build on the Chester side on there, there's a boar that has got a lot of different uses, and we talk about him there. We talk about a lot of boars that way, and we can do that in the South. But if you're in the Purebred game, this guy has cut a pretty big swath on the Chester side of things, of making elite ones in the show ring in lot 127, throwing hands.
Lot 128 comes to us from Moyer Genetic Edge here. An opportunity to find nature. You just read the pedigree, culture shock, buckle up. That buckle up sow is actually Hang Tight's littermate sister. I got the opportunity to sit behind the block when this pig sold. I remember seeing this pig as a baby pig, and I thought, man, he looks impressive. I know we waited on the photo right before we went to print. We wasn't going to have a photo in the catalog. They sent it, and I seen the photo, and I thought, man, we got to redo this entire page because I've got to get that picture in there because that thing looks incredible. You start studying this one, and then you start looking at culture shock. You're seeing pigs out of culture shock, what that boar's bringing to the table right now, and you think back of the depth into the pedigree and just everything that is surrounded by Hang Tight, culture shock, and everything else, and then you say that this boar's owned by Genetic Edge, Trace, and True. Man, you talk about all the sows that's going to get bred there, and then they're giving you an opportunity to purchase 2 up to 4 doses on the pick of your days. So I want to be really clear how this is going to work. Each bidder will have the option to purchase either 2 or 4 doses. We will not open this semen back up. We will sell A, we will sell B, we will sell C, we will sell D, we will sell E, and that will actually be the way that you are called to book your semen for those days. So if you buy B, you will not pick your date until the buyer of A picks his. Want that to be extremely clear. That's how this is working. It is a rank. Once the date's filled up, or once the date is picked, then they're going to do that. That is not happening tonight on the block. You do not have to pick your date tonight. I want to make that extremely clear. I've had a couple people text that says, hey, I'm not 100% sure. I don't know what day that I want to make sure that everybody understands you don't have to pick tonight. But Ben or Andrew will reach out to you there when we get done. It's probably not going to be tomorrow or going to be on Wednesday, but they will be getting back to you. Just want to make sure everybody's got that clear. It is a pecking order.
Can you take them all, or just one?
No, you cannot. We will sell A. Well, yeah.
What if I want to buy A, B, C, and D?
Yeah,
we'll do that.
What I was
We'll do that. Yep. So we'll call an audible. I'll check with Ben and make sure it's okay. I'm sure he's fine with it because we're not going to open it back up. If a guy wants to lay in here and buy A, B, C, that's fine. But you can't buy A, B, and D. I don't know why you would, Willie, but it might be something you'd do.
That'd be a Fox thing.
Nah, maybe.
One thing that I think that needs to be brought out right here is truly your opportunity in a great boar that's without saying. But owned with Genetic Edge, Trace Amigo, and True. Look at those firms, just as he said. Look at the firms that's got the boar. Look at the firms that's going to be utilizing the boar. And consider the fact that there's probably not going to be a whole hell of a lot more semen left on him. You better get in where you fit in right here.
We turn the page to 129, White Matters. This is a Tarzan Slim Shady tricked out boar from Heron Genetics. I know a boar that I think Dad's got to see him 2 or 3 times, and I think every time that he's been, I've gotten a Snapchat of a video just to get to see what he looks like. And then you actually start to read down through the footnotes. When I was building the catalog, I got to thinking to myself, the tricked out Kingpin, Hold My Beer 71, Red 7, of how many times I've seen that pedigree in the Exchange catalog. And it's several times, and I actually sat down. I keep all the old catalogs, and I started flipping back through them and just seeing how many times something has sold out of that sow, and it's remarkable seeing the ties that this boar has. We start looking at Tarzan. I know earlier we talked about there's going to be 2 opportunities selling tonight to buy 4 straws of frozen semen on Tarzan. I know me and Dad's had a chance to see that boar. Incredible boar, not afraid, got traded there the other day in the draft. And then Renegade, what he's been able to do, a huge opportunity here that's packed with winners on both sides of the pedigree, and then white. He is white, and he's solid white. And I don't know if anybody's been around in the last 6 months, but the white ones right now, there's more opportunity right now for a white boar than there has ever been, in my opinion, and I think a really good opportunity. Anybody that's called me from Georgia to California that's asked about a boar in the Exchange that I into, White Matters has been on my list.
Yeah, I think everything that he said, I could just say ditto to, and particularly from a standpoint of the pedigree. I'll just talk to you a little bit about the boar. As we always talk about, man, do they look like the photo? And I'll tell you, this one does. He comes tremendous in terms of moderation, his boldness, his roundness. Everything about this thing is round, starting with the top side of his skull to his rib shape, down his top, throughout his hip. Everything about him has got power and dimension and spread about him. I love those things about him. I mean, he drawed, I was standing there the very first time I seen him. He run out the end of the barn, and I was drawn to his wide eyes and his ears set about his head, and I thought, man, this thing has got something to him. And you just study one in terms of body and dimension. Everything is proportioned. Everything fits right. As Blake said, I think the White Matters stacked in there, knowing the stoutness, the bulkiness, and the hair that comes in all of the black in the backside of his pedigree. I think this is a true unique opportunity with this one to take and make pigs better. And I don't know what color they're going to be or what you're wanting to do with them, but I promise you they're going to be better when it's all said and done.
We turn the page here and we go to 130, prime pick, and we stay with Heron. And I know that this has been a really fun lot to go back through and just read and actually kind of wrap your brain around it, and an opportunity here. So you are picking the gilts that are full mates to prime time. Prime time would have been the $65,000 purchase that Halfin had made at the Gary Todd farm sale last year that Brock would have raised. A very, very good pig. We talked about that pig earlier there on a different lot and how he was lost too soon. I know that the hype around that pig was just one that was unbelievable. There's not very many litters out there. You got an opportunity to go right here. There is 3 females, and I think that this is a very, very important statement here. There's going to be 2 females, 34-7, 34-5, that will never leave the farm. They don't plan on taking them anywhere. You can pick one of those, or you can pick 34-6, which she's been campaigned right now and going to be continue to be campaigned by Brock's kids there. So you can get one that's already fixing to start building a resume, or you could pick of 2 there that will never leave the house. I will tell you that some of those that might remember this, Holy Smokes, a couple weekends ago, a good buddy of mine there that I've actually got to know pretty well from Georgia, Genetics, Barton and crew, they actually tied in and bought a litter-mate boar pig to this boar, kind of starting a little deal out there in Georgia. I know I talked to him yesterday afternoon about some different opportunities, and he called me and he said, "Hey, bro," he said, "are you selling the mates to my boar?" And I said, "Well, one of them." And he said, "Might have to look at that." He said, "This pig's pretty good." So no doubt an opportunity here to tie in and buy you one gilt. I will tell you, I think I've kind of pushed on Brock a time or two and asked if two can leave, and he has hung up the phone both times.
Well, if you know Brock very well, and getting guilt out of there is like pulling teeth, because he's not going to let it happen, and his emphasis is on his sows and what they can do. And Brock's one of those that quick to tell you that he's not going to turn those good ones loose. And as we come back and talk about prime time, that was a boar that I actually called him and asked about, and man, they said it was uniquely different, and that was in a good way, and what they thought prime time could do and what he brought to the table. And then when it was lost him, man, that was a big hit to the people that I knew had plans to use that boar and go forward with him. And then Brock steps up and offers the full sieves or the picks to him there. And you know Brock believes in him because he's going to keep a pair of them, and he's showing one. So, you know, he's going to offer you the opportunity to come in there, get in the heart of what he believes is his best crossbreds in this program, and that lot 130. That's an awesome option there from the Heron firm.
Guys, there's only one thing I want to add to that lot. You'll see two boars' names at the top of that page. Mainline, quite frankly, never before. Two of those three names on there will be boars that we're going to offer frozen semen out of tonight. Again, we talk about over and over the value of pedigrees and the need and the wants, and the reason that we make these and we track those pedigrees is for a reason. That might be a reason to tap into some of that and have that in your tank, just because you're making pigs just like this one.
We turn the page to lot 131. This is going to be reference only, culture shock, 8 seconds AC. We put in here offering a young crossbred boar, and to be honest with you, you know, when the talk about putting the catalog together, and then we got the picture, and Dad sent me the picture, and I said, what is that? And then it followed with a video, and I watched the video, and then I watched it again, and I watched it again, and I texted him, and I said, hey, what is this? And he still didn't respond, and it was about 4 hours later, and I was still very curious, and this is what the pig was. It is the Keplinger boar, and I'll tell you that you can read all the footnotes that you want to. You can read everything. AC is the, quite frankly, Cinderella sow. What AC has been able to do for so many, and just tie back the culture shock boar. We said it a while ago, looking back at Moyer's lot there, about just the consistency that boar is going to do and what he's going to do going forward. I think the sky's the limit, and I think that you look at this boar right here, and there's one thing I know Glenn Martin laughed at it a while ago whenever he seen it. He said, we like our pig. And whenever I put this in the catalog, I think that whenever I sent the proof to Seth, he said, will you put that in there? And I said, yeah, because whenever I called him to talk to him, I said, well, what do you think? And he said, we like our pig. And, you know, I think that that's a big statement. I will say that there's one thing that we want to note that didn't make it in the catalog. This boar has actually already had his dew claws removed. He's already got that taken care of. It wasn't done. It was done here recently. He's been healed up. Everything's fine. We want to be open and transparent about that. The offering, I know that there's been a lot of things in the air here with this offering. The buyer is receiving 100% ownership and possession of this boar. So you buy the boar, you pay 100% of the hammer price. He's yours. You shut him down. You do whatever you want to with him. B, buyer pays 75% of the hammer price and gets 75% ownership and possession of the boar. Keplinger will then retain 25% of the ownership in that boar. C, moving down, the buyer pays 50% of the hammer price and gets 50% of the ownership. There is no possession of the boar, and the boar stays at Keplinger's there. They will collect it at that time on B and C both. We've had several people ask if they buy that, you will have the opportunity to work with Seth, sell semen, do whatever you want to. I encourage you, if you are interested in this boar and you have questions on A, B, C, really A, there should be no questions on, but B and C, reach out to me, Dad, call Seth, ask us the questions that you want to know. There is so many opportunities that can be done right here with this boar. I just want everybody to be transparent. Call us and ask before you bid.
Yeah, well, Blake's right. There, Lot 131, I talked to Steph there a little bit. I've talked to many of you. I think I've talked to everybody in the country that has inquired since the catalog come out. But I got this picture, and I had to roll that one over in my mind a little bit, looking and thinking. And the part that Blake was right is there was a little bit of delay. But what that delay is for me to figure out how in the world in my schedule of what that I had going on was I going to be able to see this boar, because I thought that it was very apparent that I tried to get there to see him, and I wanted to. I thought that the video was absolutely remarkable. I told this story earlier this morning when I was talking to a gentleman about him. Is when I went there, first off, I'll tell you, I don't think I've ever flown anywhere to go look at one pig. I flew there, I looked at one pig, and went back, got on a plane, and I flew back home. Did a lot of thinking that day about a lot of different things. But what I will tell you about this one is he looks just like he does in his video. For those of you that have not had the opportunity or been blessed to go down Victory Road and pull up there and let them walk this thing out there in that beautiful green grass, I mean, it is absolutely remarkable just to see him float across there. It's even better when you have a package of fresh strawberries, freshly picked. I got those. What I'm going to tell you about this is the pig looks remarkable from a design standpoint. He matches everything that we talk about today in terms of hair and density and bone and mass. His look, his presence, all of those things combined that you see is absolutely there. I think the one thing that maybe doesn't come across in the video that I picked up on my visit that I thought was just absolutely incredible is the amount of shape and true muscle that this pig has in him. If you want to know what a pig needs to look like coming out of the upper side of his blade, the way that his blade and shoulder lays in him, instead he comes into his top, and the way it goes down his loin, he's perfectly shaped down his loin. His depth of loin reads about as true as anything that you'll see in today's time. He has about as much spread as you can put in the upper side of one of them's skeleton as you can make. His hip is absolutely huge, but it is so long, deep, and square. He's not one of those big, round, bubble-assed ones. He's long-hipped. He's deep tying down into his stifle, and he goes square coming, he goes square going away from you. I think this is one very, very special individual. I'm not going to say a whole lot more. This is lot 131. When we put the sale orders together, he will be the very first pig that we will sell in the offering. We will offer him first. Blake talked about the culture shock deal and the sire of this boar. I have seen a lot of culture shocks. I have seen and heard about a lot more culture shocks since then. That boar is going to have a tremendous amount of punch in this industry. I think this one right here might take punch to a whole nother level. This is a very, very special individual. It's going to be real fun for me to keep the catalog for this year's event, so we can always go back and look at this boar and see what Reference Only has done in years to come. We talk about the never-befores of the day and what they've done, and we see those names still showing up. We see the Quite Franklys of the world that keep showing up. I would bet if things hold true to my way of thinking and what I think that can be done, not only are we going to see culture shock time and time again, whatever they determine, whoever buys this boar, whatever they determine to name him, or if it stays as Reference Only, I would say we'll go back to this year's catalog and see this boar in the mindset of people way, way, way down the road in the future. Lot 131, that one's special.
I'll just add one thing to that, Todd, as we come in there, and I know we were on a time schedule here, but I actually talked to Kepler the other day and asked him if he was coming, and the first thing he said is, "Bro, have you seen the video of my boar?" on there. He sounded excited, and that's something, if you know Seth, you know, and you ask him how the pigs look, well, they're okay, you know, and stuff like that. He was excited about his pig, and he said, you know, really maybe one of the better ones that I've put together. The last time that I thought he had one like this, and it was wake-up call. Man, did he make a splash when we sold the semen on him there. The unique opportunity of this one is man, you get to own him, and I think that's special. Seth believes in the boy, and the things that Todd said about him there, you look at the video, and after he said that, maybe one of the better ones that he's raised there, you look at that video, Todd sent him in person there, the proof's in the pudding there. Keplinger, he likes his pig.
Absolutely. You know, I said that I really like this offering. You see that boar and you think, my gosh, and then, man, he just keeps going. 132 Lady Luck, we're offering the mother of the Reserve Grand at San Antonio, Willie. And then you start to read down in through here, there was a gilt that was at OYE there that was the Reserve Light Cross gilt that, boy, she had a lot of fans. Same mother right here. An opportunity from Kilmer. You know, Jim's been somebody that's always come to all of our events, participated. Man, when we called and asked him to put something in, we had no intention for him to step up and to do this, and I'm telling you what, he did. A featured lot here in the catalog for sure. I've had a ton of people reach out and call me on this one. A very, very good opportunity to buy the mother of the Reserve Grand at San Antonio with no strings attached.
Man, Jimmy stepped up to the plate hard. Did you get him to talk to you a lot, Blake, about this, or is he kind of silent and just put it in there? Yeah, I put it in. Not only is she the Reserve Grand, mother of the Reserve Grand at San Antonio, she's the mother of the Reserve Light Cross gilt at OYE, and also is the mother of, man, what was that bear in Georgia? Was he Grand Reserve Bronze, something like that on Reserve there? So, yeah, not only did she do it once, she didn't do it once, she didn't do it twice, she did it 3 times in one litter. And to get one, man, I kind of know a little bit about that tricked out times up stuff there on the bottom side, and you'll read there that, man, that Jimmy has made an impact. He was on the front end of some of that white stuff going on, and for him to offer up one of the key sows there in the Kilmer program, I say he really stepped up to the plate here in Lady Luck.
Absolutely. We move in to 133, and we go to Bank of Western Oklahoma there with the boys of Ryan and Kimball there. We're offering a daughter of whitetail, and this is an opportunity that I don't think comes on every day. Street corner here, if you don't know what whitetail is $190,000 selection from the Goss family crew there at the coronation a few years back, purchased by them boys. This gilt, or this sow whitetail, has been the cornerstone of their production. Not let many gilts go, if not any, hardly here. The gilt being offered represents everything that whitetail has produced. They've got the bankroll. This is actually the littermate to bankroll. And then you look at this, she's bred to their board that they have there called Dash 7. He's a stone cold son there that actually you read into the pedigree a little deeper. Whitetail would be his grandmother. So an opportunity to put whitetail on both sides here. I will tell you, this Kimball Livestock crew, I mean, there's no better people in the business to do business with. They're my good buddies. I'm so glad that the bank's pretty slow tomorrow because they've texted and said they're coming to play golf.
Well, I'm sure glad they're able to work that in their schedule. I know they're awful tight day to day around there. But as Blake said, a very, very cool offering. We all know what whitetail is. We all remember her there at Goss's coronation and all. But what's been even maybe even more cool about all of that is to see these boys grow and develop in the business after making a large investment. And so many times, you know, we see people do it and then see things not go nowhere. And they've taken it to a whole nother level and not only fed off of her, but they're getting all they can out of her. And I say that in a very, very great manner. They reach out, and this particular gilt here, sired by the Unrivaled boar. Then if you look at the bottom side there, or look at the bottom side of Dash 7, you know, not only is he a stone cold, but then a wild side. Them guys are still taking the best they have, and they're using the cutting edge genetics that's available to us today to even make it better. And with this is truly an individual. I feel like in lot 133 is you can take this one, and this is going to be one that's going to build somebody their next legacy. This is something to build off of. She's a direct daughter of the great Unrivaled boar. And then, you know, when you put whitetail with it and you know all the genetic capabilities behind it, this is nothing going to be but get better, get better, get better for somebody and for the next owner. I think this is a huge, huge opportunity. We're thankful to have them guys be a part of it and be a part of this year. I'm surprised this early in the game that they are selling something this young with this much potential and promise for the future. But that also tells you that they're in it for the long haul and the way that they're going about handling their business and doing it. Lot 133, a very, very good opportunity to lay in a great female.
We turn the page there to 134 Cold Pick, and what a unique opportunity here. This was actually a page that I built early on in the catalog, and then actually had to go back and scratch the whole thing and restart because we went from the sows not farrowing to then farrowing, so then I could put actually how many gilts there are to pick from. But we are offering a pick from Knauf, offering a pick of the gilts out of an elite set of females that were bred to Cold World. There, I put in there that there's 20 gilts to select from. I texted him this morning just to make sure that there was still 20. Tomorrow before we sell, I will confirm that there is still 20, just to make sure, you know, there's things that can happen there. I encourage you to kind of read down through there and study the pedigrees on these. I know that I've talked to Kyle 4 or 5 times about this lot and just how excited that he is, and you just sit down and you think about Knauf and the Sow family that they have on the industry that's backed is just a huge. There was one point there right before we went to print. I needed to get the proof and make sure everything looked right. I couldn't get a hold of Kyle. I reached out to Ellen and said, hey, is everything good on the catalog page? And she said, what are you talking about? And I told her what we was offering, and she said, well, this is crazy. I can't even believe that we're offering this. And I said, so that means that you're telling me there's no chance to double down? And she said, absolutely not. We shouldn't be doing this in the first place. An opportunity here to pick one female out of these 5 breds. Here you're only getting 1 pig, but there's 20 gilts to choose from out of the Cold World boar there. And I can tell you what, Willie, when we was out at the get-together and we got to see that pig as a baby, I think that there was no question in my mind that day how good that pig was. It's sad to see him go, but here's an opportunity to tie in to one of the gilts. Not many people's going to have the opportunity.
Well, and to add to that, Blake, I think the thing about it is you got to think of the pig crop this is, where they come from, and the sows that are behind this. And anybody that knows the Knauf firm knows how synonymous they are of great females and being able to make great males and bears that go win. I mean, hell, it's just a year or two ago, I think he won every Texas major or whatever it was. And, you know, the deal is it's the same set of sows that's working today that was working then, and they continue. And, you know, you can attest to this, that these litter mate males to these gilts that we're offering, we're all going to see them things pop up at sales here before long just as well. So what all does that do but just add extra value to the female that you're getting here, not only for a show gilt or to make your own resume with her, but then down the road, more importantly, as a sow of what her mate brothers could potentially get accomplished as well. So I think a great opportunity here in lot 134. Thanks to Ellen and the people there at Knauf, and glad that she got Kyle to cooperate.
We turn the page to 135, and if you seen Willie walk away a while ago and wondering what he was doing, he was going out to burn a rod, and I tell you that, you know, a unique opportunity here, and I know that we have fun with Willie when we sit down to do the catalog and think about the lot name here, it come to me pretty easy. And then the offering here, I think, is really special. There's a conflict next spring there that we put in there. We're super excited to get to watch Willie judge next year. And so with that being said, maybe some traveling across the Red River there to sell some pigs will maybe be limited. This is an opportunity to get in and purchase the pick of the males or the females out of the May and June group there. I think the one thing, I did get a call that said, hey, how are you going to sell Lot B if in A they get to pick? Well, Willie, you're going to pick tomorrow night. You're going to type in the chat room if you want the male or the gilt. That way the buyers know exactly on B what they are buying. You're not going to go to the house and have a rod there with Willie and pick. You're going to pick tomorrow night if you want the male or the female. A huge opportunity. I know Willie's probably got a little bit more information. Page is a little bare, but I know that you talk about the boar that earlier that we're selling semen on tonight, and then you just look at Willie's track record in general, and just an opportunity of a lifetime here to get in and purchase.
Well, that's what I was going to allude to is, we spent a lot of time talking about Big Star and Willie and the crew there's the one that put that one together, the boy that stands there at Hoff Schulte's, and I think we all know the impact that's expected from that and what he's going to be able to do. And, as Blake alluded to, we give Willie a hard time and a great time. Obviously, he's sitting here beside us, and he has every time. And when we put this together, we knew there was challenges anytime that these guys get asked across the country to judge these big major shows. It always has a little impact on their pig selling abilities and how they're going to have to go about doing it. And we know that makes it a little challenging. So, therefore, rather than him getting to be in all the live sales that maybe he intended or even wanted to, this would be an opportunity for people, if you want to reach out there and buy you a boar, if you want to buy you a gilt, or you got a bearer that fits into a different show season or a different show than the season that he's judging, well then that gives you this opportunity. But I know Willie's excited about judging the show, but I think he was just as equally as excited about the set of pigs that he had coming. So I'll let him share with you just a tick about that, and then we'll move right on.
Yeah, guys, we're going to do that from in that first group there on the pick there, the males, the bears, or the gilts, so whatever you want to do. I believe there's 9 litters there. They come from the 26th to June the 7th. Guys, the sows in that group, 33-4 as expected, backbones in that group. That's actually a gilt that Allie showed that was bronze overall there in our county show. You asked me why that was important. We didn't take her to the city that year, and there were 12 of those individuals that made this sale at OIE that were bears or gilts. We chose not to take her. It's amazing that we just got through talking about Cold War on there. That sow's bred to Pony Boy at the house, which is a litter mate to Cold War there that was raised by Hawk and McCarty, sold the same day as that boar did. 38 sevens in that group as expected, backbone. That sow is a litter mate to Yo Dog at Wintex Farms, again bred to Pony Boy. 26-3, that's a big expected litter that we like there. That sow's a holdover. She's an all-out war backdrop, again bred to Pony Boy. Slap Happy Tricked in there, litter mate, one class there at LSU. That mother raised the grand there at Louisville, or reserve grand at Louisville. She's bred to Gassed Up there, the Fuel Son that we bought from Fontenot that owned with Berger. People Helping People, Hold My Beer, that's an old sow. They asked why that one's still around. My footnotes is D Wood feeds out of this sow. She is also bred to Pony Boy. We got a bear on feed. My sow is at the house. Dare to Compare, Echo Hold My Bear 71, bred to Castanova. That's a sow, that's a staple. Big Bones is in there, is what we call her. The Young Love sow from Wintex. She is bred to Brotherly Love. I want you guys to listen to this. You talk about putting the best of the best in, and what we're going to do here, as me and Austin talked about it, I would have never put these 2 sows in this group. I looked at the book, and I said, we got to step up our game. I love the sows that are in there. But, guys, listen to this. This is what I'm going to add to the offering here. We're going to offer the pick out of Nurse Jackie. That's the gilt that the Newcombs girls showed that won the Northwest Point System in the Hamps there. Gab and crew were on the bucket there, and Cooper, man, they did a great job. All I could tell them was they called the gilt's good. She's going to be a board maker one of these days on there. We're going to offer up, she's in the offering, and then guys, we're going to offer Chubb's up in the offering too. So that's Big Star's mama. We're going to offer the Wild Side next sow. She's bred to, both of those sows are bred to Pony Boy there, the Hawk and McCarty boy. I thought that was the best of the best that we had at K&M, and an opportunity that probably never has been offered from us. If you want in first, here's your opportunity to do it. I think those pigs will fit Phoenix, Denver, Fort Worth, and you know me, I like them stout. We could bust on into Houston and Austin there.
Probably don't get to San Antonio. But here's we turn the page here to 136. Here's a great opportunity. I think if you look at the catalog, there's maybe never been an offering that you study and you get to buy the mother of something is quite like is what we do this year. When we asked Moyer what they wanted to do, and he sent this information, I thought, man, are we just doing like pick of the gilts or something? And he said, no. He said, let's sell her. And so we're offering the mother of All Access and Play Money. Boy, you start to actually sit down and realize All Access and what he's been able to do here. You look back, he would actually be the sire of the $525,000 Goss livestock pig there that stands at Genetic Edge. That'd be choked up. And then this sow is actually bred to Unstoppable. We talked earlier about how many sows are actually bred to this boar in the exchange. A great opportunity from a firm that, we talked about their semen lot earlier, but these guys right here, I mean, there's nobody else better than in the business. Boy, I always enjoy the opportunity to have a phone call and talk. I know that we've had some crazy ideas, even through CCI and KV on wanting to try new things. They've always been about supporting us and doing anything that we have ideas. And I tell you what, if they don't believe in the program like this here with providing us this female, you're having access to buy a key female that's there at Moyer Genetic Edge with no strings attached.
Yeah, one like this don't come along all the time, and we talk about the pedigrees, the backdrop, the king. That's kind of going old school, but there's a reason that she's still around there for that time period, and then bred to the Unstoppable boar there that we know is going to be so prominent at Premium Blend. That was the Goss pig, and man, that's power stacked on power, and if you don't like power, I'd say you can stay away from it here, because that's what you're going to get. And I think the same sentiment, everything Blake said, a firm that is really close and dear to us, great friends of ours, proud to have them be a part of this year's exchange. Lot 136.
We move to 137, and we go to Colusa, California, tag 84, and I can tell you that the Alton Walter crew out there, Mark and Sandy and everybody there, and as well as Russell, I mean, just what they mean to us as a family. Boy, our relationship goes back so long, and I know that I have the opportunity every spring to travel out there for most of their online, or for most of their live sales, there, and this pig was actually in one of those sales. He was tag 84 in the sale, and this was a pig that I loved from day one. A family there in Oregon purchased this pig. He actually went on and was shown a couple of times there, and then brought back to Alton Walters for the last several or a couple months here. An opportunity here when I hollered back at Russell and said, "Hey, what's the story of this pig? Like I remember him in the sale. I know that you guys got him back for a boar," and he said, "Yeah." He said, "We just don't know what we want to do, but we might want to offer him in the exchange." And I'll tell you what, one that you look at his picture there. I highly encourage you, if you're on your mobile phone, click the image and watch the video. You look at that video and you see that pig, a very, very intriguing pig. I think one that's been on every one of my lists that I've texted to guys. He's an 86 no stranger in game. I will tell you, that if you think of Mark Altenwalter and you think about the sow herd that lives in Colusa there on the concrete, it's one of the best sow herds in the country, and he's not afraid to spend the dollars to buy females. So you know that this boar has a good mama, and you know that the boar that they're out of, they go to extreme measures to make sure they breed to the best genetics they can. Russell did tell me, said, hey, we believe in this boar so much, we want to retain 2 doses per collection to use the boar. Again, Willie, I think that it's very important that everybody understands the reason why that they want to keep a Holt is because they believe in this and they believe in the program.
I think the only thing that I would add to all of that that Blake said is if you went through the catalog and you've seen the photo and read the write-up and you've not seen the video, I highly, highly encourage you to do that, because this video of this thing, I think, is absolutely remarkable. I think this boar offers so many great things and pieces, and we talk about often times fresh air and whatnot. I think this boar, not only from a kind, his shape, his muscle, his look, all of that, but then when you put this 86 boar there in there, I think it gives you another shot of a shot of air, and to be able to keep it all together the way this one does, the proportionality of him and his look, I think, is absolutely incredible. Lot 137.
We turn to lot 138, Spray and Pray. Here is a boar that's at Purple Power. I want to say thank you to Susan and Chris and Biscuit for allowing us the opportunity to sell semen on this boar. I know, talking to Blake there, that this is a boar that is very, very popular, I would say, and we're going to offer 20 doses with fast passes on this boar. I want you to know that it has to be used before October 10th. 2026. This offering is going to read A, B, C, D. It's going to be in that pecking order in terms of how you're booking your semen. We're going to offer the 2 doses. We're going to call an audible, kind of what we did on the Moyer lot. We're going to make it just like that in the whole entire catalog. Good job, Nate. And offering here, you can double down and take 12, or you can take all 20 of them. So a really good opportunity here to secure your semen on Spray and Pray.
Yeah, I think Spray and Pray there, Biscuit, that's one that I know that he's extremely high on there. He's got faith in the boar and backed by that sow in there, and I know that's one that they like a lot, and if you ever saw her in person on there, you know why so high. And then sired by Trick himself and the old man there, and one I know that they just got a ton of faith in. Look at the boar and just look how stout that thing is. Still maintains length of neck. Man, he's got a huge forearm and a big hind leg, big time in terms of his roll and cage that he has into him. One, I think, that can make elite show pigs, and they're offering up this semen opportunity here because I'm sure that boar is very, very popular out there, and you better get on the books if you're going to get your sows bred to Spray and Pray lot 138.
Do want to note that is tricked out frozen semen. That's not a clone. That is frozen semen. Sorry.
Right.
We turn the page to 139, and man, I'm telling you what, you talk about an opportunity that I don't think has ever been offered in any kind of sale. And then when you talk about Mark Gray and the opportunity right here, I don't know if I've talked to a single person more times about a lot, their own lot, than Mark, just so he gets a clear understanding of what's going to actually transpire here. So what we've done here, you can see that there's six females. We're offering the entire litter. Make sure everybody understands this online. We're offering the entire litter except for one gilt from the following litters. So you're going to have the opportunity to pick one sow bred to naughty list, and you're going to take the entire litter. Mark is going to take the first gilt that he wants. He is getting first pick. There's been several people called and asked and just say, hey, what is going on here? What number of gilts he taking? He's taking the first gilt in the litter that he wants. Mark has never sold a gilt out of these sows. So you have an opportunity, and I know that there's been a lot of confusion the way that everything reads, that it's not just pick of the litter, you're getting all of it. But there is two options, and I've had so many people ask. B, the option A is that the high bidder will pick a litter, Mark will retain a gilt, and you get the rest of the litter at weaning. B is that you pay 50% of the hammer price, and you partner 50-50 with Mark Gray, and he will then sell and market those pigs through his farm sale, and the buyer will receive 50% of the revenue generated from that litter. I can tell you right now that there's no better guy in the industry to do business with than Mark Gray. And I can tell you he is sick to his stomach walking into this room tomorrow night because he doesn't know which litter they are going to take. He has said time and time again, man, I wish that we wouldn't have done this, because I can't stand the fact that they're going to take the whole litter. A truly unique opportunity. I know you can read footnotes on all of these gilts. I encourage you to reach, or sows, excuse me. There is one gilt in the litter, or in the offering. I encourage you to call Mark and talk through with him on what he thinks. Better yet, come to the sale and talk to Kelly tomorrow night on which one she would pick, and then even Carson, and maybe she'll share a piece of her chocolate cake we got her.
I've used the term on this one a couple of times. I've just told people that if you're a good livestock person of any species or a good hog breeder, this lot has to be dear and dear to your heart, because if you've put these things together and tried to put them together and know the time, the effort, the wear and the tear, and the heartache and everything that comes with assembling a set of females like this, that's one thing. But then to do it, and then to make the financial investment that he did, and to do it, and to buy all the semen he bought on Naughty List and breed them, and he did it for a purpose on that day. And he did it for a purpose to move his herd and to move everything he's wanting to do from a genetic progress standpoint forward. And then yet still have the courage to allow Blake and I to sweep in and say, you've done all this, and now we're going to take your entire litter besides one of the pigs she's going to have. That was a little bit of a little emotional roller coaster that took place there, and we have. I mean, Blake said he talked to Mark. Well, hell, I think I talked to him 3 times yesterday. So luckily the catalog's out. Luckily everybody knows about it, and I don't think Mark can back out now. But just as Mark said, I mean, one of our truly great friends. We say that very often. That's where it all starts. You probably wouldn't be a part of this if we didn't like you. And there's a great human behind all this that does it. He does it for the right reason. He does it to play and do it at the highest level. He's bred every one of these because he loves the game, and he loves to play the game. If you're a gambler, it's the kind of game to get in on. If you're a true livestockman, I think this is really a game to get on, because it could make you you can become that relevant that easy by just owning a litter like this. The opportunity's endless. If you're an investor, I think you really got to take note here, because I don't know what this could be worth when it's all said and done.
We turn the page to 140, and we appreciate Dakota making the long trek over here and sitting through the preview with us here. I know Strieber, man, what that guy's been able to do, it was awesome. The other day we had the opportunity to actually go look at this boar. We were at the office, and Eli said he wanted to go look, so we ran over and met Poppy and actually Brent Bolin and the crew from High Point looked, and we turned, and Brent said, well, where's the rest of your sows? I told Bolin, I said, that is his sows right there, and he said, that's impressive. The guy's got 12, 14 sows, I think, and you look at them, they're very impressive, and then you just start to look and see of all the things that this guy has been able to put together, and then he runs this little piglet out there and lets you look at him, and man, it just all makes sense. This pig here, unfiltered, we called him. This is an outrage, real talk, next intention. You look at the outrage pig, which was the $80,000 purchase there that went to premium blend from Goss Livestock, and then which is a back there. That boar is a woke. Roll call. I went in there and put that in there because just started looking at everything when Dakota sent me all of these notes on just the top side and bottom side of the pedigree. I wanted to try to get as much information as I could, but then you start to look and see just what the mother of this boar has done. Then you look at what the grandmother and just everything. I know that Dakota has never taken more than one pig to a sale, it feels like, and every time he rings a bell with those, I remember stand out there when we sold that one at the get-together. A truly just a great friend. Like Dad said a while ago, I mean, we're buddies with everybody, or you're probably not going to be in our events. Just a really good opportunity. I know that there's a boar online. If you haven't seen the video of the boar, I encourage you to go to Dakota's Facebook page. Look at that. You can get on the catalog if you're following along. Hit the play button and watch it. A very good boar here, young. Ownership and possession 100% on a boar here. I know you look at Unshaken. We've talked to Burling a couple of times with his landrace boar. It seems like every time we talk to him, he comes or he says something about the Strieber boar there. Just a testament of this guy's genetics going forward.
Yeah, we've had the opportunity to see this boar multiple times, and I guess what I would tell you, if you're, I encourage those of you that plan on joining us tomorrow night there at the exchange here at the Grand. If you're coming, get with Dakota because, in all honesty, this pig's about 4 miles from your seat. It's just about as easy to get there as it is to get over to the buffet. And I would encourage you to go look at him. This thing, he's incredible built. His build, his maturity, the design, all of it blends. And this board looks the way he does, and he does so for a reason. As Blake alluded to, and we give Dakota such a hard time all the time, but it's so remarkable to see a young man, or anybody for that matter, be able to accomplish the things he does time and time again at the highest level with such few numbers. And he does it because of the baseline and belief of a sow or sows that he believes in. What did he do here? He went out, he used the outrage boar, the pig that was that Goss had sold, and with total confidence, knowing what that he was putting into one of his very best sows. And she's done it time and time again. Don't go looking and expecting this pig to be one of those fat, bloomy ones that's already shined up and ready to go. He comes in Dakota fashion in terms of his build, his maturity. He's still a little raw right now in his development. But I tell you what, when you can just imagine what this one's going to look like when he hits that fighting weight of 260, 280, 300 pounds. When you walk this thing out across the grass out there in the yard right now, you cannot draw a better silhouette of what you want a show bearer to look like. His hip, his levelness of hip, his squareness in his hind leg, all of those things that you see in the picture is just what he looks like on the move. Great opportunity right here, lot 140.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen when Striebe's let one go there, the first impact, that first litter out of those on there. He's a guy that's a mover and a shaker when it comes to selling boars. He wouldn't have offered one if he didn't think he could make a move in there. Dakota kind of does his own thing when he puts them together there, but I promise you on there, that guy's pigs feed, they breed on, and he believes in them there. Man, that's a great opportunity in lot 40. I've actually seen him bring one to a pig sale, had a few scratches on it too, so.
No doubt. We turn the page to lot 141, and we go to Weatherford, Texas. There, S Squared Show Pigs, and man, you just look at this page, and I know that this was one that I did early, and then I kept coming back to it because I started reading stuff about this gazelle and what she's done. You look in the blue column over here to the side, and she's the mother of Hang Tight, Hold On, Hang 'em High, Greatness, and the list goes on. And then you start to think about this, that whenever I was on the phone with him, he said, hey, we've only let 1 or 2 daughters go out of this sow. And then you start to think back to the Moyer lot earlier and what that pig was, and you start to think that Defying Nature, we read in there that his mother was a litter mate to Hang Tight. And then you see that, sure enough, that this is the one that board traces back to. A unique opportunity right here. What we are offering pick of the gilts out of her herself or any of the daughters that is there at S Squared. He just texted me and he said, letting you know we have farrowed 3 sows so far. Yesterday and today we are at 16 gilts. So far there is 16 gilts to choose from. When you look at this, I did not talk to Claire, but I asked him. He said the high bidder of this lot will have the opportunity to double the hammer and to take 2 gilts out of 2 different litters. So you can't take 2 gilts out of the same litter, but you can take 2 gilts out of 2 litters of your choice. There's a couple of the litters right there to pick from. If you can see, I actually think that there's 2 more litters that you can pick from. This is what he sent me. A very, very unique opportunity here, I would say. You talk about sow power, you talk about everything that is going on right now just on this page. I encourage you to read it again, and then read it again.
Yeah, if you don't know Garrett very well, for him to step up and turn loose of the gilts out of that sow or daughters on her, that's a pretty big thing for him because, man, he's built this program around elite females, and that's what he thrives on out there. And for your opportunity to come in here and get you a daughter gazelle and just look at what she's done, the daughters ever done, and then come in here and he bred those sows to win, and that's what he does. And he bred those sows and made them like he thought that he was going to keep them all, and there might be a deal. He might not sell any of them whenever you're done. So, man, you get the opportunity. You look at the boars they bred to. He did it. That's an elite sow package right there, and you get to take a gilt and double down and take another one if you want, correct? Yeah. So he's going to let 2 go first thing. You're first in. I think that's a unique opportunity from S Squared.
We're not opening that back up. So the high bidder will only have the choice. We moved to 142, and we run up there to Canada, to Swecky, and man, I tell you what, a fun lot. We did this exact lot probably 3 years ago, actually, and I think it worked out so good. And then I was asking him the other day, and man, he is just pumped about this set of females that he has kept back there. And then he sent me a list of some of the pedigrees: Power Hour on Pawn Star, Unrivaled on My Intention, the Mother of Trust Fund, Unrivaled, No Stranger. A lot of boars that you've actually never even heard of, probably. And I would say then you get to studying what the sires of some of those are, and the list goes on. And I think Swecky's somebody that just is saying, hey, open the doors, come in here. You're only taking 1. By no circumstance can you double and take 2, 3, anything like that. He said 1, there's an opportunity to get in and maybe even grab a calico female. He did want to make note, and this is very important, make sure that you get up there and pick before July 1st. He wants to get these females in his rotation, and he wants to make sure you get in there and get one selected out there before July 1.
Well, I think the one thing that you got to keep in mind on Swecky is you can go up there with any mindset that you want, and you never know what you're going to find because, one of the things that's on that list that we didn't take a deep dive on is you talked about a lot of those crossbreds, but there may be some spots in there out of Mr. Irrelevant. You may find you a red one or so in there out of No Vacancy. And then I do know, as Blake alluded to, he's been really concentrating on that calico deal and putting them things together, and he might let you pull one of those away as hard as they want want to go about keeping them all, you might be able to grab you one of them and secure them as well. But again, lot 142, you can trust the fact there's quality that sits behind that red building right there, and it's stacked in there. It's sow power just waiting to be dug out. Put your coat on, head north, get to the Canada line, turn south.
We changed the page here to 143, Power and Light, from the Team Sloan crew here. And man, I tell you what, a boar that I remember last fall going to a sow sale and doing everything. And we got an opportunity for him to run this boar out. And everybody look at him, and I was very, very impressed. I know Dad got to see this boar just the other day, and you read the pedigree, Power Hour, Glory Days, Tricked Out. You look down in through here, and you start studying some things, and you see Cinderella there. You start thinking back to some other pedigrees that are in the catalog that traces back to there, and then Pass the Hat is back there. This is his grandma would be a littermate sister to Pass the Hat. Last fall, like I said, he offered 30 doses. That's actually been the only 30 doses that's been sold on this boar. It averaged $1,300 that night. Right here we have some offering options. A is if you would like the boar 100%, you can pay 100% of the owner or hammer price, have ownership and possession. Do want to note, if you choose A, Sloan will retain the right to 2 doses per collection. Those guys got a handful of sows and would like to continue to use this boar. If the option B, and I want to make this, I've had so many people call and say, did you make this typo? Even Dad was one of them that has asked twice if I made this typo. The buyer pays 25% of the hammer price and gets 50% of the boar semen produced. The boar will stay at Sloan's and will continue to be locked down. Only Sloan and the buyer will get to use the boar. So you will pay 25% to get 50% of the boar semen produced. So I just want everybody to be clear. It's not a typo. That is what it is in the catalog. A unique opportunity for a breeder to tie into a boar that's currently shut down and can continue to shut him down, or allow a boar stud to get in and buy a boar that's not been used by the public and take off running. Thank you, Troy and crew, for believing in the exchange and putting, I know one thing that he said up there at the top that I left in, if you're going to offer something in the exchange, chances are it's going to make you uncomfortable, and I know dang sure and well this made him uncomfortable. Put in Power and Light.
Yeah, there's no doubt. As Blake alluded to, I had the opportunity to go by the other afternoon. I was in the area, and I swung by. Troy didn't run the boar out, and before that you really could say much about the boar himself, they were quickly to allude the fact that they had been having these sows they'd bred to him, and how good what they were expecting out of these pigs, and what they were expecting them to look like and be like and feed like. And all of that comes transparent and true when you see the boar and you see him in terms of his stature and his build, his height, his shoulder, yet his extension that he has out, his length out front and from behind. I mean, extra extension on both sides of his skeleton. He is big, robust in terms of the center part of his body, his roundness of his rib, the shape and the muscularity he has about his back. I really do, and Blake alluded to, and we went a little overboard on talking about A and B, but this opportunity is truly unique. And where I'm going to go with that is, so many times I hound on the fact when I talk to people, or I go across the world talking to people in different parts of the country, I wish that there would be more and more breeders, Willie, that would get a boar, tie into a boar, and breed their sows. I mean, just like you got done reading off all the years a while ago, so many of them bred to that pony, pony. The deal is, buy a boar, utilize a boar, and breed your sows. That's exactly what Sloan did when he run this one out. He didn't let everybody in the country utilize him. That's one way to look at it. That tells you what the confidence level is that he's got in him. The other thing that you can look at is, if you are a boar stud, or if you're somebody that wants to go together and
multiple breeders buy you and use him. He hasn't been opened up and offered to the public, so therefore there's a taste of that as well. You've got a great opportunity in A and B right here. If it's me and I'm a progressive breeder out there and I want to go find me a board that I could turn loose on my sow herd, 143 tomorrow night would certainly be on that list.
144, we go to Gary Todd, and I know that we talked earlier in the preview about the Polands. This is we transfer over here to the Gangster sow, and then you read offering a chance to partner or own the mother of the San Antonio Grand there in 2025. He had the reserve Grand there. Looks like that's a typo. It was supposed to be reserve Grand. But anyway, a great opportunity here to tie into one. I know that some options were talked about earlier. We're doing the exact same format on the crossbred as we are as Polands. This is A, buyers receiving 100% ownership and possession. B, you will own 50%, while Todd Show Pigs retains the possession of this female, and you'll pay 75% of the hammer price. A very good opportunity here to partner up with Gary, a firm and crew that continually does it year in and year out.
Yeah, Gary's on top of his game, and we talked about that firm before. No better partner you could be with, and if you want to own this sow, he's going to offer one. One thing I will say there, man, you can tell by the right up there that Gary, man, he likes this sow, and he believes in what they can do. Guys, this opportunity here, and a lot of people didn't know, we didn't allude to that, man, Whiskey 918 was very, very popular there at Todd's, and a boy that he had a plan on running through the deal, and I know a lot of people did on using that boy. He was they untimely lost that boy pretty early in his career there, so there won't be very many Whiskey 918s out there, and I promise you that boy's going to make a splash with a few sows that are bred to him. Here's your opportunity to buy a proven sow bred to a board that I know Gary had a bunch of faith in Whiskey 918. Lot 144.
We turn the page here to 145 and come here, Susan. An opportunity here to tie into a female from one of the hottest programs in the past 8 to 9 months, I would say, and not just that. I guess you trace back the last 5 years, looking at the OYE results in terms of the females and the gilts that they've had in there, both crossbred, pure, and then just everywhere. And we look at this female, and I know that talked to Eric there about this sow. And he had told me, he said, hey, she traces back from the Danner crew. We call her Susan. This is actually a hard one to let go of, and he said, there's an opportunity here to be in the sale. We want to provide the very best that we feel that we can. And I said, hey, what's she bred to? And he told me Always, and then, kind of one of them fist pump moments. We talked about Forever earlier. We're talking about Always now. I haven't talked to a single person that's been through PBG that hasn't liked either one of those boars. A really good opportunity here to tie into one. You've got both the Misconception Heartbreaker sow bred to the Always boar, lining things up on both sides of the pedigree. I will tell you that she is due there on June 5th. Yeah, June 5th. I got it changed. I originally had made a mistake, but we got it changed before we printed it. So,
was Blake alluded to there, the Trogdon herd firm there. Them guys have been on an absolute tear, and if you just read down there in the footnotes there about this and this particular offering. Let's talk about Always and Forever just briefly to be in respect, and that's an unrivaled son backed by a never before in-game female. And again, I don't want to just beat a dead horse, but we talked about how many times Never Before showed up. Those guys went back and used Never Before back on an end game to make them another set of females. And look where they're at again already today. We talk about relevancy and being transparent on these pigs, knowing which ones are going to generate, which ones have long-term generating ability and power, depending on or regardless of what stage we're in the breeding process. Never Before shows up. again, Willie, we're going to sell some of that tonight.
We turn the page to 146, and we go to True Genetics and another crew that's believed in the exchange over the last several years here. And I tell you what, when he sent the picture of this boar, man, I got fired up. And then I seen the video, and I know that anybody's texted me and wanted a list on boars and what I think might fit. This boar's dang sure been on the list. And then you read the first passage there, and I encourage you to read it and then read it again. As he said, this is a pig from an incredibly deep litter. And then you actually look at that, and he makes a statement there about just the quality of, or the litter size quality and the depth over the industry right now, and how that might not be a point that we are focusing on and something that we need to change to. These guys sold 9 head for over $50,000, and they kept 2 gilts to put back in production. And I think that maybe the statement about the 9 head for $50,000 combined, yeah, that's great. But the fact that they put 2 gilts back into their production speaks louder to me than the $50,000 does, just because that means how much faith that they have in this sow line. You look at the hang tight stuff and what it's doing. You can read the terms and conditions there in terms, or the footnotes, on what this one's mother did, what the litter mates have done. I know one that you talked to Brian, you talked to Ryan and Dane and the crew, one that they're truly pumped up about. I encourage you, if you're following along right now, click on the video, watch that video, go to the Facebook page and see it, one that I think you'll be very, very impressed with.
Yeah, and you talk about the True Crew guys, just how many bulls that they put out there that are generating, and man, you read it right up here, and there's no guys out there that's done a better job of putting bulls that are more consistent in the business and they're making elite show pigs than these guys have out here. And you look at that boar, and man, it screams what those guys try to do. I mean, that head shape and bone and rib, I promise you, them things will be comfortable at the ground, because that's the way they like them, and that's the way they make them. They realize that, and you've got to have that to have big ring success. I think that the way that pig's bred and the hang tight top shelf deal, that's as popular mating as there is out here. Here's our chance to get another one from True, whether you buy him for yourself or a stud gets him. Here's a chance to tap into one that they truly believe in. Read those comments and go back and watch that video. I think you'll be very impressed with lot 146.
Yeah, I guess there's not a whole lot more that I can add to it, but the thing that I think that this thing best represents is true structure and stoutness. I mean, he reads stout in his skull, still yet neat and clean about his neck. But I mean, when you study a big forearm, big bones, big hind leg, but most importantly, Willie, he's got a big skull and a big tail head.
Absolutely. Level 2.
We turn to 147, Naughty Doggy. This is one of those times that I would tell you that, Willie, you asked earlier how we talked to some guys to put some stuff in, and this was one of those that I think had been a long time coming in terms of just talking to him, getting him, trying to get him to sell the sow. And to be honest with you, he finally told me, he said, dude, quit calling me. I'm not selling her. And I said, okay. I said, well, how about we do this? Well, if we offer pick? And he was like, dude, stop calling. And I was like, okay. So a couple of days later, I called him again, and I said, hey, we go to print in a couple of days, and I know you got a picture of your sow. Can we put it in there and do pick? And he said, yeah, I guess so. And so we look at this naughty list. Man, what a pig that is, and one that, is there at 333. I know that one that I would tell you probably caught a lot of people by storm. I know the semen sale went over very well. I talked to Isaac there on his semen lot the other day. It sounds like a lot of the pigs are starting to come, and boy, everybody's really impressed. We've got an opportunity here that we're going to sell pick of the litter out of his mother, bred to dog eat dog. One really cool thing, Naughty List is a nightcap, his mother obviously. Nightcap and Dog Eat Dog are brothers. So what we've done here is we went back and used Dog Eat Dog, which, to be honest with you, look at what his track record has been over the last 6 months in this show season. A great opportunity to tie in here. Now, when we start looking at the offering here, The high bidder will have choice of either males or females of this litter. The buyer can actually double the hammer and take one of each, or I have convinced him after several long talks, if they don't double the hammer, we're going to go ahead and open it back up and sell the one that they don't pick. So a great opportunity here to tie into one. I will tell you, she is due today. I do plan to tell you tomorrow, hopefully, what you have to pick from. But a very, very good opportunity here from Shane and crew. Man, I sure appreciate them talking to me on the phone so many times and finally getting them on board with it. Thank you.
Yeah, Blake, I don't think there's much more needs to be said about that lot. Actually, guys, that's a full mate eating blood, the naughty list, with the boars being litter mates there. So look in for you to, as popular as that boar has been, and then your chance to tap two of them out of that litter if you choose so, I think is very intriguing in lot 147.
148, and I know that it's been a really long day. I know that we're towards the end here of the pigs, and I know that if you're just now tuning in or maybe getting ready for the other lots, I encourage you to sit down and look at the catalog. I know that Dad talked about it earlier. Man, I'm really pumped about this offering. I don't think I've ever been more excited for the opportunities that are in this year's exchange, just from investment side, from breeder side, or making yourself, or really just scratch your head and think about where you can go next. We come here to 148, good buddy here, Wilbur Squires and the Holt crew. We're offering Awakening. And I know a boar that you've probably heard his name called out there around jackpots, district shows, county shows, OYE, Revival. It doesn't matter where you've been in the last 6 months. This boar has had something somewhere in the lineup. A very, very good opportunity here. I know that I've had several people call me and just say, hey, what's a good boar in the sale that I could reach in there and purchase and just breed all my sows to, and make a set of females or just make bears that I can sell. And I've told them, hey, this boar right here, what a great opportunity, wide awake, daylight, in game, offering this boar. There's really no strings attached here. You can read the footnotes and see what the grandma's done, what Awakening sired. I encourage you to reach out. I think that there was a video on this boar that I seen pop up, so a great opportunity here.
Yeah, Wilbur, good friends there of Blake's and all. He was there in his wedding, and when we talked early on about this, and I was like, "Are you sure you're wanting to do this?" Because I actually kind of gathered, and I know the mindset of Grant, and he's one that so far in watching him put this set of hogs together and what he's building around, it's been pretty amazing because man, he gets on track with something and he sticks with it, and so many young people I don't feel like do that nowadays, and I'm real proud of him and the approach that he's taken. And when we talked about this boar, he said, I got a whole pen full of gilts out here. And he said, I brought it back to a bunch of sows, and I don't plan on getting rid of them gilts either. So, I mean, that just tells me what that he has from a confidence level in it and what that he's been able to do. The thing that I want to make note is that daylight endgame sow. That is the mother of that grand bear there at OYE that we talked about in the Justin Day lot. Then when you read down in there, look down in there, the grandma is the $45,000 high-selling gilt at OYE that Kenzie Todd showed that was raised by Trogdons. That is their sow in there. That's the mother of Say Something, Modern Day, and Day Money. The thing is, when we talk and we wrap up this whole offering in the swine deal, we talked about full circle. We talked about the full circle of the Chester offering. We can truly talk about full circle of the entire crossbred offering and what so much of this represents. I said it, I'll say it again before we turn the mic over to the next group of talkers, but I will tell you, I know how excited Blake was of putting this catalog together. We truly believe it. It's easy to sit here and say it. You can say it every year, time after time, probably mark it down and say that we could say it again next year. But the ninth exchange right now for the offering and the swine catalog right here, I'm going to tell you, offers more unique, more greater opportunities in a time when it's needed. And I think that's the key element here. In a time when so much of this is needed for people to be progressive, make investments, and move ahead with genetic progress because it's proven in these lots that we've just got done discussing. Thank you for sharing the last 4.5 hours with me, Willie, discussing, going through them. This is something that we take great pride in and passion in it. Very, very excited to hear the next group come up here and take over to talk through the cattle, the sheep, and the goats with you. I know them guys are equally as proud, if not more excited about their offering than what we've talked to you about it. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out.
A couple housekeeping things. I've got a few texts here. As those guys make their way up here, we'll keep the live stream going. But we have actually, Nate has put the sale order there on CCI. You can get on there right now. I just clicked on there. It's working. So you can get on there, look at the sale order for tonight. We have not released the sale order for tomorrow night. We're actually in the process of working on that. We'll have that done first thing in the morning. I know that there's been several people ask. The frozen semen is actually scattered out across everybody. It's not all in one location. What our plan is with that after tonight, probably Wednesday, we'll get in contact with everybody and let you know where that semen's located. We'll work then on getting it to you. Anybody that buys tonight and gets a buyer number for tonight, that buyer number will actually work for tomorrow as well. So we won't be sending any invoices here tonight once it's over. Once the sale is over tonight, there won't be any invoices that goes out. We'll wait till tomorrow night after the sale. But once again, thank you for tuning in to us. If you are somebody that's got questions with offerings, please don't hesitate to reach out to me and Dad, any of the consultants. I think we're going to get everything turned over here to the cattle, lot 201.
Well, let me get moved up here a minute. Thank you, Blake. It was fun watching, sitting there. It took a little time to get through all the swine offering, but I think if you tuned in, certainly well worth the look and the listen. Glenn Martin here with my son-in-law Austin Nauman, come to the exchange once again to visit with you about some of the offerings here today. Austin and I will be talking through the cattle offering. I think TK said it exceptionally well there in the swine offering that they have. Without question, the deepest, most significant, certainly in my opinion, set that they had. And I think a similar story here, maybe not quite as big a cattle offering as in years past, but without question, exceptionally high in terms of quality. I would say less, way less in terms of what I would consider just nice lots and really exceptional lots that we have to offer in the cattle offering here. And Austin and I will get busy. We'll talk through them with you as we read them and see them. We're going to start with lot 201 coming from Colburn Cattle. They bring us 201 and 202. The lot 201, Silvera Sarah's Dream, 1339 cow. Very, very high quality stock here. Selling embryo offerings and a pregnancy on this particular female. You want to talk about one that has proven herself in the show ring, is built with the kind of running gear and body type to be durable and futuristic at the same time. Comes to you in that kind of package, and genetically just one that's outstanding, top and bottom. Lot A, we're going to be selling 3 embryos, all sexed females. There'll be 24 carat there on the top side. I think a real unique and significant opportunity to buy into a set of embryos there. Get you right to the front of the game without having to stand and wait. in line behind anybody. And what do you think about that female that they're bringing to us here?
Yeah, no, I think to echo a lot of those things, I think it's just so unique that she's approaching 15 years of generating high-quality heifers and even male progeny that's been extremely significant there in that particular breed. And just a couple of things, that Primo, she made that deal. That's obviously been a tremendous impact in that particular breed. And there's a Nowatzki donor, that 5116, that's generated hundreds of thousands of dollars for them. So lots of opportunities here, specifically here in Lot 201. Definitely something that there's power in the blood. You're not going to have to wait on your return.
You know, the A is the 24-carat, highly successful bull there in making significant females. The Lot B that they're offering is 3 more sexed female embryos out of the New Heights bull, which has just taken the industry by storm. So giving you two different options there, both exceptional in terms of quality on this particular sale in the Lot A and the Lot B offering. Uniquely here, Lot C, a different twist in turn. They're actually selling a heifer pregnancy on Kingpin, one that once again, the work's already done here, selling a pregnancy to you. Tell you right up front, you can pick from the spring or the fall grouping, but still a confirmed heifer pregnancy. So 3 different options on that awesome female. Silvera's Sarah's Dream, 1339, comes in Lot 201. Over here in Lot 202, Coburn again really reaching back and getting us a quality female to tie into. I guess there's not a lot to be said really about the Annie Lou line in terms of just cow power and how they produced, and then throwing Primo over the top of the original Plum Creek. Annie has just made the female that they're offering on today. Cow is no doubt just a hammer type female, a true donor, and just has the right kind of quality that we need industry wide, and it really doesn't matter species. She's the kind that we need to have and we need to tie to and generate with. A unique offering here, selling again sexed female embryos on this particular cow in 8079. The Lot A grouping is going to be 24 carats. Once again, the Lot B, the 3 embryos in Lot B will be back once again to the New Heights bull, which, like I said, has really taken the industry by storm. So quality in that set that comes from Coburn, not holding anything back, getting right into it and letting us have an opportunity to get a hold. Interesting to note there that 8079 was $140,000 as a heifer calf back when. So outstanding stock that they bring, and I think certainly an opportunity to reach in, get right in the very front end of their program. The Lot 203 brought to us by Heimer Hampshires. Very unique opportunity here to get back into the 751 Kelly clone. The Lot A that Heimer is offering is just exceptional. This clone cow, I'll let you talk about her, Austin, what she's done and what she's generated, this 751.
Yeah, I mean, she definitely needs no introduction, whether it's the club calf business or even just in the seed stock side. Just tremendous impact, not only for show cattle, but more importantly, cattle that are real world and can generate, can last long and keep easy. The same Kelly clone generated the $255,000 Memphis Mafia heifer in the fall of 24. And as it says here in Heimer's notes, this heifer is one of one. She's the only one bred like this, so you need to dig in deep here. Certainly unique opportunity to get in on a female and a mating that's truly one of a kind.
Yeah, I think, just a grass picture in the trap, 3/4 facing, and you can see the quality in that individual, class on class over that 751 here in our Lot A offering. You get 100% ownership, 100% possession, show looking and donor bred for sure. He's retaining two flushes at your convenience in that particular female. Like Austin said, she is one of one. The Lot B opportunity is another one that's really big, just from the cattle world and particularly the club calf world. Lot B offering is a pregnancy, a confirmed heifer pregnancy. That calf will be due November 4th of this year, and that mating is maternal made over 752 Kelly clone. And tell us about the significance of that mating and that blood work there in that particular pregnancy.
Yeah, so obviously there we still have some club calf stuff on the bottom side, but the maternal mate has just been so dual purpose. So whether you've been making females or males to sell and cut and try and win shows, I just think it's really just an opportunity that doesn't come around very often. And while the Kelly has been extremely significant, there isn't many of those left. So I think you need to get the getting while it's good.
Well, and that significant to note that pregnancy there in the Lot B offering, that would be a full maiden blood to RCC1 donor, which is about as good as it gets just in terms of where we're at as a female for making competitive cattle. So real good opportunity there. Lot 2 comes to us from Heimer Hampshires, Lot 203. Lot 204. I'll let you talk about that one, Austin. This fantastic looking black baldy, white pointed cow here that comes in Lot 204 and what options they're dealing with.
Yeah, incredible opportunity here. Joe Air has black and white stocked legged one. She's generated, she's proven. The proof in the pudding is there. She sold them high, she sold them good, and more importantly, those cattle have fed well. But also, too, you look there at the top of the page, she's generating herd bulls, and I think that's really unique when a cow can not only generate livestock that are successful in the ring, but more importantly, have an impact on our industry for generations to come. That center of attention, Red Baldy, that one sells for $70,000 for 2/3 interest. Geyers had a couple there, one that got along at the Illinois State Fair, a really unique one there that got a piece of it in Louisville. Man, I just think her color pattern and just the versatility of the different clean bulls we have in our industry, I think there's endless opportunities here with this particular cow.
Well, you know, I've had the opportunity to look at some of those fat steers that have this cow as their mom, and I'll tell you, I said this to Austin in the back, those cattle are as big-footed and dense down low, is stout and flexible as you can make them. And then the reality is, if you read them down from the top, the ones I got to see big, they were as punchy and stout, unique in terms of their kind as I've gotten to see. And very, very high quality. Just an incredible opportunity for anybody that wants to get in and make them a set. Here you've got the right to flush. And she's ready to roll. That's going to be Lot A. And then the Lot B that they're offering is going to be 3 embryos. They're going to be full sibs to that red baldy bull that brings 70 for 2/3, that center of attention. Be full sib matings to that out of front and center, and the cow that you see here. So really, really quality that Joe brings. Awesome opportunity here, Lot 204. We flip our page and get to Lot 205, and you know, we've got Horn, and I'm sure I'm sure it's pulling teeth to get Brandon to put one of this caliber in, and to be willing to partner up, if you will, on one that comes to us this good. You read down through here what Brandon's selling. It's 50% embryo interest, and it's female, no option to double. He wants to keep his half of her from an embryo interest standpoint. But man, she's made it, hasn't she? If you look at what she's done and what she can generate, I think there's pretty much no limit to the opportunity that's selling here today with Horn.
Yeah, I think this particular cow and maybe this lot might be maybe the most versatile offering in the entire sale, from the standpoint of, you study down there at the bottom of the page of what she's able to do, what she's been mated to. She's gone from an American to a herd bull, to a shearing one, and to a haired one that's branded there in Fort Worth. I just think that's incredible, that a cow can be made in so many different ways, but yet still have so much upside. And I think not only just the fact that she goes back to that 620 cow there in Anson, but also she's a TH carrier too, so the opportunity to have the big fuzz is going to be on your side.
Yeah, I think with the bulls that are not just available there at Brandon's, but also the bulls nationwide that come to us in a clean package there on the TH side. Certainly we can make some stouter, shaggy ones out of this, and opportunity for colors exceptional. We all know that sells, and that sells exceptionally well. So a really a good opportunity here comes from Horn, 50% embryo interest in this particular 8217 cow. A great job there on getting that into the catalog from Brandon Horn. Lot 206 comes to us from Livestock Farm. If you just glance at the picture and you've been alive the last numerous years, you recognize the cow there as the dime cow that Farrs has made so many high quality cattle for so many people. And you can just see in the picture she is what she is. She's bold, she's burly, she's compositionally correct, she's dense everywhere that you want to make one, colored upright, not too long, and still has the right kind of balance. And the best part about the whole deal is the fact that she is a generator. As you get into studying her kind, that kind is awesome, but it's really good whenever you put the generating value back into it.
For sure, and I think here in this particular offering, and that the Lot A is selling 3 embryos of the Perfection by her, and then the Lot B is the Greater Good by her. And I think just such a versatile pair of embryos that are going to have color, quality, hair, but more importantly, and I think we've learned this here specifically in the last few years, whether it's a hair show or not, they've got to have real punch. And I think this particular mating takes that to a whole new level. And kind of what he had alluded to there, the proof's in the pudding. She's consistent, she clicks, and she works every time. And I think there's something to be said for that when you're looking in to buy some embryos and investment opportunity.
Well, opportunity there in A. If you want that shorty option, you get to pick the embryos out of Perfection. If you want let's call it more exotic option, if you will, however you want to look at that from a color standpoint and just a mating standpoint with Griswold and RJ's bull, you've got that option with Greater Good over this exceptional dime cow. So really good one there. Lot 206, exceptional quality in that offering there, and 2 embryo packages from Livestock Farm. Well, we flip the page, Lot 207, something that you don't see every day. A unit of semen there offered from Brandon Machado Livestock on Who to Man. Who to Man back in the day and for numerous years, I'm going to say 20 plus years, has been one of the bulls that you could count on the female sides of the old school genetics to generate and to make the females that folks have tied into for literally decades. And here we've got the opportunity to get one unit of semen on Who to Man, which is a Who Made Who out of the famous Yardley cow L156. I'd like for you to elaborate on some of that genetic value that we see and opportunity to buy this and that we have with IVF.
Well, and I think specifically no matter where you go, if you're looking to invest into making a good kind of functional set of just cows that are going to last long and have just some predictability, and you get to study in these matings, there is a good chance that you're going to see some kind of Hootaman back in this stuff, whether it's more seed stock stuff or even on the club calf side. There's not a lot of this left, so I think it's important to get in and have it, because we've gotten so unique and aggressive in how we can make more with less now. And I think specifically there, whether you could have just a couple of those units in your back pocket when you get to aspirating one and you want to try and make more of those, I think that would be really handy to have.
Well, lot 208, similar story when we talk about not much out there. We're offering one unit of semen from Brandon again, Machado Livestock, on Memphis Mafia. It's the original Memphis Mafia semen, as well recognized certainly in the cattle world and becoming more so in, I would say, the sheep and the goat world as well. Lots of times those early collections are the best and the best quality semen, and for some reason seem to generate maybe better down the road in terms of quality stock. And here we've got the opportunity to tangle back in one straw original Memphis Mafia semen.
Well, and we've already heard earlier just how several of these high sellers have been out of that Memphis Mafia. And again, like that Hootaman, you get to study in these pedigrees and you're going 2-3 generations deep. There's a very good possibility you're going to see that in there. A really, really neat chance to get in on something that's just not really going to be around.
Well, lots of new world blood ties in good with old school stock, and the reality is there's an opportunity with 207 and 208 to get in on old school, if you will. Lot 209 comes from McKay Cattle Company. Brian McKay and family, highly regarded as one of the best breeders, one of the smartest, in my opinion, people just in terms of making females and then utilizing those females within the program to generate cattle that work, cattle that are legitimate, productive in their type and kind, and exceptional just from a show stock standpoint, be it heifers, be it bulls, be it steer or club calf males. I think that program probably stands out amongst many as one that does it about as well as anybody. Here, you can look at the picture and see this Remy 0911 cow that McKay has here in this offering, and the quality of that female just from a build, look, balance, body type perspective brings intangibles to the table that we have to work with, and she's not just a fly-by-night. She's not just a new thing, and not just maybe hey, this is the next, this is my next thing. Hey, this thing is generating. They've won. She's produced, and I think a very unique offering here.
Well, and I think the fact that they are offering sexed male embryos and sexed female embryos says that there's something really good here. And as he said, just the way she's made and how she's bred, the opportunities are endless. Whether you want to make an absolute man of a fat steer with the big hair, or you want to make an incredible show heifer that'll be an awesome brood cow, I think either way, you can't go wrong here. Tremendous opportunity.
The Lot A is the male embryos, sexed males by Here I Am, package of 4. And I wasn't at OIE this year, but I talked to my good friend Jack Statz, and I said, tell me about the steer show. And he said, well, the one that won, that one won. And he said there was a lot of good cattle, exceptional show, and he said that winner was the winner. And he thought, he was a standout, and I've heard that from numerous people, but Jack sung the praises of that calf in particular. And here we're selling full mates in Lot A embryos, and you get 4 sexed males. Here I am over the Remio 911 cow. And then Lot B, 4 sexed female embryos, and those are mates to a big champion as well. The high main heifer that wins Fort Worth, I believe, this year would be full mates to this one. Once again, if you look down in the pictures, big feet, big running gear, flexibility. You can read joint work and quality there in every picture. Big body kind, and then obviously they perform when they get to that point. And like I said, I think you've got an opportunity here with McKay's bringing you one that makes them both ways, and they're selling them both ways, so you just get in with what fits you, female or male. Lot A or Lot B. Lot 209 is an awesome opportunity for anybody that wants to generate quality cattle. Lot 210, another unique lot that we see, comes from Nick Hall, Schulte, and crew. 3 full sib embryos to the bull that really, I guess, very, very popular. I've watched his video in the barn at Brad Otto's several times. One that's exceptionally stout, and that's that fire in the hole bull that Farr raised and Brad Otto has with him. Here's full embryo mates, an opportunity to buy embryos that are full mates, as I should say, the fire in the hole. Once again, it's 3 times the money on the embryo sales here, and your opportunity to get full mates, unsexed, male or female, to that fire in the hole bull. And he sure woke the world up when he came onto the scene there, and is generating good stock. So you can get in and get one that get you a mate to that particular bull.
I think in this particular mating, just the combination of this pedigree to have that kind of feature, true forerib and muscularity, and still having that kind of quality look, I think is really unique. But they also still look like functional cattle that'll feed well.
I'm going to say this just up front. These embryos have been sticky, but the reality is this is the last 3 embryos that they have on hand. And so with that being said, you're buying 3 embryos, it's times the money, and that's what you get. If you get 3 head, they're not going to charge you more. If you get 2, they're not going to charge you more. If you don't get one, there's no more of those embryos to grab again. So you're just going to have to buy them like it is. God doesn't guarantee us any more opportunity than that when we put ours in. So that's the same opportunity you get in Lot 210. But you're getting full mate embryos to fire in the hole there of Farr's and Otto. Flip the page here and go to Lot 211, the first of some of Laramie Priest Genetics offerings here that he brings to the exchange. And I think one here in the 211 with the opportunity just to tie into the 3 donor. Recently, she's deceased, so there's not going to be any more than have already been made here in this particular grouping. Austin, let you talk about that cow, as you and I have liked her for a long time.
Yeah, just so much success, whether it's making females or males. Horn sold a pile of bulls that have just been cornerstones for many people's operations. She sold multiple high-selling bred heifers in that Donors Unlimited deal. And then, from a showing standpoint, here recently, the Chickadans family won the steer show there in Houston a couple of years ago. Goes back to her, just an incredible cow. As he said, time's limited. She's out of here, and what's left is left, and you need to get in while you can. In these particular embryos, there's 3 of them. They're golden tickets by her, and I will say this particular spring, going through a bunch of them things up in the Panhandle, I was able to see quite a few of those actually in person. I think their color, feature, and quality is extremely good. I think that's a bull that you're going to need to pay attention to here in the near future.
Well, we look over here to another offering of Priest Genetics, and Laramie offers up his pick of the Corky Wise Dispersal, the yellow painted 752 cow She's an American Idol heat wave, and uniquely bred, uniquely built, and uniquely clean in terms of her blood work. So I encourage you, if you haven't done it, to scan the QR code. Watch the video of that cow just walking around a dirt pen. Doesn't have a foot of straw fluffed up so you can't see the gear at the ground. But the reality is that one grabs it, gets it, and goes. Her feet and legs and her feature are TH and dirty, and yet her blood work is clean, just giving you some opportunity there from a mating standpoint. What he's selling is the right to flush. And he's guaranteeing a minimum of 6 embryos. I read it twice, and I see no cap on the top. This female's been averaging 12. So you calculate what embryos have been bringing, what they're worth. Just when you get the opportunity to buy into a mating you didn't have any say-so in putting together, and now you get to buy the opportunity to flush this cow in particular. You get to throw whatever bull you want there into it, and you know, you can get what you want, get in where you fit in the words of Willie. And I think the reality is this is an endless opportunity to get the kind of cattle that you want. He's kicked the door open, let you just go and breed her how you want, opportunity to flush. Like I said, click on that code and look at that thing and see where you're thinking you need to be. Well, a different deal here comes in lot 213, offering semen on the Northern Improvement bull, Jerry Pfeiffer Farms, pulled out, went in the tank, pulled out some of his Northern Improvement semen. That bull revolutionized the Angus show world, and in terms of a female maker and a bull maker as well. I guess unparalleled there for a 3, 4, 5 year stint. And then shortly after he was gone, boy, it was tough to get one, tough to find one, tough to get semen. And Pfeiffer Farms opens a tank up, selling 10 units of Northern Improvement. He's got his value today as well. He put more look in, to me, a leveler look, and still a real good body type in terms of his cage. I remember seeing lots of those things when they showed and thought, man, those are incredible individuals, and then they all tied back into this particular bull. Here's an opportunity to buy 10 straws of Northern Improvement, 1 straw at a time times the money. I guess if you buy the first one, you can lick them all up if you want to. But that's how they're going to sell. You don't need to take all 10, but there is 10 that's going to be offered, and we'll sell them till they're sold out. So that's lot 213, the great Northern Improvement bull here being offered. Lot 214 comes to us from QB Cattle, Colton Thigpen. It's the start of a really unique American offering. And Austin, I'll let you kick in and talk about this particular lot, and we'll jump in there and we'll just swap back and forth. These next 3 are really something that Colton brings to us.
Well, if you've kept up on the pulse or whatever part of the country you're in and you kind of know what's going on, the Americans have kind of taken the Texas show steer business by storm. I think it's awesome that these cattle are getting considered in our overall contentions, and Thigpen, Rory D, and Brandon specifically, amongst a pile of them, including Cromwell as well, are really making some high-end stuff. And here specifically, Thigpen's got a couple of really unique offerings. And here specifically on lot 214, it's a package of 3 embryos. That CM bull that Dalton Nix raised is probably as hot and as good and as consistent of an American herd sire prospect in the country right now. Those cattle have been incredible from what I've seen, from just a real rib shape muscularity standpoint, but cattle that are good jointed and can actually get out and go. So I think in that particular mating here, he's a really awesome candidate to stamp those cattle with the right kind of running gear and shape. But then the cow here in this particular mating, the B10, a couple of years ago, Matt Kep and his family kind of broke the mold there in Fort Worth. They were reserve grand the year before with an American, and then they end up breaking through and win the show with that silver American there, and that is the mother there. So I think the opportunity to get in on one of the most potent American herd sire prospects and arguably a cow might be as deadly and generating one as could be an extremely unique mating and opportunity here.
Well, I agree, and I think uniquely the color plays a significant role here in that we're tangling the gold on the gold just from a color standpoint. Ivy's CM bull, which frankly is the hottest American game going thus far the last several years, and then tying it back to Rory's B10 cow. I think it's just an awesome opportunity. 3 embryos, doesn't matter male or female. Boy, you get you one of these on the ground, and I think your value you're going to see has been really magnified. So a great lot there from Colton Thigpen QB Cattle, lot 214 there with the 3 embryo package CM on QB 010. We flip that page over and it gets even more interesting in my opinion. And we turn the page, talk about Colton's offering here. It's titled American Dream, and he has pictured his 4 Nelson keeping heifers here that he has every intention of getting bred and then aspirating before they're too far along. And what you're getting in the lot is Hammer Price's 50% embryo interest in pick of one of those 4 Nelson daughters. I'll let you talk about them, Austin, and what that's meant and where Nelson has been in the last sire groups, particularly for Colton, but also for folks across our state.
Well, and this past year, if I'm right here, I believe this would have been the first group of Nelsons that would have shown, and I'm not going to have the numbers right, but I want to say Colton said they might have had 13 or 14 of his show, and I want to say they were like 90% getting them in the sale and getting those cattle in the sale. And Texas is a feed as it is anyway, so I think that's just a testament to the quality of the generating ability of Nelson specifically. And then here in this particular lot, to have 4 females that look like that but are still so different, I think is just extremely unique. And you know, as he said there, he's just selling half embryo interest in the pick of this 24 heifer crop. And I think if you just study them, there's just lots of just future mating potentials, just whether it's the color, their genetic carrier type that they are. I think a pair of those black ones just appear to be extra broody and just very moderate and so bold. And then our silver ones there on the bottom still are extra bold and punchy, but still have that right kind of look and quality. So awesome stuff here. Really, really unique lot here.
Well, I think, you know, it's if you look at it from a longevity and a long game standpoint, you're not buying half a flush. You're not buying a right to flush here. You're buying half embryo interest for the life of that particular female. And, you know, talking just a bit about Colton, he's never been bashful about reaching out and taking a chance and doing something that he thought was right. And he has bred quite a few bulls, made a lot of good ones for a number of years, as young as he is. And the reality is here, he just stamps it down and says, hey, Nelson's the best breeding bull I've ever used. And I think if you look at that pen of 4 heifers that he has there, that he's offering this 50% interest in pick of one of them, you can see why. 4 different moms and all good, all Nelson sired. So great lot there that Colton brings there from QB Cattle. We look over here to lot 216, and arguably, in my opinion, one of the most unique lots that's actually here being offered at the exchange. And Austin, I know you've looked at that calf and looked at him when he was younger. Why don't you talk about this Northgate bull and what he brings to the table what that you think that might do here for our industry.
For sure. And just first I'd say I really, really love the fact that Thig Penn has just come up with so many unique ways to market everything that he's doing. But at the same time, the guy's got a good heart and his mind's in the right place, and ultimately he's just wanting to make our game better. And I think this Northgate Bull definitely could do that. And you study there on the pedigree, man, it's got Nix and Cromwell written all over it. The CM Bull, and then that Nix cow that kind of goes back to some of Cromwell's stuff there. That particular bull would have sold there in Cromwell's March steer sale. Man, that sale had a ton of quality, different breed types, but at the same time, I think it was a general consensus that this orange one was the man of war. And if you can't get fired up by studying that one's picture, if you see that one's video, if you don't like that, you need to find a different sport, because that one nearly is about as good as it gets, whether he is an American, British, or exotic influenced. There's lots of mating opportunities here, and specifically here on this lot, he is selling 10 straws of semen on Northgate. Now the kicker here is, leading up to the sale tomorrow, he has been selling semen packages. And it says here he's letting you pre-purchase up to 20 semen packages on Northgate. Each package will contain 10 straws of semen. They'll be priced at $5,000 per package. That's leading up to tomorrow. And then tomorrow, when those 10 units sell, there will not be any more semen sold on Northgate until the following November of 27. So I think that right there tells you how much he believes in this thing. He wants everyone to have it, but at the same time, man, he's got to get it while it's good, because he looks like he's going to make a big impact on years to come.
Well, I think if you study the cattle, you raise his ears a half inch or an inch, and you band his sheath off, and that one wins lots of cattle shows that I've gotten to judge. Choke neck, big bellied, drags the ground, and got the broke ankles, the fat legs, the good hip, all the shape you need. That one's got the parts and pieces. It's real cool how he's selling it. Tomorrow night, the last it'll be sold for roughly 18 months. Will be sold right here at the exchange. Get in on that as you see fit. Very, very unique lot there on Northgate, the up-and-coming bull. No semen as of yet, but once it makes, that's all the semen that will have been sold through the exchange tomorrow. So turn the page. Lot 217, Randon Riddling brings us opportunity here to get into this Miss Sassy female, the Berwick Who Dat Darling female that was shown here, wins OYE Supreme Heifer there in 25. Did a lot of winning along the way. Baldy dot in her head, white in her flank, and running gear and body and mass to fit. Pedigree to be just high end, and however really she wants to fit just within the industry. She's a half semi, and I think you got the opportunity there to tie into one that's just exceptional in terms of build and look and quality. Very, very well received in the show ring, and no doubt high end in terms of her pedigree and how she's bred. Had the opportunity to visit with Randon earlier and just talk about his offering and what he's selling here in the A and B lots. Let you visit about that, Austin. I'll jump in where I need to, but very, very high-end female, one that's the right kind just in terms of look and body, and then genetics, just exceptional.
Yeah, you can look all through the pedigree. She is a winner. Her cow family's a winner. It's good all the way through. And again, I think specifically here on the offering of the different embryos that we've got, man, I think we're going to have a tremendous upside on whether you're getting in on the sexed females there in Lot A. There's 4 of those. That'd be that Coping with Destiny, excuse me. And then Lot B, They're going to sell 4 embryos, the sire of your choice, between New World Order, Hits Different, or that High Road. And it says here, embryos will be made when the buyer chooses their sire. So, you've got the sexed females, obviously there. The female capability, the broodiness, the cowy look is there. It's been successful. But there in Lot B, there is an opportunity to maybe get some males. And I just see that whether they are males or females, it's going to be real good.
Well, what that tells me, in him throwing NWO, the main Hits Different, main High Road, is he believes in his cow. That's what that says. I mean, here we go. We're going to mate them to make clubbies. We're going to mate them to make maintainers. And the fact that he's going to let you choose and make them, and you get 4, tells me he's going to be real happy with whatever's there that's not included in that 4, and saying he trusts her. He believes in her, and I think that's where the exchange really takes a hold. What it's done is it's brought people that really had something unique together and were willing to stretch, were willing to feel a little pain in what they offered because they believed in it, they trusted it, and they knew that there was real value. So Lot A will be 4 Coping with Destiny embryos. Those are going to be sexed females to hit that semi-game. Lot B will be Buyer's Choice, New World Order, Hits Different, or High Road. All 3 significant options, either from a clubby or a maintainer type situation. So that's Lot 217, Miss Azzy from Riddling Show Cattle. All right, we get over here to the next page. A really unique lot comes to us from Ryman Ranch in Barry Ryman. No doubt, I mean, unless you have been framing houses for the last 40 years, you don't know anything about the Ryman Ranch. Outside of that, you've heard of them, you know they're synonymous with quality. And here we've got incredible opportunity to tie into embryos out of one of Ryman's best cows, one of his proven cows, one that he trusts to generate. It's not just a look at the picture game with Ryman's. It's a look into the pedigree as far as you could see. And it's quality females, it's productivity. It's not just a quick fix look. This is a historic deal. And that's what he sends and brings to us here in his Miss Texas cow. In God We Trust, Texas Twister Solid Gold there is how she's bred. I think to say that this isn't one of the most significant opportunities in the book, I'd say you'd be shorting yourself.
For sure, and I think it is so unique that the Ryman Ranch can send cattle across the country and that they can work in any environment. And I think here specifically, there is so many opportunities here with these 2 embryos, what you'll get, what you could have. You can study there and see that they've sold them really well. They've averaged awesome, and obviously there's been plenty of success with it. So you've got specifically here in the offering, we've got Lot A where they're selling 3 embryos that are reverse sorted males, be King of Kings by her. And then Lot B selling 3 embryos, Red and White Delight by her. So again, so much color, so much quality. I think more importantly, whether you're shearing them or whether you're showing them in the hair, the cattle are going to be good and they're going to have a legitimate chance to be successful.
You know, I say this a lot about a few, and this is one of those I'd say it about. World would be a better place if we snapped our fingers and all the cattle in the world look like this female in a picture. That would be a great start for our industry. But very, very good there from Barry Ryman, Ryman Ranch's Lot 218. Lot 219, 66 Ventures, Evan Green, offering 1 straw of In God We Trust, sex male semen. You know, it's, I guess, you know, there's kings of the ring, and this is one of them. He's done so much for the industry from a quality standpoint. Now we're really feeling the impact of the in-God females on the bottom side of numerous pedigrees now, and what the versatility is. To have an opportunity to utilize sex male semen in your IVF program. Evan selling one straw of sexed male goes without saying. There's an incredible number of ways you can utilize it, and opportunity to get lots and lots of embryos to that. If you're looking to make males, you're looking to make the clubbies. This is a lot you don't need to pass on. Lot 219, one straw, in-God, sex male semen. Okay, look across the page to lot 220, and just got to take a breath. Need to just sit up a minute, sit back in your chair, and realize what you're looking at. The opportunity that comes from Brad Smith and Cassidy Carroll in the female that they have. And as was said earlier, when we were sitting around a table in the back, one day I want to have a cow, they just throw a number out there and everybody knows what we're talking about. And so here we've got 606, and that's what we have. There's a few cows in the industry that are that way, and here's one that is near and dear to a lot of people that have had the opportunity to feed these cattle, to have one out of this particular cow. And just the opportunity there is absolutely endless. What they're offering is a flush opportunity on one of the clubby industry's hottest females, and she has done it. I mean, she's made them good. They're not just hype cattle. They work at the end, and here's your chance to get in and make them the way you want them, to the bull of your choice. So talk to us about her. Talk to us about her significance and how this is going to work.
Well, and I think just what you said there, there's a lot of cows that can generate high sellers, but you don't hear about them when it's all said and done. How'd that one end up? And I think what's so unique here is this extra special monopoly deal here is the cattle sell high and they're good in the beginning, but man, they turn into awesome fat steers or even bred cows or even market heifers or whatever it might have been, and they're legitimate. They feed good, they last long, they're functional cattle, they're real world, and I think the fact that this has been going on for 7 to 8 years, I don't think it's just a one-hit wonder deal. It's obviously proven consistent and very reliable. I think just how aggressive you've got to be these days to make them as good as we can. You need to dig in here. Definitely a very, very unique opportunity that doesn't come around very often.
Well, what they're selling is the right to flush, and it's a guaranteed 6 embryos. The terms beyond 6, so that we're going to have is they'll be split 50-50 between the seller and the buyer. So they're going to guarantee you 6. On any over, they're going to be split even. That'll tell you how much they trust their donor, what those embryos are really worth. Incredible lot. Got the big star on top of my page here, lot 220, Smith Carroll right to flush, the amazing 606 cow. Flip our page here. We've got lot 221, and here we've got an embryo lot as well on Forest Stock Farms, Penny's Paint. The female that you see with the long choke neck and the good body and the big legs here in the picture, colored up that you see, and she is actually herself a near perfect over a BDR cow, and traces back to Boppy, which, if you recall, that is what Dime goes back to as well. So just a foundation female there, clubby look and clubby built and clubby bred, and still got the right kind of running gear. And what we're selling is embryos, and it'll be 2 packages to the bulls that are pictured. The no introduction needed bull here, Far's Perfection bull, made as many good shorthorn cattle, I guess, as are in the country. if you will, and that doesn't matter if they're bulls, if they're steers, if they're heifers, show heifers, otherwise cows. That dude just works, and mating color to color. Lot A is going to be 3 embryos to perfection, and unsexed embryos there. And the lot B will be selling 3 embryos to Red and White Delight out of this Penny's Paint cow that you see in the picture.
Yeah, I think this is an incredible opportunity to make some dual-purpose red and white, shorthorn marked cattle that can be extremely competitive, whether we shear them or in the hair, or maybe more importantly, just making donors or cows that are going to work. I think here specifically just her look and her shape, but still her moderation, I think all fits the bill to be very versatile.
All right, look across the page, lot 222, and another embryo opportunity on a great McKay 10004 cow, the yellow N-God cow, N-God one and only cow you see pictured there. Awesome balance, awesome running gear, awesome body. She's not just that, she's a generator, and she's got the goods to back it up. She is a sister to the Red Elephant Bull that Miller's by, that McKay raised, Miller's by into, that has sired so many good cattle. Particularly, I see them down south in our country. But she is a sister there, and her dam was one of his best cows there at Brian's 3068. So awesome opportunity here, selling a package of 3 embryos to Red and White Delight. Once again, they're non-sex, so opportunity to get females or males out of that offering.
Yeah, I think the mating is lined up to be successful, and then on top of that, you're going to have the option to have some hair and some different kind of color patterns. I think that just opens up the door from a marketability standpoint.
Well, we turn the page and come to our last cattle lot, and certainly last but not the least, that we have 223, titled The Long Game. You can see 4552, the black female, the donor in the picture here, and here we've got an opportunity, just I think a stellar opportunity on a cow that is generated, made very, very good ones, not just good selling ones, not just good looking ones or prospecting ones, but really good fat cattle here in well, just an excellent opportunity, because here you're not even buying the embryos, you're buying confirmed pregnancies. Those pregnancies will sell one at a time, a lot A and a lot B. The sire on those pregnancies is In God We Trust. If you look down in the pictures, you can see Caden's calf, Caden Mason's calves that he showed, and just in terms of type and kind, I think those fit the ticket. And here we've got, we've got the work already done when it comes to getting them to you.
For sure, and I think the fact that this cow being a foo Irish whiskey just kind of says that there's going to be a lot of feature, rib cage, and a quality look. And one thing in this particular mating, I've been very fortunate to see several of these there at the beginning of the year and watch them progress all the way through the end. And not only did they look good from the start, but I thought the cattle fed and progressively got better throughout the year. So I think it's a really, really unique mating here, an opportunity to get in on some cattle that definitely are good in the beginning and last long and will be very reliable in the end.
Well, I know McCormick has hoarded these embryos, and so that, here's a chance to get some of your own. These are, I need to say that, these are confirmed male pregnancies. So you're buying a male calf in that recip, and that will be a lot A lot and a lot B lot as well. So that concludes the cattle part of the exchange offering. Not as big in terms of where we are from a number standpoint. Boy, I tell you what, when you want to talk about laser focus on industry quality, on making stock better, sharing the legitimate goods industry-wide. There are ownership opportunities, investment opportunities, opportunities for cattlemen from folks that want to make seed stock or make clubby steers or bulls, Americans, to British influenced cattle to exotics. I think the gamut is just awesome. It's big and it's very, very high quality. I commend all of the consigners for putting a set like this together, Blake and TK for getting them to go ahead and to commit to them. But that's just an outstanding opportunity here amongst the cattle group. You know, a few closing words there, Austin, before we get to these sheep?
I think if you're looking to invest or if you're already in it, I think it's good either way. These are legitimate folks that are in the business, not only to get by and survive, but they want to make us better. And I think whether you're more on the seed stock side or making club calves, I think there's definitely plenty of options and versatility. Like they said in the pig write-up earlier there at the end, if y'all have any questions, please call. Just make sure you're certain on what you're getting in on.
Well, with that being said, we're going to continue on with the sheep offering. Welcome Cooper Newcomb there of Allen Newcomb Club Lambs to come up and visit with us about these lots as we get into them. Once again, depth and uniqueness of the quality of the sheep offering, I think, is as good as we've ever seen at the exchange in the years that it's been happening. So, Cooper, thanks for coming up. Just turn that on. And appreciate you coming to share your knowledge, talk about these with us here.
I appreciate that, Glenn. And it's always exciting whenever we start discussing the exchange lots, and it's a lot of fun working with Blake and Todd and try to gather up the most unique lots that we can and listen to everybody think and get creative and out of the box, if you will, on the way we're going to market those. Do we need to turn that one off? Sounds like we got a nice Oklahoma thunderstorm going on in here. We're on. We're both on. Okay. Sorry about that. It was making for a nice humming noise. But as I was saying there, it's very exciting to get into this and the different opportunities and to see these breeders really get outside their comfort zone and think about the opportunities and the buyers there, from investment opportunities to selling elite donors to incredible ewe lambs, show ewes. We've got a little bit of everything in here. This is probably the largest offering that we've had to date, and I think that's very exciting to see people dig into this exchange sale and really figure out that, it's all about creativity and uniqueness, and the more creative and unique you are, the more dividends you're going to get in return. So with that being said, we'll start off here. I'm going to let Glenn kind of read through the offerings, and then I'll discuss some of the lots and add a few extras. I know I've talked to nearly every breeder that has an offering here, so we can add a little bit of light to it that's maybe not in the paper. And just overall just discuss these lots in general.
Well, lot 301 leads off our sheep offering, Purple 417 from the Allen Newcomb crew there. Cooper being half of that, Ty Allen, and of course her family's family affair there at that place, no doubt about it. Everybody pitches in, and don't know a crew that works any harder or does more than they do. Bringing to us a real unique offering, and one I told Cooper I could just talk about because I thought so unique that they're offering a proven donor like this. Drop the mic, female beast gas monkey on the bottom. One here that they're just selling her to you, and you can do with her what you want to. And, opportunities are endless, in my opinion, as we run into the world of particularly progressive livestock breeders. It seems like everybody in the game has the male that they think they need, or the male that's tied their game together through their best female line. And here's your chance to get one to run into the bottom side of any pedigree that you think you've got the goods on, and just make them better. Female that they've tied into there at their place, one that they have consistently counted on time and time again to generate for them. Not a fly-by-night, quick fix, short game, however you want to word it, but one that is foundational to what they've done there at Allen Newcomb. Cooper, why don't you tell us about her?
So this female here, we never did show her. We knew immediately that year she was a standout from the very beginning. We turned down multiple 5-digit offers for her. She's an 18 model. She's got some age on her. I will tell you, we've got videos on her. They're going on our Facebook page today. They are being uploaded. She's in incredible shape. She's ready to go to work. She's ready to go into your program. She did not lamb here late. We flushed her there last year. We left her open so we could turn her and have her ready to go into anybody's program. We had this thought and idea kind of in the back of our head now for a while on how we wanted to let her go. And it was either we were going to leave her there and she was never going to leave, or we were going to let her go through the exchange. And obviously we're here today to tell you that she's available, and she's going to sell here tomorrow night. She has been an absolute cornerstone female for us. Whenever you talk about, stud ewes and stud donors, and Glenn brought up a great point earlier whenever we were sitting in the back visiting. If you've got a buck lamb that you think is incredible, this is a ewe right here that'll tell you if he is or if he isn't, because she's worked on everything. You can see there, through her bucks that she's raised. That she's clicked on about anything and everything that we've offered her to. We have figured out she's FD. The last few times that we have flushed her, obviously Navajo and some of our bigger named FF bucks is what we've done here lately. This year here, I just did her to Gucci. Wyatt AC buys a high dollar weather there, standout out of her. She's still performing. She's still making elite ones. We're selling high-end ones out of her every time. I don't know what the actual gross revenue is, but I can tell you it's somewhere around that $500,000 and above mark. I would guarantee you on that ewe. This one's hard to let go for us because we have had such a tremendous run with her. She's obviously made her mark with Gorilla. We all know what he's done, and his female line's even done for this industry. We've got multiple donors in our program, in our ET program, that are out of her. And I think that the other night we were talking about there's about 10 other stud bucks that she would be the great-grandmother to. So the list goes on and on. I can sit up here and talk about her for days, but at the end of the day, she's an elite female. She's in great condition. She's ready to go to work. Take her, flush her. We flushed her multiple times. We flushed her twice a year a couple years ago. She had huge numbers. Last year she had big numbers again. We just did her once last year. But the last 3 times that we flushed her, it's been 22, 33, and 13. And the 13 came after that 33. So she's a huge number girl, always has been good on that, and very exciting to see where she goes.
Well, I think proof's in the pudding. She makes stud ram. She makes donors. She averages 19 embryos a flush. She's ready to roll. She has 17 daughters in production, including multiple donors. 6 stud rams there pictured that any one of you'd like to own. And there's an opportunity here to get in on one. And I, like Cooper said, let her prove if you're right or not, because she's going to tell you if that buck you thought was good was any good. Great opportunity there. So unique. Lot 301 from Allen Newcomb. Lot 302, I think this is cool. I enjoyed the picture, just looking through, seeing a buck sticking their head through the gates there and peeking out, getting ready to go. Here's an opportunity to tap directly into the heart of their breeding program, into their stud ram battery. They're selling a choice of a half jump of semen, and the cool part about that, you can double the hammer price and get you a full jump. that half or full jump includes up to 3 rams out of their stud ram battery. So if you're the guy that's got 15, you need the AI, and you want to breed them to 3 different rams. These are the guys that can help you do that, all quality in what you do, and actually help you get them mated if you'll sit back and let them do that with you. And I think neat deal. You can hit the hammer price and get the half jump about 15 head, and you could double and take them 30. They're also covering all of the tech costs, the AI tech costs, the breeding costs, and as most of you know, somewhere between $45 and $60 a head that you're not having to spend on them by doing that. So tell us about what you have there and what dates or options for your haul-in.
So we've got the dates listed here. July 12th will be a haul-in day, the August 8th or 9th, September 16th or 17th. Any of those dates there will have open haul-in days. You're allowed to bring them in. As he said, you can buy the half jump, and if you've got you want to breed 30, then buy the full jump. We're covering the tech fees. Those will be done by Tyson Rule or Matt Kennedy, depending on the date that you pick. Either way, we've had exceptional AI stick rates. Conception rate's been awesome. We're excited about this. We want everybody to know that they're more than welcome. Even if you don't get this lot bought, call us, come out to Elk City, breed your ewes. You just got to pay the tech fees, and that's it. There's no hidden fees or anything like that. So if you have any questions on this lot or the previous lot, reach out to Ty and I with any kind of questions you may have. But we'll send you the schedule, and it's all up front. Whatever you pay for this lot, whether you decide to double down or not, but there will be no more fees beyond that point. You can use any of the bucks we've got. There's about 17 bucks there, I think, right now. So,
but it's a 3-ram game. We're not going to breed 15 to 15 different rams.
You can pick between those 17 which 3 you want to utilize. And that we did that because obviously we've all got FD, FF, different kind of matings that we got to utilize. So we try to give you some options there.
Well, that's why I say if you're not dead certain on what you want to use and you know what you have there, let Cooper and Ty help you figure out what you need to mate to what to be as successful as you can. You get that, be real frank with you, you get that in offering as well, and I'd lean on them if I could. If you want to be as good as you can be, do a little leaning on these guys. They'll get you to where you need to be. That's lot 302, tapping in direct there. Allen and Newcomb, great opportunity as well. Look over here, lot 303 from Hobbs Show Lambs. Title of that lot is Flush Away, and immediately you don't look very far and you see the words Glitter Bomb, and even I've heard of her and her success, her quality and her look, and then the flush that she's had there. I think it was in 25. I was thinking it was 40 to 50 embryos and 33 lambs alive out of the group. Just an incredible set and an awesome opportunity with the rights to flush the Glitter Bomb. You tell us about her and tell us about the opportunity here.
Well, as you can see, obviously numbers don't lie, if you will, there, and those are huge numbers, and a lot of times, you may not replicate that number directly, but I bet you she does pretty darn good. I hadn't had very many of them throw big numbers that came back and didn't throw very good numbers at all. So I would be absolutely shocked if you didn't get big numbers out of this used flush. I think it's a huge opportunity there. Some things worth noting there, that make it more appealing to me. That ewe is FF. I think that's something that's very important to know, because at this point you can breed her to whatever buck you want across the country, and not worry about the dwarf gene or having any loss in that regard. Hobbs, they've got a keeper buck lamb, they call him Smoke Bomb, and then they sold Holy Water there at the block, and I know that buck was extremely popular. Glenn was actually made a few comments on that buck lamb there. There's a picture down below on the catalog, and it's remarkable to see these things and just how consistent they are, and their freak look and their shape and their raw muscle and their structure. So I think that was a very consistent flush. I think it says a lot about what you're going to get here. I know they sold multiple wethers and ewe lambs over like $7,500. I think this whole deal, last year on this big flush, I know those guys broke over 100,000 on one flush.
Yeah.
So with that being said, this is a great investment opportunity. I think it's very exciting. If you have any questions on this offering about what you're responsible for, as far as the recips, the flush, any of those expenses, I encourage you to reach out to Joe or Megan Hobbs. Visit with them. Make sure you know everything up front. You've got your, the small print right, if you will, and understand the opportunity here and what is able to take place.
Well, yeah, you're buying the opportunity to flush here, and I don't see any cap on it, but you're going to be responsible for, your semen recip and associated flush costs. So, like Cooper said, reach out to Joe or Megan. They'll be sure to help you. Incredible that they'd be willing to even part with a flush on one that's generated the way this one has, giving you an opportunity to build you a foundation and pay your way at the same time. That's lot 303, flush away from the Hobbs family, Hobbs Show Lambs. Lot 304 comes from Ambergy Genetics there, the syndicate of the Sweeties. So he had consigned, I know, the last couple of years and had really worked at being unique in his offerings. And once again, I think Jordan's reached pretty deep into his lineup, into his genetics, into his herd, if you will, to give you an opportunity to pick 50% owner and any of the donor from December ET program. So I think there's various. We'll talk about the lots here at the bottom, but there's various ways to get it. But when a guy like him says any donor in that program, in his most valuable set of lambs year in, year out, and I think it really says something as to what he's wanting to do just from an industry-wide standpoint.
I think this is a very unique opportunity. And we read it, it says, pick any donor. You talk to Jordan on the phone, and it's, any ewe on my place. If you want to flush something besides what I have flushed, if you want to flush a daughter, something younger, something that you've seen. The white ewe that's pictured over here that was Supreme Ewe there at Kansas City, she's available. You can pick her, you can flush her. If you're into white ones and you want to make white ones out of that one, I saw her in person. I was there that day. She's very, very interesting creature in her own right. I think if you're into white ones, that one's very, very intriguing to you. Obviously, I'm into the black faces. This is an intriguing lot for me. I think it's very exciting. Obviously a guy that has bought several lambs over the years off of Jordan. I think this opportunity is very, very unique. And whenever I asked him what we were going to do for the exchange this year, he sent me back. He's like, well, what do you want me to do? What do you think I should do? And I just wrote him back, Black Betty ? And he didn't think that was as funny as I did. I got a hard no. But if you know Jordan's program, the Black Betty donors, obviously, she's rooted deep down in there. She's a foundation female for him. But this is an opportunity. You could pick that ewe and potentially buy anything. I think the only females that he's ever sold out of her, myself and Wyatt Acey, own the only ones that he sold out of her. If I to be corrected, I might be, but I doubt it. But there's certainly some females in there that have created and generated big time over the years. Won multiple state fairs, won Kentucky State Fair a few times here. We won, on the national level with these things. Clearly an opportunity to pick any ewe. To me, the most intriguing thing about this is he's guaranteeing you 6.
I agree 100%.
I think that is huge. Whenever you think about the guarantee that he's put, and whenever you visit with him, all of his traditional donors have averaged 12 or better. A lot of them, I know, like the Huck you said, has been around 17 average. Those Bagalka donors have been around 10 to 12. The Navajo donor that he bought from us, she's 16, I believe is what he said. So his numbers are big. So he's guaranteeing you the 6. Obviously, there's huge opportunity there to go over. The interesting thing here is if you read it, if you don't get your 6, obviously re-racker will flush her again. But if you get a few, say you get 4 out of the flush you pick, you can pick 2 more from any other flush to fulfill your 6.
Your minimum of 6.
Your minimum of 6. And
yeah, it's another thing it tells us how productive those ewes are, how good his flush program and the way he handles those sheep and the semen quality that they use, the tech quality that they have there in-house when they do their flushes, and also their ability to get them raised. I mean, it's amazing to see that kind of a guarantee because, as I said earlier, we don't get guaranteed that by God for sure, and anybody that's flushed many has had their share of bad luck in whatever species that they're utilizing. I think it's also neat to look down here and dig into it. It says the buyer has the full authority in selecting the sire mating, and that Jordan will cover all the standard flush fees and the semen expenses utilizing their bucks. So pretty interesting to me that he's going that deep. Trust his program, and I think that says to me, if you want in here at this opportunity, you need to trust the process as well. The offering options, let's talk through those. Option A is a straight split the flush. The flush gets divided directly down the middle, averaging each to market, retain, sell, campaign, whatever they want to do. And the buyer, if it comes to that, if that's the option you choose, buyer gets to pick first. So I think that's a unique opportunity as a breeder or a person that wants to get in and absolutely retain some ownership in the sheep that you're producing out of that flush that you choose of your liking. That's a great option if you want to have full say and retention of what you have. So that's one. In Lot A. Lot B is strictly a revenue split, and that would be more interesting to a person like me who's not in the sheep game per se from a production standpoint. But Jordan will handle the marketing, the sale, all the way through getting them sold and split the revenue. So a real investment opportunity or a real opportunity as a breeder there either way in allowing you to do the picking on the buck and allowing you to decide how you want to do that. So that's option A and B. And then option C is a mix and match option, a combination of ownership structure where you can select individuals alternating and then split revenue on the others. So I think just a real unique, a real deep, very, very thoughtful option here that you have in his lot, and then just unique in what he offers up from a guarantee standpoint.
Yeah, I think Jordan dug deep there. He got creative. There's a couple quick notes over here. The only ewe on his place that wouldn't be available would be the one he owns in partnership with Wyatt Acey. That would be the Navajo ewe out of the party last year that he bought off Alan Newcomb. And then other than that, it sounds like everything's up for grabs. So if you have any questions on this lot, feel free to reach out to Jordan. You can reach out to myself. I have talked to him and discussed this in length. But as Glenn went over all the options there's an A, B, and C. And I would say at the end of the day, whenever this flush comes to fruition, that's when you're going to make the call on whether you want to, split anything or if you want to do the revenue split, or more than likely I guess option C comes into play if you decide you want to keep something and then sell part of them too. So I think he's very open to this. He seems very, very eager, and I know Jordan's very easy to work with as far as the sale of these lambs. I mean, he's pretty much leaving it up to however the buyer would choose to do so. So appreciate Jordan and Maggie there for that offering. I think it's going to be exciting to see where that one goes.
Absolutely. We turn our page, go lot 305, Middlesworth Club Lambs. Perry and Jaylene there bringing us just an extremely rare opportunity, and that's the words used in the first sentence of this lot, and it really is just that. If you've ever had the pleasure, the fun to get to go visit Perry and Jaylene and family there in Iowa and look through those sheep at that place there at Middlesworth, it is truly amazing, incredible set of livestock, generations, decades of hard work and skill involved in breeding and mating and selections. A guy that I would say doesn't play to fads, but plays to quality, longevity, and productivity every time. And that's proven itself time and time again. And with the folks that have been able to obtain genetics from them, be it through semen or buck options or being able to buy females. But this is a really, really unique opportunity to get right into the middle of what I would call the most cutting-edge genetics that they have. And if we're real livestock people, we think the most cutting edge are the youngest ones if we've done our job. And certainly if you get past the show lamb stage, Cooper, I think where you really see the opportunity to get busy is in a set of yearlings where you can just go in and find what you want. And it looks to me like that's what we have here that Perry and Jaylene are offering.
100%. I think this is an opportunity here to turn and burn. I mean, I think you spend money and you turn around and make money fast because you're going to pick one out of there that you potentially, she's the right age. You want to throw her right into the donor pen, you can do that, or you can go breed her, right off the bat. So we're looking at an opportunity here to buy one tomorrow night that we can turn around and either pull eggs out of or put semen in and get her bred. Either way, regardless, there immediately and let her carry whatever you choose. But I think the real opportunity here, whenever I spoke with Perry, we brought up the fact of how important it was going to be for us to make sure that we had something unique and something different, something that wasn't available to everyone. And, he said, I've been selling some sheep out of my pen over here, but I got this yearling pen that nobody can go into. And I said, that's the tap we want. I was like, that right there. I said, what's it take to get into that pen? And he goes, well, I don't want nobody in that pen.
That's just it. If you know Perry, you're not getting in the pen. The reality is, when you looked over the fence a year ago at those ewe lambs in the keeper pen, and he said, ain't no way, don't look in there. Now he's taken them through the sweats. They've matured into productive age. What you couldn't buy a year ago, no way. Now you can go pick right out of the top. No. And that's what's so unique about this lot to me. And knowing Perry, knowing him personally, knowing his family, and knowing how close he keeps his cards is best. That guy. It's very significant. I read through this and I'm like, that's just a wow moment with a firm that's done as much with this industry as they have.
I totally agree with you there. And we talk about what is there, visiting with Jaylene a little bit and Perry about what potentially is out there. And there's obviously several of them out of donors out there. Their program, their donor program has been very good. There's several of those hippogriff and Perry ewe lambs. You've got, the donors that have babies in that deal out of Bonnie and Blind Betty. Anybody that's been to Middlesworth know those two donors. I've got plenty of them. I've got multiple sisters. That'd go back to like Navajo's mom would be one of those sisters, and Pearl, and the list goes on and on that we can talk about there. You've got a few weathers here pictured from last year. One of them just so happens to be the grand there at OYE of Sadie's. That weather we bought out of the Blue Bloods, as well as the high seller The Wise family bought out of the Blue Bloods. I think she's got some, or he's got some sisters in there potentially, or a sister in there. So I think there's some huge, incredible opportunities here. One of the most notable ones for me was the full sibs to Laney's champion natural there at Denver. He was reserve at Louisville. That sheep was incredible to feed. He was a lot of fun for us, and I know he's got multiple sisters out there. We bought him as a buck lamb there last year and ended up cutting him, but that one there was a lot of fun, and Perry made the comment that there's a few of those out there. So I know what he's thinking, that he doesn't want anybody to know, but I just told the world, so sorry, Perry, but they know they're out there now. Somebody's got to dig in here. But he said there's about 45 head of those yearlings out there in that pen.
Yeah, not your regular run-of-the-mill. We kept these 6. Hey, we hoarded these back, and we didn't want anybody to get them, and you get to pick yours. So, like I said, I think the unique part of that is the work's done. We're in production age. Let's roll. Turn and burn, load and go, get them where you want them, and get to making them generate for you. So awesome there from Middlesworth, lot 305, pick of the yearlings, walk in the pen and grab the one you like. Lot 306, Platinum and Shelton, boy, they bring a lot here that is really unique, almost difficult for me to grasp it in my mind what they're exactly offering here in A and B, because it seems a little out there for me for them to offer up this unicorn donor of theirs is 24,111, and I'm gonna let you talk about it. I know you're very very in on this lot, and you personally have some things that you own related to this lot. So why don't you tell us about it?
Well, I think this lot comes from a family that's obviously been very, very hoarded to the industry. These guys, they know what they've got here, and they won't let it go. I can assure you the opportunity here to get a flush on this 111U is incredible, to the fact if she just made females, you would be miles ahead of the industry, because they won't sell them. As hard as we try to get them to sell them, they know what they'll bring. They know they're going to bring good money when they offer them, and they still won't let them out of their sight. So I think they've truly made this family one of the most incredible families in the industry, from the simple fact that they've just sit here and hoarded them and won't let any of them out. And I commend them for that, because it takes a lot of self-discipline, I'd say, to hold those things. The one that they did sell, Glenn got a little chuckle out of this earlier, just so happens to be in Elk City. So the one that they have sold was a $40,000 Midwest Fever ewe. There's the buck lamb out of this ewe that they sold last year. I think that was her first baby. They sell a buck lamb right off their first crop. We campaigned the sister there at Oklahoma Youth Expo. She was grand purebred ewe. And then obviously had the grand weather there at Louisville the year before, Colby Williams, and then fed several others out of that flush. That was probably one of the best flush top to bottom that I've ever seen. I think whenever you get into the offering here, I think the option A is very, very intriguing from an investment standpoint. Obviously, the IVF deal is a little newer to the sheep program. I mean, it's getting more popular by the day. But they're going to give you the opportunity to split 2 of those dates with them. And one of them's right around the corner here, coming up fast. So I think that's extremely interesting. And then I think in there, too, you can pick the buck if you choose to, or lean on those guys for their guidance. And they would be, I think, glad to do that and be great partners. Ty and I have bought part of their lot before, with them with the exchange, actually, and they were great to work with. That lot ended up making money. It was a very positive flush. It was a great experience. We got to work together, sell multiples out of there. Those guys do an incredible job. So I would tell you that they're certainly their intentions are high on those numbers. They're not trying to get by. They're trying to make big numbers, and they expect to. Option B here, they're going to guarantee you 2 full-term pregnancies under that option. I think that's a very intriguing option as well, because at that point there you can say, I'm going to take my chances and hope I get either a stud buck or a female or what have you. But there's really no wrong answer there, because if you get you a male, it'll probably be real good show weather at worst. If you get you a female, sky's the limit. They're worth a fortune. So I think the opportunities there are endless with those two options.
So in A, correct me if I'm wrong, A is split in two aspirations.
Yes.
And B is a complete IVF program for yourself. That
Yeah, and
correct?
they're going to guarantee 2 full terms.
Yeah.
So you've got the guarantee there. They're going to guarantee 3 full terms on option A. So I do think it's important to have those guarantees. I think it makes it more intriguing. But your partner's with them on option A. You're outright on option B, the way I read it. So.
Yeah, my ears perked up when you said Kobe Williams sheep that wins Louisville.
Let's be a full sister, flushmate sister.
There you go. I know standing ringside there, just getting the opportunity to watch that show finish up, incredible depth, as Louisville always is, but maybe that year in particular, I thought deep, top to bottom there in that show. And then when they come back out, it really it looked just like one. And that thing was, he was by so many miles the most elite one in a group of really exceptional livestock. So great opportunity there from Platinum Shelton. Obviously, Cooper and Ty are believers in the program. They've dropped a ton into getting one of their own, and she definitely has worked for them. So lot 306, stock options, dig in deep there. We flip our page, lot 307, Neff Livestock. Chance certainly has mashed down the gas and really hammered it out here for a number of years. A young person in the industry that bleeds it, that believes in it, that's raising his kids with sheep, and getting the opportunity now to get to the big ring with Oakley and to get the show in our shows down south. She comes of age, and here he cracked one out, and I asked Cooper where this lamb was, and he said, well, that one's in Oakley's pen, this tag 664 wooden trade chief Bishop that you see in the picture, and offering your right to purchase her right out of that girl show pen. So tell us about that sheep. I know you've seen her. Tell us about the opportunity here and what they'd like to do if somebody wants them to.
I think it's a huge opportunity here, and whether you're looking to buy a show ewe lamb or whether you're just a breeder looking to buy a high quality standout kind of ewe lamb that potentially could be campaigned by Oakley herself and then return to you whenever her show campaign and career is done. So I think there's several ways to look at this. I think this offering is very intriguing. Chance has been known to sell mature ewes in the exchange, donors. And he said, what do you think I ought to do this year to be different? And I was like, I don't know. What about selling one of those, ewe lambs out of Oakley's pen? And, he met the ask, and I commend him for that. I don't know that Oakley knows if he really pulled this ewe lamb out and took a picture of her for sale yet or not. That's yet to be determined. But he did say if the buyer would like, they would love to continue showing her and campaign her and build her resume. If the buyer wants to take her and show her themselves, then that's obviously more than fine too. They're open to either one. She's currently in the show barn today. Talking about the ewe lamb, I know whenever we went through there when they were being weaned, this was a standout. I mean, she stood out amongst the crowd. Wild looking, elite, big muscle, big rib, big shapes. Puts it all in a really showy, high skeletal, quality package. Just skeletal quality all over with the added muscularity that it takes to be competitive in the show ring. I think she's got a bright future in the show ring. Let me tell you a little bit about the bottom side here, because after last weekend, Tanner Stokes kind of broke onto the scene, and we all knew him around there in Texas, and he's a friend of mine, I would say, and been very successful and slowly, gaining a head of steam, I would say. But in the last couple of years, and then the other day, he just kind of tore the wall down and said, "Hello, I'm Tanner,
ripped
and I'm
one
here."
off, didn't he?
And ripped him one off there for 40,000. And I would tell you, I had more people ask me, who is that kid? How did he get those ewes? Where did he get those ewes? How's that stuff bred? And you kind of explain the backstory there that Tanner started working for Chance, pretty young age there, and worked there for several years, and knew the program like the back of his hand. And I would tell you that he's very intelligent, on top of all that, and a very hard worker. But the grandma to this ewe lamb is the ewe that Tanner Stokes built everything with, pretty much. He purchased her for $25,000 from Neff Livestock, started flushing her, and that is the mother or grandmother to nearly all of his donors today. And so this ewe lamb comes out of that same family. The mom would be a flush mate to one of Chance's favorite flushes all time. I think this is an incredible opportunity. I don't think there's enough highlighted on here about the value of the bottom side of this pedigree combined with the look of quality that we have here in this picture, and what she looks like on foot mirrors that picture. She's very high quality, very high end.
Yeah,
but I think the dollar signs beside this one and the donor pin are probably where it's hard to sell as a ewe lamb here. But I'm telling you, I think
this isn't just show you opportunity. This is a perennial, year in, year out donor quality with the pedigree to back it up, and still the right kind of look and build and presence. I don't know if you can see very well in that picture, but her feet are huge. Her fur is huge. I mean, you look above her hock just at the density of her bonework, and then look at how much side shape and hang down she has, and the cage and the build. It reads brood ewe, it reads show ewe, and obviously he thinks a lot of her. She's in the kiddo's pen for her to show this year. So making a significant impression to me in this lot. He wants to sell one that it's hard to turn loose of, and that's what the exchange is noted for. And here he's got one that fits that bill. So, excuse me, get in where you fit in there. Great opportunity there from Chance and his family. Lot 308 there from Titus Club Lambs. Brent and Trace bring us one. In the white heat, they're offering pick of the early born purple tag white face ewe lambs. The top of my page, I wrote Dorset King. He makes them as good as anybody. Has as many good ones, in my opinion, as anybody. And just kicking the door open for pick of the ewe lambs for November and December flushes and the December AIs, which might be the ticket where you want to be. Talk about the quality there and the history of that.
Well, I think it's no secret the amount of winners and banners, and we've got the pictures here on behind us and on the catalog. But I think it's intriguing whenever you look at the buck lamb that's standing now at Neff Livestock. I think that is one good critter. I mean, I think that one there is wild built, high quality. That's one that he made just last year. I know we bought one, a Weather, there for the Ritchie family, and that's sitting in Altus, Oklahoma. We're waiting to uncork that one. Very excited. But I think one of the big things, you think about Titus Club Lambs, it's just the amount of terminal shape, muscularity, touch, and tone that those white ones bring to the table. I guess for me, typically, Titus's white ones just have more shape, expressions, and that's why they win at the high levels. It's not all about big fuzz and looks and no shape, no muscle. You got to have real terminal shape. You got to have power. And there's one thing always true about his white ones. They've got horsepower. The exchange, we bought this lot. It's very similar to this a couple years ago. We've got that ewe at the house. She's incredible. Excited to get her bred this year and see what we can do with her. But I think that one there is one that's very, very intriguing. This group would be out of his core group. I mean, that's going to be his largest lamb crop. I mean, you're talking 2 flush groups and 1 AI group. We're talking, the majority of his lambs this year. and that's a perfect age there to go pick one out to go show one. If you want a white one to go show or campaign, I think that's a great opportunity there. So if you're interested, in the show side of it, I think that's a great opportunity. But more importantly, I think it's a huge opportunity to get one of those a little more terminal, harder in their shape and touch and tone, and go turn those things into a potential donor, or certainly an impressive brood you down the road. The quality's here. It's been here every year. There's no secret these guys here win at every level. I think that the use thing here is an incredible opportunity for anybody trying to make white ones to utilize this and grow their herd, or certainly have one more powerhouse in the donor pen.
Well, and I read down in through it, and the word's not excluding the mother of Up in Smoke. It says including the mother of Up in Smoke. So Mama, the stud ram there, housed at Neff's as well. Hey, she's in the mix. Her stock's in the mix. I mean, this is just kick the gate open on my best stuff and come pick the one you want. So I think, once again, reaching honestly as deep as you can reach to get one that you want there on the female side, Novembers and Decembers, flush and AIs alike. We flip our page there, lot 309, Tuck Brothers. No stranger to the good stuff. Been through Elk City numerous times for various things, and ask about this or that, and name pops up pretty regular when it comes to raising quality stock and looking over the fence and saying, hey, what's that? Or seeing one of the kids bring one out, hey, what's that? And that's a tuck. And hey, these guys are getting it done. And here they're offering pick of any ewe lamb from any group, any of the lambing groups, to be picked at 45 days of age. So you can go look at every lambing group when they're about 45 days old, get with these guys, and pick the one that the lamb that you want. And if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't say any ewe lamb. It says any lamb, because down here, reading into it, it says if the lamb picked remains intact as a buck, that Tuck Brothers retain 50% interest in that one. So, man, how can you lose here if you're wanting to show stock or breed stock and have the options wide open to you? Looks to me like a complete no-brainer.
I think this lot here, it's a good thing that Lucas has got a wedding to pay for, is all I'm saying. We wouldn't ever got this lot pulled off and put in the exchange if we weren't trying to pay off the wedding, I don't think. But I certainly reminded him about it whenever he was thinking about this. And I'm just glad Garrett went along, because he's a good sport. But I can assure you this one here took a little bit of convincing, if you will. But they've already got 50 of these things, the embryo transferred over. So you're already talking, you think about, how big a group is it? What's it look like at the end of the day? There's already 50. We're starting there. They've got two more, I think, ET groups there to go. But that's going to be their biggest groups. So they're going hard early. Obviously, they're in Ohio. The older ones are probably where their bread and butter's at. And they're giving you an opportunity to jump in the middle of the heat here. And so I think that's something to talk about there. And they've got all the highlighted donors here. We don't obviously have them in the write-up. I do have a list of them here. Just run through them quickly. The 2109 Green Line donor makes about $65,000 in sales there last year. Had a champion in Louisville. The Laney donor, obviously been a household name for them. She sells an $18,000 one there at Bluegrass Babes. Had her war paint flush here last year that grossed those guys about $68,000. And she was the mother to Hayes Wilson's Panda ewe that we bought out of Midwest Fever the year before there. And that ewe obviously won a bunch here in Oklahoma. They're fixing to put her into their own donor program. I think that one there is an incredible future donor. You got the Ashland donor. That would be Predator's mom. Addie Thompson showed that Kahlua ewe that won all over the state of Ohio last year. She's got about $75,000 in sales. The Cardi donor has the Grand U at OYE of Laney's, and as well as EYO. The sister to the 3rd overall champion Hamp at Louisville of Sadie's. She had the champion Natural at Denver of Bryant's. She's got well over 100,000 in lifetime sales. You got the Gretchen donor Reserve Grand U, Keystone, the Rice Family Show. That'll be a newer donor for them. You got Cinnamon that had a $15,000 ewe lamb, and then the Weather that the Platte boys are currently campaigning in Indiana. I think that Weather's been top 5 every jackpot they've been to this year, and I know he was one of their higher sellers there as well in that December sale. We've got the Barbie donor, which is a sister to the Grand at Denver. She's had multiple $10,000 weathers in the last year. And then the 2021 Midwest Fever ewe lamb there last year was the high seller, and then the Grand Ewe at Ohio State Fair. I made some big notes down here on the bottom and on my page, and it said these boys are hard to buy high quality females from. They know a good female when they see one. They know one when they raise one. They've had one there last year that I tried and pried, and I was really hoping there was going to be some kind of twist in this deal to get back to her. I still hadn't figured out the twist and the angle to get that one bought off of them. I don't think it's going to happen. I would tell you this right here is an opportunity. I threw out some huge numbers at them to try to get the ewe lamb bought last year that I wanted. Never could get her bought. They weren't prying. They weren't letting loose. But I would tell you that this is the opportunity here. If I would have had this lot purchased a year ago, I would own that ewe today.
Yeah.
So I think that's something to remember. Obviously, if there's a stud buck, these boys are more than capable of buying or raising a stud buck. They've done it. They raised Predator there. He raised the Grand at Denver last year. So these guys obviously are more than capable of raising stud bucks, donors. We buy the pick last year, end up picking the Grand U at OYE was the pick that we got last year out of the exchange. So that exchange purchase last year from Tuck Brothers, we currently today own half of the Grand U at OYE because of that purchase that we made from these guys. So they know when they put something in here, it's big time, and they know the opportunity at hand. I hope all the buyers and bidders see that opportunity and see what they've offered here. These guys sell multiple weathers for over $20,000. I don't know what the floor is on this as far as what it's actually worth, but I can tell you I don't know what the ceiling is to what some of those things that they wouldn't sell.
Well, it's certainly, there's nothing random about what's offered here. This is calculated, it's intentional, it's high end, and the opportunities literally from a show family standpoint, a breeder standpoint, a ram battery or donor standpoint, it's literally endless. And you've already got 50 loaded in the ewes now and the recips, plus more to come. I mean, it's one of those deals that, it doesn't come around. And you've taken advantage of it, and look what it's paid back to y'all. Very, very deep in terms of what the Tuck Brothers are selling here. Like I said, it's a generational game, a decades game if you're a long game player. And I think if you want to be in this industry very long and be consistent and be relevant, this is something you need to look at for sure. It looks to me like this works for a young person wanting to invest and make a big splash and take that commitment and that step. And it also looks to me like if you've been in 30 years, you might need to really consider this as well.
I think this lot here combines everybody. I mean, it should have everybody in the industry on the edge of their seat watching this lot. I don't know why you wouldn't.
Yeah, I would agree. Very, very unique. Thank you to Tuck Brothers for putting it in. This is what the exchange is all about. It's about uniting multi-species industry people and leaders and breeders. It's about including young people. And I think the vision of what the exchange is evident in this lot 309 Tuck Brothers. Look over here, 310, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, be our last lot here on the sheep side. A very unique offering as well. Here we're talking upper hand genetics and bucks. You know, when I think upper hand for years and years. I think of Platt and Crew, and I think about the pig game and how successful they've been from a breeder standpoint, making show stock, making breeding stock, having a barn full of boars and selling semen. One of the most, I guess, one of the neatest, most elite places I personally have ever been, just to look at stock right there at Platt's there. I think it's unique that branching out, spreading their wings into this game, and I'm going to let you talk about the offering is a half jump, which is a 15 header for an AI day at Upper Hand or Tuck Brothers at either one of those facilities. You just have to get in touch with them. All the tech fees are paid, so no hidden breeding fees as well here. It's a half jump on a combination of any of the bucks that they have on hand there at Upper Hand. So talk about the uniqueness of this and Platt and Tuck's together and what they're doing here.
So I think this is obviously this is a new face to see on the sheep side of things. Obviously, no stranger there in the hog world, but whenever we start talking about Upper Hand and their sheep venture that they've taken on, I think it's very unique, and the opportunities that they've set out. They're going to have breeding dates there, in Roanoke at Upper Hand Genetics. If you haven't seen that place or that facility, I think it's absolutely incredible. That's a facility you'll never forget, and when you step there in person, check out their bucks. They've got multiple bucks over there. I want to say right now they're sitting on about 10 to a dozen bucks in total with their partners. But all those bucks are up for grabs. The ones that we own with them, El Jefe, Front Runner, and then the ones that Upper Hand and Tuck own together as well. Any of those bucks are the options, but you pick and match however you feel. Similar lot to what we offered there with Alan Newcomb. Obviously, that one there retains to our Elk City, and Upper Hand. You can utilize this one at Tuck's or at Upper Hand in those breeding dates. Get with those guys if you have any questions on those dates. I know they've got multiple dates set up. Nate's their AI tech, does an outstanding job. I can tell you, beyond just your semen cost, what we're talking here is roughly about $800 in fees and the extras there on the tech fees. So whenever you consider that as the added value here plus your semen. So and if you don't have 15, you don't want to do that, hey, hit these guys up, talk to them, reach out to them about their facilities, about their haul-in dates. They would be excited to talk to you, to discuss with you. I don't think Travis does much besides talk on the phone all day, so or text or send misspelled text. Feel free to reach out to him. Just don't expect him to use predicted text, because I don't think his phone has that. I think it's broke. But on top of that, reach out to those guys. Hit them up about any of the things that they're doing there. Very exciting. They've got all kinds of new things they're coming out with. They're not just breaking into the industry and starting a buck stud. They've already got sales lined up themselves, and they're doing multiple different things here. So check those guys out, look them up, figure out things that they're doing, because it's exciting what they're doing. They're rolling hot and they're rolling hard and fast.
Well, once again, here on Lot 310, the hammer price is a half jump. No hidden fees. They're paying all the tech fees for breeding on a haul-in of 15 ewes. You can double down and take a full jump, and you can take a combination of their bucks to mate them how you want to. So as is not the case a lot of times when you buy a half jump or jump, and that's what you get, you can mix and match to suit your wishes and your pedigrees and your type and kind that you're breeding to. So great opportunity there. Once again, Lot 310 from Upper Hand Genetics. Get with Lucas or Travis, either one, on that. So that wraps up just an incredible sheep grouping. There's unique top to bottom opportunity to buy anything from pick of lambs to, hey, you know what you're getting as with Neff, or getting into yearlings, or splitting flushes, or partnering up, or opportunity to flush, or buying a proven donor that's just hammering them out for years and years. So just a great spot to be in the sheep business and the sheep game from an industry standpoint. I'd say an opportunity top to bottom for young people, show families, breeders, investment opportunity for others just looking for something here in that particular set. Commend all those folks for putting in those fantastic lots here in the exchange, and thanks, Cooper, for helping me talk these goats as well. So we're gonna kick right into the goat side of things. I think as unique a set of goats, probably half as big as the biggest we've had, and maybe as much quality and unique opportunities here on the goat side. If you're watching in lot 401, is where we're going to start talking. Coming from Church Livestock and Caden Church and Grace Church now as well, newly hitched, and just really a fine stockman, a great young man, one of our young industry shining stars, in my opinion. He's an exceptional stock kid, comes from a stock background that's multi-generational. You know, Caden doesn't need a real introduction if you've been around that show world in the state of Oklahoma, and certainly branching out across the United States, and the quality of stock he's producing, what he's making, what he's doing, the way he manages himself and handles himself, from the kind of guy that makes them but assists young people as well, and families. I can't say enough about the quality there at church. They're offering the pinto doe, the paint doe that you see, 50-54 here in the pictures. Show pictures from OIE. She's third overall D3 there in that doe show. If you want to know how I personally like them built, I like them built like that one. We'll talk about her genetics in a minute, but soft spine, flexible, round-bodied, great joint angles, balance and posture in the way she stands. Looks like the brood cow we want, looks like the brood sow, looks like the donor ewe, and here we've got it in the doe form. Rest assured, her legs move in the right direction. She's square and flexible, and we'll just talk about, you know, her build, starting skull back is just right in terms of the way she's assembled. And you're getting the opportunity here to buy a ready-to-roll donor. Like I said, all the work's been done here, taking her from a baby, getting her mom bred and taking her from a baby to a successful show doe and into a yearling pen, with the opportunity to do whatever it is you want to do with her. Talking about pedigree, she's sired by Robin Hood. They're from Hoffman Livestock out in Garden City. Caden Jamie's buck of 2 years ago died too soon. Not many of those around. Had an incredible show run with that first set of Robin Hoods, and then he's gone too soon. Bottom side of the pedigree is a Snoop Dogg Walk the Line. Color comes from that pedigree. I'm going to tell you straight up, that's real good old school. And that's the reason I'm going to say she looks the way she looks and still has the running gear she has, is just the way that she's assembled phenotypically and genetically, bottom side of her pedigree. He's going to retain a flush hinter. And I can tell you from Church's standpoint, he wants a flush hinter because he really don't want to part with that one. And he likes her a lot. I think quality speaks for itself there in that particular lot. That's lot 401 from Caden and Grace Church. Great opportunity there. Just buy one that's ready to roll, load and go, get going. Let that young man help you. He'll tell you how he was going to mate her, what he was going to do to make the next generation of great ones, and let him help you. Certainly they want you to be successful with that.
I think stating the obvious there, obviously the Robin Hood detail is huge. I think the opportunity to buy one that looks like this, and her angles and everything, her build, absolutely incredible from a structural standpoint, just studying angles in the picture there. But I think the one note that here you got to take is Grace's number's not on here.
No.
And if it was, it would probably be because she would say not for sale. So I commend Caden here. That's a quick one there. Just throw her name down there. Thanks, babe. But
Include that name, but not that
don't
number.
put that number down there. She might turn that thing into a no sale.
Yeah, she can get her number, I guess. Flip that page, lot 402, titled Silent Partner. This is Jade Bowers. This is myself and Bryce Bowers there in Mason, Texas. Always happy to be a part, want to be unique here at the exchange. And, we've sold flushes before that have been successful here. We sold a buck a year ago, one horse race, and to be real frank with you, the best goats on our property today, I think, are sired by one horse race, and that one sold right here. Thank you, Justin Evans, for buying into that incredible animal. He has done the things right for us, and we'll be certainly selling some of those Fever and Hangover weekend coming up. What we're offering here, it's, you want to be different, you want to be unique, you want to bring something to the table that's really high quality. And we've got a donor, 22,370. She's a Make It Rain cash in. If you know anything about the current show goat world, if you were ever able to come to the house and look through goats, Make It Rain's mom, maybe the best one ever, there to stand at our house. The cash-ins have been exceptional on the bottom side of hundreds of pedigrees across the country. You might say, well, I don't have any of that, and I bet you do. If you got more than 5 of them, you probably got cash-in the bottom of your pedigree if they're very good. So we have this female Make It Rain cash-in, and what we're offering is a 50-50 revenue split on a December flush. I can tell you this, flushed her twice and got a really unique set of Decembers, got some younger ones there. We publicly sold the ones that we did sell. How would you word that? That's probably the way to say it. The ones we publicly sold, the females averaged 18,000, and that was on 4 head. That wasn't a one-header. That was 4 head. We kept our share of them as well, which says something for how we believe in those things. And we sold 3 Weathers a year ago, and all 3 of them find a banner at a major show. And we had Reserve Heavy there with Graham Newsom at Rodeo Austin, which we dearly loved, thought and think a lot of that goat. Very proud they had that goat, and he did everything right. Church ends up buying what turns into the bronze medallion Weather at OYE this year, right there out of one of our sales. And that goat, I think, was a standout for build and mass and balance from the side. And then we have another one of our clients that digs in and buys a skinny one there, and is the D1 winner at Houston. So we've got 4 high-selling doe kids, and we've got 3 Banner Weathers there a year ago out of this female. And we're going to revenue share this December flush with you. How many does she make? Well, I would say consistently, we froze 22 just in the middle there because haphazardly we wanted to have a few more as good as these were. We anticipate she'll be normal somewhere between 10 and 12. They've been sticky. We've been able to raise them. They've been pretty tough stock and awfully competitive. We're soaking up all the expense. So the right to flush, the semen, the raising, the recips, the tech fee, the getting them alive, the feeding them, the getting them to look right, and the marketing. So if you just want to add that up, somebody asked, well, what's that worth? I said, well, that's worth 30 to 35 grand right there, and we hadn't even talked about the goats. So we're sticking our neck out, but the exchange is about that. And it's about good stock, and it's about doing things different. And it is about being unique. And so here we are. We're offering a half revenue split on our most consistent producing female there on the place. You know, I feel like the work's pretty well done. We got to get them on the ground, and it's all on us. So we are going to guarantee 3 live there to sell. We do have some frozens if we need to. Didn't want to put it in writing, but I'll say it here. I fully anticipate the set of marches that we have out of this doe will be sold at least in part there at Fever and Hangover weekend. And I'll tell you, there's a buck in that pile that is off the chain for quality as we like them. So it's just what we're doing. It's how we're doing it here, and getting an opportunity to get in on our best stuff.
I think to add to what Glenn's probably not touting enough here is the silent partner part of this aspect. But the front side that's not silent, being Jade and Bowers, I think that's a brand, that's a name brand, that's a brand that's been around, that's going to be around, that brings a lot to the table as far as character and obviously quality that these guys hold themselves at. But I think whenever you go to a sale, there's no one that's going to walk by that pen and not look over the fence and see what's going on there in those guys' pen or what they brought, and the expertise that they bring to the table, and knowing how to get those things right and get them ready and mated and all of that. So I think the aspect here of the silent side of this is relatively easy, and then there's a lot of added value whenever you talk about who you're partnering with and what you're potentially capable of doing here. I did get the chance to see all 3 of these goats in person, and I can tell you, as Glenn said there, the skinny one's even fed out of this deal. So I think that's something there to, speaks to the volume and the quality of this female. And, sometimes they just need time, but sometimes time's their best friend. So
That's always true.
I think this is a great opportunity, very unique in the aspect of what they're offering and offering up their expertise and their brand and their name. So kudos to these guys for bringing this to the table.
Yeah, we have no cap on the top end. We can get 15. If we can get 15, it's a revenue split on 15. But we are going to guarantee 3. Moving on, lot 403, KWL Prickett, Kyler Lee, Alex Prickett. Need no introduction to getting it done in the show ring there, to making good stock. 24006 comes from what they think is their deepest flush they had in 24, proving themselves just in terms of banners. They bring money. They're good. They're competitive down the road, and they've got the kind of quality and genotype to generate. And so here's an opportunity. They're offering a doe in her entirety. You can see the pictures. If there's one balanced up much better than that, let's get a picture of that one too. This one is cagey, and she's wide, and she's opened up. She's high quality. She's already done her share of winning. She was reserve division at the National Western there for Mikey T's daughter Addie. Man, you just you get the opportunity to go in and get one once again ready to roll. Much like Church's lot up front, they've done all the hard work. They've campaigned the animal. You've got a story, and not only do you have a story, but you got one that phenotypically and genetically backs up that story. So it's a good spot. It's a revoked get off shoot to thrill. And the reality is that's good old school bottom side, hard muscle top side, build and balance are just exceptional. And reality is looks like she can be complemented by numerous sundry of bucks across the country. So opportunity to get one all your own, get in where you fit in there, and get one that's really proven in terms of the flush she came out of. I think they're really looking forward to whomever gets this one being very successful down the road.
I think this is one that those guys won't ever lose sight of either. I mean, whoever buys this one, obviously Kyler and Alex, they're known for trading some around the country too, and having successful ones. I think if you're a young upcomer and you're looking at this lot here, I think there's opportunity there, and those guys aren't going to lose sight. They're going to know where she goes, and as long as they're good enough, their quality, they're taken care of, which I think they will be. Those guys will be there to help you track them along as they go.
Absolutely.
And potentially help you
You
get
got
them
'em
traded
for
or
sale,
sold.
and they like them, and you maybe got you some assistance in getting them mated right. Here's your opportunity to get some in good hands that want to show and feed and appreciate buyers that come to them, and they want to help. They want to help you be successful, and so not just selling the goat there, selling the goat in the program as well, and I think that's a very good point. KWL and Prickett there on lot 403. Turn the page to unlock the vault. Pfeiffer Farms offering here at the exchange. Fixing to have their first virtual vault weather and doe kids sale here this week, May 28th at 7 p.m. on CCI Live. Encourage you to go by the farm and look at them in person. I think there's 6 of these doe kids, real special ones, that they put in this sale. If you're familiar with Pfeiffer's, they typically have a weather sale, and then they sell does, excuse me, 3 or 4 days following. Here they've included this elite pen of does, these 6 does that they have in with this sale. They're going to have it online and live online to bid them off there. You feel free to go by and look at them, get with those guys there. Call Kelsey. John's number's not on there, but John Romero or DK and Jerry, of course, he'll always visit with you, get them to show you the goats. But it's a real unique offering. They're going to sell ahead the pick of those doe kids right here in the exchange. So elite set they put together, brought them up, got them clipped, really feel very like there's a very significant group of show and donor type prospects here. I know some that they're really enamored with in this grouping. You don't have the opportunity to go look, click on the QR code. It'll pull up their sale there. Scroll down to the doe kids. That's the doe kids that we're selling pick of tomorrow night. Get in there and dig in, look at them, study pedigrees. Like I said, call the guys there. Carissa as well. I didn't mention her. Call any of them there at the farm. Talk to them about the does. Talk through them. Go look if you can here tomorrow. And there's an opportunity here to buy a real elite one, the kind that can get along in the show ring. Opportunity to win stuff, and then certainly an opportunity to put her back into a breeding program.
I think a great thing about this opportunity here is if you're questioning which one you want or where you're going to be at money-wise, this is up front. You know where you're at right off the bat immediately. If you've got a budget, or you're worried about your budget, don't know where you're going to be at, I think that you need to key in here and really pay attention, because this is going to set the stage there for potentially where that doe sale's at. But if you can get this one here sacked up right off the bat, then you know you get what you want whenever you get there, sale day. You can make it big.
There's no surprise. 2 sell ahead of the one you really think you want, and then that one brings more than you want to spend and could have fallen back. Here's your chance to pick her. Get the one that you want and get out in front of the game, and don't have to compete. She'll be pulled from the sale tomorrow, not tomorrow, on the 28th. And, whichever one's picked here tomorrow night in the exchange. Awesome lot, great way to allow people a heads up, bringing it here to the exchange, allowing them to get in early and get the one they like out of this elite set of females that Pfeiffer Farms has brought up for this particular sale that they're having there, May 28th, 7 p.m. So good lot there. Lot 405, Believe the Hype. That's a Believe in Me. I Am the Way's on I Am the Way's sister. Dr. Brian Rowe there and his family, Maverick Show Goats, Shepherd, Montana. They're just northwest of Billings. They bought this buck in partnership. They bought half of him there from Mock Livestock a year ago. And he is what that picture looks like. He's wider than he is deep. He's cylindrical in his cage. He's got freak pieces and feature. He's got incredible fur and shag. His balance is very unique, and he's got real muscle shape. This thing, Brian bought into this thing there from Kevin and family, and they've got an awesome working relationship. Brian gets him pretty much April through August, and then Kevin gets him kind of for our southern goats there that they make 1st of September on through March. And so they've got an awesome working relationship, and Brian is offering something unique here. I'm just going to tell you about the goat and tell you about the stock he sired. He's raised an incredible set of goats out of this animal, and females and males alike. They are very, very good. And above that, those things sell very well. He has averaged $6,000 on all of them, and I'm going to guess that's been approximately 40 so far this year. So we're talking about a buck that is absolutely slamming them. And be real honest with you, I got several of them at our house. Bryce and I like really well that I think are going to be movers and shakers here down the road. I will tell you this, all but one of them or two of them that I've seen have been black-headed. So that is a unique thing. Some people don't like it, but more and more people are finding that to be a standout trait, and you see a lot of these things doing some winning. He is selling basically 60 head of breeding on this buck, which would be 4 half jumps. He doesn't want to send it out smaller than half jumps, so 15 a half jump times 4 would be 60 head, or 2 full jumps. And you can tell him when you want it. You can be the guy on the books. Obviously, he's going to sell quite a bit of semen on this thing. Guys have been digging in hard to get the males and the females out of this buck. And so you can get in and you can pick the dates that you want. He will send it in as small as half jump intervals. So if you want to breed, a full jump at one time and 2 halves at other times, or 4 halves scattered out between now and the middle of August, or if you want to, roll up and breed 60 at a punch, he'll send you 2 jumps of him. But that's what you're purchasing, semen to breed 60 all the way through the middle of August. The goats that are pictured underneath, those are just wethers and buck kid and some doe kids there. They're just honestly a fair representation. He did not go through there and dig out maybe my favorites that are sired by this buck. And so if you look at those and you look at the build in those goats and their cage and their shape and their feature, I think we've got one here. And Brian has been a big-time supporter of the exchange. He wanted to give somebody, maybe a crew, if it's you and a buddy that have 60 together, or you and a couple buddies have 60 together and want to get some semen on one that's really making high-end sellable kids that look like they've got a lot of feedability, here's your chance to get in on the buck he calls Hype.
I think this opportunity is very unique. The one thing that I would add to this that adds a little light for me is, obviously you got to be between May and mid-August there, but the one thing is you're guaranteeing your spot. What's different between buying in the exchange and just calling and ordering up that semen? Because the day that you call him and he tells you that date's not good or that date's taken, you're going to be like, dang, I wish I'd have just bought that in the exchange. Because when you buy this lot in the exchange, you are guaranteeing yourself you're in the front of the bus there. So you get to the front of the line, and this is the way that you get to the front of the line. That's why you purchase this lot in the exchange.
The thing about it is Brian believes in the buck, and I'll tell you, I think he's worked exceptionally well. I've told multiple people, we have our own bucks. We sell semen on our own bucks. I've told multiple people on this particular group of does, hey, I think it's a buck you better be thinking about buying semen on. He's going to shake some stuff up, and he's doing it right now. So thanks, Dr. Rowe, for always supporting the exchange. being unique in what you do, giving somebody the opportunity to get in early so they can pick their spots there on that particular buck. So we're going to round out our sale with another exceptionally unique lot. Comes from Mock Livestock. Kevin Mock and Megan and the kids working hard to make quality stock there. You know, to say anything more than they're exceptional at what they do would be a straight lie. Here at Mock Livestock, no doubt about it, they are in the front running game of weather buck, stud buck, battery, and they're right in the front there of making goats that win shows, helping kids and families be successful. You read down through there and you just look at what their 25 and 26 flushes produce. Grand Weather at Houston, Supreme Doe at the American Royal. That was also voted Show Doe of the Year. Grand Weather at the Arkansas Youth Expo. That was a really good one. Reserve Weather at Tulsa there. I think Sadie showed Grand Champion Doe at Dixie National, and a bunch more. What they're selling is they're selling embryos on any donor that they have there at Mock Livestock. They're selling up to 6 embryos in groups of 2. And as buyer's choice. They're frozen embryos there are in current inventory. Kevin has an updated list. I think he has sent Blake, I know he has, an updated list provided of what embryos he has. That's Lot A. So selling up to 6 embryos in groups of 2, buyer's choice. Obviously, when you bid hammer price, it's times the money on the embryos there. The B option is exceptionally unique, a little different game there, and I think something that is something certainly to be noted as depending on your locale and where you're at and when you want to put those in. You can double the hammer price and select fresh embryos from any of the upcoming July, August, October, or November 26 flushes. So here's your chance if you want to haul in your own recips and have fresh embryos put in. You can double down, and instead of taking frozens, you can haul your recips in. You have to get with Kevin on that, on your dates, and you have to get with Kevin on that on your preferred matings. Terms are, you need to note this, no more than 2 embryos per mating. He's not going to sell more than 2 per mating because they're planning on putting them in, and they're planning on making their stock with them. If option B is selected, the buyer will transfer embryos into their own recips on the flush day selected, and Mock Livestock will cover the transfer fees. You just have to provide your recips. So unique opportunity here from Kevin and his family. And I think if you're looking to buy into a program, once again, as Cooper said earlier, you know, you're not just getting the embryos here. You're getting the help, the assistance. You're getting somebody that wants to follow through with that and wants you to be successful. That's what Kevin and family do. That's how they make their living, and that's what they're offering here. And you can pick frozens, put them in when you want to. You can pick the fresh deal. It's just going to be a double down option to put in fresh embryos as opposed to frozen. So want to say thank you for watching here on the preview at the Exchange. It's taken a while today, lots and lots of quality. The most unique set I personally have seen here, and I think I've been here for all of them. Top to bottom, I think it's just jam-packed with things that can impact the industry in a huge way. Multi-species. I think if you're cow people, you can look at goats. If you're goat people, you can look at sheep. If you're sheep people, you can look at the hogs. And if you're open-minded, you will see value in everything that's being offered. So we say thank you for watching. Thank you for allowing us in. Appreciate that, and we'll sign off here.
Thank you.